Enterprise, attention. Officer deck, secure the watch.
Aye, sir. Secure the watch.
Enterprise, secure the watch.
Executive officer, the watch has been secured.
Very well. This is the final watch, stood proudly and continuously with honor, courage, and commitment for 55 years on board this great warship, USS Enterprise, CVN 65. We are legend. Bruce Lindsay.
2, Commander Naval Air Force Atlantic. From Chief of Naval Operations, Washington, D.C. Message Daytime Group 211636 Zulu, September 16. Decommission USS Enterprise CVN 65 due to end of service life, effective 3 February 2017. Custody is hereby transferred to Supervisor of Shipbuilding, Newport News, Virginia. Executive officer, strike the commissioning pennant.
Strike the commissioning pennant. Aye, sir. Officer of the deck, strike the commissioning pennant.
Aye, sir. Strike the commissioning pennant. Executive Officer, commissioning pennant has been struck.
Very well. The distinctive mark of a naval warship in commission, other than the national ensign, is our commissioning pennant, which flies from our mast. In following with naval tradition and customs, Command Master Chief Huff will now present Captain Belts with the pennant. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the decommissioning ceremony of USS Enterprise. We ask that you join us in the reception area for light refreshments. Transportation to the parking area for invited guests will be available shortly at the end of the brow. Decommissioning crew, dismissed. Thank you.
Okay, everyone, that wraps up this ceremony. I want to go ahead and take you guys now live to Paris, France. This is an exterior shot of the Louvre. This is the world's largest museum. This is where an attack occurred this morning. Let me go ahead and tell you some information in case you guys did not hear about this attack. French authorities have opened a terror investigation after a soldier shot a man who was wielding a machete near the Louvre Museum in Paris. The man had rushed toward a group of soldiers and guards in the plaza next to the museum. A soldier fired 5 shots at the attacker. The attacker was wearing 2 backpacks and may have had a second weapon. He was seriously injured by a bullet to the stomach. No explosives were found in the 2 backpacks of the man, who was conscious when he was taken into custody. Attacker taken to a hospital in Paris. He was not carrying any identity documents and was not in a fit state to be questioned. Another person also arrested, according to the French Interior Ministry, although it was not immediately clear whether he or she was connected to the attack. Now, the French Prime Minister did describe the attack as terrorist in nature. About 250 people who were in the Louvre Museum at the time were taken to a secure area. They were evacuated in small groups after checks were carried out, as police sought to make sure that no one else inside was involved in the attack. The President of France praised the response to the attack, tweeting, "I salute the courage and determination showed by the military this morning at the Carrousel du Louvre." The French Interior Minister also hailed the police and military for their calm and professionalism in subduing the attacker and said the incident was a reminder of the current threat. Donald Trump also tweeted about the attack in Paris. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and pull up his tweet on the screen for you guys. There is that Donald Trump tweet. A new radical Islamic terrorist has just attacked in Louvre Museum in Paris. Tourists were locked down. France on edge again. Get smart, U.S. So he sent out that tweet a little over 4 hours ago. Here is another quick look at the exterior of the Louvre Museum where this attack occurred. And since we're talking about Donald Trump, I do want to show you this video that came in just in the last half hour. Donald Trump meeting with business leaders at the White House.
Thank you, everybody, for being here this morning. This is a really world-class group, and I want to thank and congratulate Steve. You have done, as usual, an amazing job. Steve called me up the day after the election. It might have even been the same night, Jamie, to be honest with you. You know Steve. In fact, now that I think, maybe 1 minute. And he said, I'd like to put together a group of world-class leaders, and that's what he's done. So good job, Steve. Give me a couple of things happened this morning. 227,000 jobs. Great spirit in the country right now. So we're very happy about that. I think that it's going to continue big league. We're bringing back jobs. We're bringing down your taxes. We're getting rid of your regulations. And I think it's going to be some really very exciting times ahead. We're going to be coming up with a tax bill very soon, a health care bill even sooner. And it's really working out. Toby from the Cleveland Clinic has been helping us a lot with the veterans, and we appreciate that, Toby. You've been amazing, and Ike and all of our friends, we really appreciate it. One of the things that I heard this morning in watching the news was that, amazingly, it's never happened before, that politics has become a much bigger subject than the Super Bowl. This is usually Super Bowl territory, and now they're saying that the politics is more interesting to people. So that's good. I see we have Larry here. Where is Larry? Larry did a great job for me. He managed a lot of my money, and I have to tell you, got me great returns, Larry. And then they go crazy, but we use very smart people that made money. Why don't you get other people to run the economy? I said, no, we have to get the right people. And the people that voted for me understand that, and that's what they want. So when I campaigned for office, I promised the American people that I'd ask for our country's best and brightest, and we have that. Wilbur is representing us as secretary. I tell you, you're going to be so great. Secretary of Commerce, Wilbur Ross. And just Carl Icahn called up because I hear you got Wilbur. Everybody calls him Wilbur. I've never heard him called, we just know him as Wilbur, right? We have the great Jack Welch, the legendary Jack Welch. We appreciate it. We're looking forward in a little while, in the upcoming few moments, to discuss all of the things that you think we can do to bring back our jobs, to get taxes even lower than we're going to be cutting them. We have a great plan, but I want to have your input on the plan in particular, and to do what we have to do in terms of regulation. We have some of the bankers here. There's nobody better to tell me about Dodd-Frank than Jamie, so you're going to tell me about it, but we expect to be cutting a lot out of Dodd-Frank because, frankly, I have so many people, friends of mine, that have nice businesses. They can't borrow money. They just can't get any money because the banks just won't let them borrow because of the rules and regulations in Dodd-Frank. So we'll be talking about that, Jeff, in terms of the banking industry. And with that, I just want to introduce somebody I've known for a long time who's done a fantastic job. And we're thinking of having these meetings. I think we'll start maybe on a monthly basis. It'll go to a quarterly basis because all of a sudden a monthly basis sounds like a lot. But we really want your input. We have the biggest, the brightest in the world, in this country in this case. We also have a manufacturing group which is worldwide where we have, as you know, great companies represented. But these are the biggest and the best minds in this country, and I really appreciate you being here, and I want to thank Steve. And Steve, maybe you'll say a few words.
Sure. Well, I'd like to just start out and thank everybody for being here. The purpose of this group isn't for general discussion, which is okay, but the real purpose is to get things done, to advise the government as to areas where we could do things a lot better as a country for all Americans, and debottleneck some things. We have a full agenda, unlike a lot of other meetings that happen of this general type. We're going to cover some of the immigration things. We're going to cover regulatory relief. We're going to cover tax and trade, women in the workplace, infrastructure, and education. And each of those areas will get suggestions, ways to make things happen faster, to improve the country. And anybody can say anything else they want. But it's really important that we mobilize the non-governmental sector and also importantly that we do it on a bipartisan basis. Apparently a first in Washington, or a modern Washington, and everybody on the group was selected because they're terrific, because they have domain expertise, because they want the country to do better, and we had no criteria. And as it works out, we have all kinds of different people from different backgrounds and different political persuasions, and if we can make things work right, that's the way the country is supposed to work. And so it's a big sacrifice for the people who are here to spend the time. Everybody's busy. That's America. So to put those things aside, to focus on this, not just for a meeting, but there's prep work that goes into any successful meeting, means these people who've attended and taken the time care about the country. And so that's the spirit in which we're approaching things. I want to thank everybody on the committee. You're terrific. So,
Thank you. We're going to go around the room, but before we do that, I just want to say that so many people have called, friends of mine in big business, and they wanted to be in the committee, and I'd call Steve. I'd say, Steve, can we get so-and-so? Nope, we got enough. So what do you mean no? It's a big business, it's a massive business, public company. And every once in a while I'd call, Steve, how about this one? Donald, he's a corporate raider. These people don't want to be sitting with corporate raiders. So we had 5 raiders that wanted to come on. But he's been very, very selective, and we'll be putting a couple more on as we go by. But he's been very selective. I thought we might go around the room. Mary and I met last week. We had a fantastic meeting on the auto industry. We had Ford there. We had a lot of companies. We had some great companies, Fiat, Chrysler, Sergio. And I will tell you, I learned a lot about the automobile business. I thought I knew a lot, but they are being so stymied, so restricted with regulation and so many other reasons. And they're pouring back into the country already. I mean, if you look at Mark, who's telling us what they're doing with Ford and Bill Ford too. A lot of jobs are going to be coming back into Ohio and Michigan and Pennsylvania and all of the places that really have been hurt so badly. So maybe we could start with Mary. We'll just go around the room real fast so that everybody, pretty much everybody knows each other, but it'd be nice to see. Mary?
Mary Barra, Chairman and CEO of General Motors.
Doug McMillan with Walmart.
Larry Fink, BlackRock.
Rich Lesser, Boston Consulting Group.
Jim McNerney, the old Boeing guy.
Paul Atkins, Potomac Global Partners.
Kevin Warsh, Stanford University.
Elon Musk, Tesla and SpaceX.
Toby Castro with Cleveland.
Jamie Hyman, JP Morgan Chase.
Dan Jurgen, IHS Market.
Jack Welch, retired.
Mark Weinberger someday, maybe, I hope, but EY. Biodiversity, Global Infrastructure Partners.
Jenny Rometty, IBM.
Indra Nooyi, PepsiCo.
Steve Schwartzman from Blackstone.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, folks. Thank you, press.
And now the press has to leave that room. So as you can see, the press was able to be present for part of that meeting. We're going to take you live now to Virginia. A press conference underway regarding the immigration ban.
The state held her passport until she and her American citizen husband paid for the ticket that she never intended to buy, sending her back to Ethiopia. She's currently in Khartoum. She's awaiting resolution of this case. We are representing her and her U.S. citizen husband in an attempt to get her back to this country on that K-1 visa.
Can you talk a little bit about the emotional impact of this to both your clients?
Yes, tremendous. Imagine that you have worked rigorously for months and months to have the ability to live in this country, to work, to pay your taxes, to buy a house, and then to suddenly, at the stroke of a pen, literally when she's in the air, have that dream dashed. Tremendously traumatic. She was not given the ability to call her husband when she was being detained. She was sent back to the tarmac and ushered onto an airplane. Thankfully, because another citizen had a cell phone, she was able to call her husband in Colorado and tell him what was going on. So the emotional impact of this is tremendous.
One thing that struck me was when the government revealed that 100,000 visas plus have been canceled. I mean, what does that say to you? What do you think of that, and how did that strike you?
That means the litigation needs to proceed. Right? Thankfully, the Commonwealth of Virginia now is in the case. When my client is returned, as the government has offered to do, then we'll be out of the case. But there is a continued interest in litigation to get judges to determine whether or not this issue, this order is constitutional.
But so what is that 100,000 visas plus, and I'd like to hear from you on this too, that have been revoked? We're talking about people who are abroad right now, who had visas that would have entitled them to...
Yes, if you're not a citizen...
Explain to me who this impacts, where they are, and just how that number...
Sure. People like my client who are applying for a visa to come to this country lawfully go through a very rigorous process. That's been in place for many, many years. It's extreme vetting already. The executive order, according to what I heard in court, immediately canceled all of those visas that are overseas, people that are planning to use them to come to this country unilaterally from those 7 countries, over 100,000. And that means that those people are not, even though they've been vetted, even though they've been given the visa, if they're from one of those 7 countries, they can't board a plane and come to this country because those visas have been canceled.
Start all over for them, or do we even know? What do we know about the impact of that?
So what do you think, Simon?
Yeah, I mean, the number 100,000 really sucked the air out of my lungs. I think you could almost hear the collective gasp in the courtroom when the government attorney stated that number, that over 100,000 visas have been canceled. Remember, if you actually read the executive order, all 9 pages of it, nowhere does it say visas are canceled. All it says is you can't use those visas for 90 days. Feel free to come back in 91 days. Right, now, that's bad enough. We think that's unconstitutional. But to then learn that a secret order was signed 2 hours later, canceling over 100,000 visas, which was not publicized, and it wasn't revealed until the government filed it on Tuesday night into some papers that it's filing in defense of the Boston litigation, I mean, it's truly shocking. It goes far beyond, right? Again, it would be bad enough if people were simply told you can't use your visas for 90 days, come back in 91, to have them actually canceled, right? I mean, so for example, in the case of the Aziz brothers, the older one is now 21. If he was forced to start again from square zero, he would be ineligible because he's no longer a child within the meaning of immigration law, because that requires you to be under 21. So he would just be straight up ineligible for his visa. So that's why it's so important that his canceled visa be essentially uncanceled. If you look at that one-page secret order, they cite only 2 provisions of law to justify it. One is Section 212F of the immigration law. 212F only speaks to entry. 212F is the general provision that they're citing that they claim gives them authorization to enact the executive order in the first place. But that only speaks to barring the entry of individuals. It doesn't speak to canceling visas. The other one that they cite is 221I. 221I refers to the cancellation of, quote, a visa, right? So when you look at 221I, both its text and structure within the statute, it's clearly meant to be used on an individual visa-by-visa basis. You know, for example, they determined that a visa was issued in error, or someone, you know, the day after he gets his visa goes out and commits a crime or something like that. It is not meant to be used en masse to cancel over 100,000 visas by the stroke of one pen. So I think there's no legal justification for them to have canceled all those visas, and I think this is actually, you know, reading the executive order was horrific enough. Coming to learn this, that this secret order had been signed 2 days later was even more shocking and appalling to me, and today coming to learn that there were over 100,000 visas that were canceled really is just something that I don't even have words to express.
What's your reaction to Judge Brinkman's words? She had some pretty stern rebuke for the Trump administration's handling of the rollout of the travel order. She called it chaos at one point. What did you all make of that?
Yeah, and she also said that, you know, she's the judge that handled the 9/11 prosecution, right? And she said that this is the case that she's handled under time on the bench that has caused the most public consternation and outcry.
She also said she encouraged the government to go further. I think she correctly commended the United States for taking women like Sahar Fadul, my client, and essentially trying to make right what was wrong last weekend. But that only applies to people that have filed lawsuits, that have lawyers willing to step up and go to court. There are a lot of people like her that don't have that. And my assumption is that Judge Brinkma is suggesting that they don't just respond to litigation, but actually identify those that were turned away on these visas, not just lawful permanent residents, but others that had been vetted and had visa paperwork, and essentially bring them back. Now, in terms of making whole, my client is not going to get reimbursed for that trip that she paid for. They're not going to pay to bring her back now. We're going to have to waive all claims against the United States for the events of last weekend. So she still will have suffered a very significant emotional and financial injury. But my clients want to be together, and they're very anxious to get here and start get married and start their lives together, and that's why it's a deal for them that makes sense. But the problem isn't solved by our clients coming back, by the Aziz brothers coming back, because there are many people in that situation that haven't had their day in court. Judge Brinkma, I think, is encouraging them to identify those people and fix that issue.
She did in general terms. Can you handle these things more than we ever do? How do you describe what the Trump administration is doing in terms of immigration and trying to keep people out?
All I can do is tell you that my client went from tearfully recounting the events of last weekend to tears of joy yesterday when we told him that they're ready to bring his fiancée back. There is real emotional impact of these cases. These are real people, the kind of people we want to be in this country, the kind of people that want to work hard, buy a house, be contributing members of our communities. We want them here. And the fact that this order keeps people like them away for some speculative fear that because they're from a certain country they may be a threat is outrageous. And luckily there are legal aid justice centers and places like that that are helping these people get back.
Evan, one more question for both of you. It'll help us tell the story. Can you share with us photos of the Aziz brothers and of this couple so we can put a face to the words?
Let me check with them. I think that's a privacy issue that I'd have to get their thoughts on.
Like as soon as you could, it would help us in, again,
sure,
telling of the stories, and if we can give you emails or whatever.
I understand.
That would be helpful.
Do you have any more detail on confiscation in secondary? People having to go to make phone calls to
No. My best understanding is that is being facilitated through an organization called the Capital Area Immigrants' Rights Coalition. So you'd want to get in touch with them directly to see what's going on there. I don't have any first-hand knowledge, I'm sorry.
And you don't have any sense of how many folks were presented with paperwork that would have rescinded their green card?
And that's exactly the question that
Commonwealth asked for that, and they're hoping to get that list, and Judge Brinkma hasn't yet ordered as to whether they'll get it.
I'm sorry. As a practical matter, are there lawful permanent residents? It sounds like that issue has come and gone. Are there actually people still now sitting in Dulles in any kind of a limbo?
I don't know. As we speak, I couldn't answer that question.
Just if I could ask one final question. What do you envision in the coming weeks and months then in terms of litigation across this country? I mean, what's this going to be like?
I think the government lawyer said it best. I couldn't possibly say it better than he said it. He said, we're already being sued in 10 courts. Tomorrow we're going to be sued in 20 more.
Yeah, I think the Department of Justice has gone through an evolution in terms of whether they're going to defend this unconstitutional, in our view, executive order. I think the new Attorney General will issue some sort of clarification about that. I think they'll defend these cases, and I think they'll lose, because I think that this order is unconstitutional. Judges will so find.
When you say defend it, which ones do you think they'll defend? I mean, your cases they clearly intend to settle.
Yeah.
So what will be the...
I think they're going to draw a line between lawful permanent residents and others who have immigrant visas, who again have been vetted, but if they have not been already granted that lawful permanent resident status, my understanding of what I heard in court was the door is they proposed.
Okay, guys, we're going to cut out of this immigration press conference because we want to take you to New York now. There's a press conference following the hearing for El Chapo Guzman.
How did you feel about that? How did you feel about him having been taken away?
I don't want to speak for Emma, but I think it has been very difficult. This is the first time she's seen him since he was brought to the United States, and this is so far the only way she's been allowed to see him is for the limited period of time when he's brought before the court.
Emma, do you want to say to the general public?
I think we're going to have no further comment today. The last name is Gelert.
Okay, and your name?
And your-
Can you spell it? Finito. And then your first name, ma'am? Yeah, your first name?
Emma, ¿cómo te sientes? Do you know when she arrived? Do you know when she arrived?
I don't know that I can say, but
Can we get the spelling?
Mr. Rapinier.
Okay, it looks like we missed most of the end of that press conference. Hopefully they will refeed it back to us. Again, that was a press conference following the hearing held for El Chapo Guzman in Brooklyn, New York. Now we know El Chapo's lawyers say jail conditions are too strict in New York. Again, this news coming out in the last hour. Lawyers for Mexican drug lord Joaquin El Chapo Guzman believe that his New York City jail conditions are too strict. Guzman, who has repeatedly escaped in Mexico, appeared in Friday in a federal court in Brooklyn. Again, El Chapo, a Mexican drug lord, was extradited to the U.S. and looks like we've lost that feed now. I'm going to take you back to Virginia. Looks like that immigration press conference has also wrapped up in Alexandria, Virginia. I'm going to go ahead and give you guys a live look at an event that we are waiting for, the NFL Fan Forum. You can see the crowd is gathering. Arizona Cardinals' very own Larry Fitzgerald will be speaking to the fans. We'll carry that live for you here on News Now. Again, we are just minutes away from this NFL fan forum beginning. We'll carry it live for you here. Looks like we're getting another feed of a press conference of sorts. We're going to take you here now and listen in. Stand by.
They won't be allowed back in. So I'm pleased that we're able to take this on behalf of the Commonwealth, and we'll be back next Friday in order to argue the preliminary injunction motions.
General Murray, now that you are in this case, how broad do you hope it will become? I mean, how many people do you hope you're able to work on behalf of?
Well, the claims that we've brought are on behalf of Virginia, and in particular, we're concerned about the impact on lawful permanent residents and visa holders, whether they are student visas or work visas. It does not include refugees or asylum seekers, but it does include the visa holders, whether students or working visas.
What was your reaction to Judge Brinkman's comments about the order and about the impact it's had and what she's been hearing from citizens?
Well, she recognizes, I think, that, and she said that things were chaotic at the airport, and in fact, the administration, through its lawyers, admitted it was chaotic at the airport, and the judge also said the immigration ban has really touched something in America and Americans. That's because, I think, it's because these touch such so many core values that we as Americans hold dear about freedom of religion and not singling somebody out because of where they're from. These are basic freedoms, making sure that people are accorded due process and that they're treated equally.
In court, you all are arguing financial difficulties with the state of Virginia, but you discussed that that doesn't really touch the heart of this issue. Can you talk to us a little bit about what's really at heart of this besides, the scholars and the students who can't come in, but what's at the heart of this argument for you all?
Well, the arguments today focused on some technical questions about legal standing, and so being able to identify monetary harm is one way to do that. But we recognize that these issues go much deeper than just monetary harm, even beyond what's happening in terms of a particular student and an ability to study, but goes to the very core of who we are as Americans. That's why I'm looking forward to the opportunity next Friday to be right back here arguing that the immigration ban is unlawful, unconstitutional, and un-American.
The judge seemed to be drawing a line between people who've got their visas in place, whether it's lawful permanent resident or not, people who had them in place versus people going forward being rejected. Does that sound like the line where the line ought to be, or do you see it a little different?
I think what the judge was recognizing was just how arbitrary the president's immigration ban really is. That on Friday at 6:30, what sounded to me like the administration's position, which was hundreds of thousands of visas were immediately canceled after having been approved previously through extensive screening. And I think the judge's remarks from the bench highlighted the arbitrary and capriciousness of it and underscored that when you categorically do that, it implicates important due process rights that we as Americans cherish.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you all very much.
Who's this? Yes. Okay, I didn't want that to drop. Yeah, I got you. And that's a $5 rental fee to be on our plan? I know. We'll just charge it to my station.
Okay, guys, it looks like that immigration ban press conference has once again wrapped up in Alexandria, Virginia. The question is, will anyone else come speak on the mic? Looks like the photographers are grabbing their mics now, so it's unlikely there'll be any additional speakers. We'll continue to carry the shot in case someone does step out to speak. In the meantime, I do want to give you a heads up that we'll be carrying this NFL Fan Forum in just a few minutes. The Super Bowl is this weekend, in case you were not aware. Here is a quick look. Oh, never mind. They just took away our shot of the stadium. This is a quick look at the NFL Fan Forum. Roger Goodell, the NFL commissioner, will be speaking here, as well as Arizona Cardinals' very own Larry Fitzgerald and a couple other football players. We'll be carrying this for you live here on News Now. I know some of you guys joined this stream because you wanted the latest Donald Trump news. Well, Donald Trump held a pretty big meeting this morning, a meeting with business leaders, his Economic Advisory Council. In case you missed it, I'm going to play it for you one more time.
Thank you, everybody, for being here this morning. This is a really world-class group, and I want to thank and congratulate Steve. You have done, as usual, an amazing job. Steve called me up the day after the election. It might have even been the same night, Jamie, to be honest with you. You know Steve. In fact, now that I think, maybe 1 minute. And he said, I'd like to put together a group of world-class leaders, and that's what he's done. So good job, Steve. Good reading. A couple of things happened this morning. 227,000 jobs. Great spirit in the country right now. So we're very happy about that. I think that it's going to continue big league. We're bringing back jobs. We're bringing down your taxes. We're getting rid of your regulations. And I think it's going to be some really very exciting times ahead. We're doing, and we're going to be coming up with a tax bill very soon, a health care bill even sooner. And it's really working out. Toby from the Cleveland Clinic has been helping us a lot with the veterans, and we appreciate that, Toby. You've been amazing, and Ike and all of our friends, we really appreciate it. One of the things that I heard this morning in watching the news was that, amazingly, it's never happened before, that politics has become a much bigger subject than the Super Bowl. This is usually Super Bowl territory, and now they're saying that the politics is more interesting to people, so that's good. I see we have Larry here. Where is Larry Fink? Larry did a great job for me. He managed a lot of my money, and I have to tell you, he got me great returns, Larry. So. And then they go crazy, but we use very smart people that made money. Why don't you get other people to run the economy? I said, no, we have to get the right people. And the people that voted for me understand that, and that's what they want. So when I campaigned for office, I promised the American people that I'd ask for our country's best and brightest, and we have that. Wilbur is representing us as secretary. I tell you, you're going to be so great. Secretary of Commerce, Wilbur Ross, and just Carl Icahn called up because I hear you got Wilbur. Everybody calls him Wilbur. I've never heard him called, we just know him as Wilbur, right? We have the great Jack Welch, the legendary Jack Welch. We appreciate it. We're looking forward in a little while, in the upcoming few moments, to discuss all of the things that you think we can do to bring back our jobs, to get taxes even lower than we're going to be cutting them. We have a great plan, but I want to have your input on the plan in particular, and to do what we have to do in terms of regulation. We have some of the bankers here. There's nobody better to tell me about Dodd-Frank than Jamie, so you're going to tell me about it, but we expect to be cutting a lot out of Dodd-Frank because, frankly, I have so many people, friends of mine, that have nice businesses. They can't borrow money. They just can't get any money because the banks just won't let them borrow because of the rules and regulations in Dodd-Frank. So we'll be talking about that, Jim, in terms of the banking industry. And with that, I just want to introduce somebody I've known for a long time who's done a fantastic job. And we're thinking of having these meetings. I think we'll start maybe on a monthly basis. It'll go to a quarterly basis because all of a sudden a monthly basis sounds like a lot. But We really want your input. We have the biggest, the brightest in the world, in this country, in this case. We also have a manufacturing group, which is worldwide, where we have, as you know, great companies represented. But these are the biggest and the best minds in this country, and I really appreciate you being here, and I want to thank Steve. And Steve, maybe you'll say a few words.
Sure. Well, I'd like to just start out and thank everybody for being here. The purpose of this group isn't for general discussion, which is okay, but the real purpose is to get things done, to advise the government as to areas where we could do things a lot better as a country for all Americans, and debottleneck some things. We have a full agenda, unlike a lot of other meetings that happen of this general type. We're going to cover some of the immigration things. We're going to cover regulatory relief. We're going to cover tax and trade, women in the workplace, infrastructure, and education. And each of those areas will get suggestions, ways to make things happen faster, to improve the country. And anybody can say anything else they want. But it's really important that we mobilize the non-governmental sector, and also importantly that we do it on a bipartisan basis. Apparently a first in Washington, or a modern Washington. And everybody on the group was selected because they're terrific, because they have domain expertise, because they want the country to do better, and we had no criteria. And as it works out, we have all kinds of different people from different backgrounds and different political persuasions, and if we can make things work right, that's the way the country is supposed to work. And so it's a big sacrifice for the people who are here to spend the time. Everybody's busy. That's America. So to put those things aside, to focus on this, not just for a meeting, but there's prep work that goes into any successful meeting, means these people who've attended and taken the time care about the country. And so that's the spirit in which we're approaching things. I want to thank everybody on the committee. You're terrific. So,
Thank you. We're going to go around the room, but before we do that, I just want to say that so many people have called, friends of mine in big business, and they wanted to be in the committee, and I'd call Steve. I'd say, Steve, can we get so-and-so? Nope, we got enough. I said, what do you mean no? It's a big business, massive business, public company. Then every once in a while I'd call Steve, how about this one? Donald, he's a corporate raider. These people don't want to be sitting with corporate raiders. So we need 5 raiders that wanted to come on. But he's been very, very selective, and we'll be putting a couple more on as we go by. But he's been very selective. I thought we might go around the room. Mary and I met last week. We had a fantastic meeting on the auto industry. We had Ford there. We had a lot of companies. We had some great companies, Fiat, Chrysler, Sergio. And I will tell you, I learned a lot about the automobile business. I thought I knew a lot, but they are being so stymied, so restricted with regulation and so many other reasons. And they're pouring back into the country already. I mean, if you look at Mark was telling us what they're doing with Ford and Bill Ford too. A lot of jobs are going to be coming back into Ohio and Michigan and Pennsylvania and all of the places that really have been hurt so badly. So maybe we could start with Mary. We'll just go around the room real fast so that everybody, pretty much everybody knows each other, but it'd be nice to see. Mary?
Gary Barra, Chairman and CEO of General Motors.
Doug McMillan with Walmart.
Larry Fink, BlackRock.
Rich Lesser, Boston Consulting Group.
Jim McNerney, the old Boeing guy.
Paul Atkins, Potomac Global Partners.
Kevin Warsh, Stanford University.
Elon Musk, Tesla and SpaceX.
Toby Calico with Jamie Iron, JPMorgan Chase.
Dan Jurgen, IHS Market.
Jack Welch, retired.
Mark Weinberger someday, maybe, I hope, but EY.
BioBC, Global Infrastructure Partners.
Jenny Rometty, IBM.
Indra Nui, PepsiCo.
Steve Schwartzman from Blackstone.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, folks. Thank you, press.
Okay, everyone, so that was a replay of that Donald Trump meeting, the highly anticipated meeting between him and some business leaders, his Economic Advisory Council at the White House from this morning. Also happening this morning, decommissioning ceremony of the USS Enterprise. This took place in Virginia, I believe. Let's go ahead and watch some of this now.
And 80 will hold a special place in the hearts of her shipbuilders. She will also be a first for us. She will be our first aircraft carrier built with digital work packages rather than traditional paper drawings. She will revolutionize carrier construction for us, just like CVN-65 did. And like CVN-65, our shipbuilders will pour their hearts and souls into every stage of her construction. With each piece of steel, with every pipe, with every weld, and with every cable. Because we know we aren't just building a ship, we are continuing the magic, the majesty, and the legend that is and always will be Enterprise. Thank you. And now I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Rear Admiral Brian Antonio, who serves as the Program Executive Officer for aircraft carriers. He's responsible for the design, construction, delivery, and life cycle support of all United States Navy aircraft carriers. That's a pretty big job. Before he speaks, I'd like to ask him to join me along with Captain Belts for a special presentation. Admiral, we have a special plaque for you to keep safe until it can be displayed on CVN-80. On it is a piece of steel from CVN-65 that has been forged into a big E. There is an inscription that reads, "This steel from USS Enterprise, CVN-65, symbolizes 55 years of distinguished service to the United States of America. It also represents the next chapter in the life of Big E, as her steel will be used to build our nation's next USS Enterprise, CVN-80. May her legend always prevail in the pursuit of American liberty, justice, and freedom."
Thank you, Mr. Mulhern. I gratefully accept this plaque on behalf of the United States Navy and of all the men and women who have designed, built, and served on one of the 8 Navy ships named Enterprise throughout our nation's history. This plaque will serve as a tribute to those ships and will be included in the ship's museum on the Navy's 9th Enterprise, CVN-80. Admiral Caldwell, fellow flag officers, Captain Belts, officers and crew of Enterprise, distinguished. As you know, Enterprise is a legacy. From the first schooners named Enterprise in the 1800s to 1934, when Newport News first laid the keel for the aircraft carrier CV-6, which would become the 7th U.S. Navy vessel to bear the name Enterprise. But the first to earn the nickname the Big E with 20 battle stars during World War II. To the Cold War age, where CVN-65 became the world's first nuclear-powered aircraft carrier and the first to serve 51 consecutive years. This plaque symbolizes the passing of a torch to CVN-80 and her future crews. Some of those who will serve on the future Enterprise haven't even been born yet, but upon reporting to duty, they will look at this very plaque and know that it represents all those that have come before them, and the legacy will live on. Just like I'm sure many of you who are here today feeling, I'm honored and humbled to be a part of history and this chapter as we turn the page. Thank you to everybody for helping me be a part of this next chapter. Now I have the honor of introducing our next speaker, Admiral James Caldwell. Admiral Caldwell is a submariner of the highest caliber. He served in both the Atlantic and Pacific fleets on both fast attack and ballistic missile submarines. He commanded USS Jacksonville, SSN 699, home ported in Norfolk, Virginia, and also led Submarine Development Squadron 12 in New London and Submarine Group 9 in Bangor, Washington. He has been assigned to numerous other Navy and Joint Commands and was commander of the U.S. Pacific Fleet Submarine Force in Hawaii, where I first met him. He became the Navy's 7th Director of Naval Nuclear Propulsion Program in August of 2015. Please welcome Admiral Caldwell.
Good morning, everybody. Fellow flag officers, honored guest, captain, crew of the Enterprise. I am absolutely honored to be here today, especially for a submariner. I never thought I would be standing here on the hangar deck talking at the decommissioning ceremony for Enterprise. When I learned of this ceremony, I said, wow, that sounds like a great idea. So I turned to Captain Belts and said, Captain, can I be included in that? And the captain, without hesitating, said, why, sure, Admiral, that's a great idea. So, Captain, thanks so much. I wanted to be here, folks, for the simple reason to say thank you to the fantastic team of sailors, Newport News shipbuilding personnel, who did this tremendous work of defueling Enterprise. This was a long, arduous, very demanding task, and for that you have my thanks. I'm going to talk about that in a few minutes, but I would like to reflect on the history of Enterprise. It's been said before that this is a bittersweet day, and I agree. It's sad to see the last day of a ship that was really unmatched in her lifetime. So today is a good time to reflect on what Enterprise accomplished and what she meant to the United States. If you have any doubts as to what I think about Enterprise, all you would need do is visit my office, where behind my desk, and the first thing anyone sees when they walk into my office is that iconic photo of Nuclear Task Force 1. Many of you have seen it. The Bainbridge, the Long Beach, the Enterprise, with sailors in formation famously spelling out E equals MC squared. And then in the corner, I have a smaller version of that picture with E equals MC squared 50 for 50 years. When you think about it, it is really phenomenal. When Enterprise was launched, she was the biggest ship in the world. Her 8 reactors, which still inspire awe, and for a submariner thinking of 8 reactors, I have a hard time wrapping my head around that. That comprised the most powerful nuclear power plant on the face of the Earth. On initial sea trials, her escort, USS Laffey, DD 724, tried to keep up, but it was to no avail. After a full-speed run, Laffey messaged the Enterprise and said, you win the race, fuel gone, topside salted, crew wet, and engines tired. Enterprise pulled back into port here in Newport News with flying a broom from her island to signify a clean sweep on her sea trials. That was the first of many times that Enterprise proved her worth. During the Cuban Missile Crisis, she operated with USS Independence, another carrier. During the 40 days of operations, I'm told that Independence burned 5.5 million gallons of oil. Enterprise had gone further, faster, and burned none. Because Enterprise didn't need to refuel, she could carry 2 times more aviation fuel and ordnance than any other carrier. The lack of corrosive exhaust gases associated with a conventional plant simplified the maintenance and the aircraft operations on this ship. Her power plant allowed for increased shipboard electrical power, and over the life of the ship allowed us to install and modernize new radars, sonars, and missile systems. In short, nuclear power was a game changer. It allowed virtually unlimited endurance at high sustained speed and with that tactical flexibility and freedom of action that the Navy demanded. And our nation certainly put Enterprise to use. These capabilities were put to use in the Cuban Missile Crisis, in Vietnam, and in Afghanistan. Enterprise was part of and helped make and shape our nation's history for over 50 years. And this isn't my quote, but when it comes right down to it, this is true. I believe it was the Secretary of the Navy who said this. Enterprise was as relevant on her last deployment at 51 years old as she was on her first. And that, my friends, is very impressive. Now, none of this would have been possible without the true force of gravity and center of gravity behind it, and that's the naval nuclear enterprise. And that's one thing I want to talk about today because it is really remarkable. This incredibly powerful combination of shipyard, Department of Energy labs, the Naval Reactors team, and very importantly, the sailors, the men and women who operated Enterprise. Together, this team envisioned Enterprise and brought her to life. The design work at the Bettis Lab and Naval Reactors started many years before the ship was built. And then the shipyard built and delivered her to tough standards, ahead of schedule. This team that I talked about kept Enterprise running as a central piece of our nation's Navy for 50 years. While the ship itself was the envy of the world and the hardware was the envy of other navies around the planet, the actual power behind it, the competitive advantage that consistently outpaces our competitors, was and is this core of engineers, builders, maintainers, designers, skilled laborers, and sailors that took Enterprise to every imaginable place around the world, that refueled her and maintained her and eventually defueled her. This team is what makes America's nuclear navy unmatched in the world. Now, since inactivation, this team has been working to defuel the 8 reactors. This was far from business as usual. We took the most complicated reactors in the fleet. We used our legacy reactor servicing equipment combined with first-time use handling equipment, and we christened a new facility here in the yard to complete this job. To give you a sense of the complexity, there has been more than a decade of planning for the work of defueling Enterprise. That included writing procedures, preparing and testing the operating equipment, and it came down to really a daily grind that got us here today. So to all of you that labored and eventually finished this job, I say thank you. You have my deep personal admiration and thanks for doing the job professionally, safely, and to the exacting standards that the Naval Nuclear Propulsion Program demands and that our nation demands. And I think it's really remarkable, folks. If you haven't been involved in it, it may be hard to understand, but I'm here to tell you it's been quite a remarkable undertaking. As I close, I'd like to look forward. Admiral Anderson, who was the CNO during the Cuban Missile Crisis, famously said that the Navy has both a tradition and a future, and we look to both with pride and confidence in both directions. The same is true of Enterprise. We look back with pride, but we don't have to look very far to be confident in the future. The legacy of Big E will live on as we bring CVN 80 to life in this very yard. Compared to the Nimitz class, the new Enterprise will have 25% more reactor energy. nearly 3 times the electrical generation capacity, and the reactor department will be 50% of the size of the current enterprise. And following CVN 65's example, the new enterprise will run for 50 years. As with any other warship, no matter how great the design, no matter how revolutionary the concept, or how good the hardware, what will make Enterprise a great warship are the thousands who will sail in her and the team that will maintain her for sea. These are the people that are standing to my right and the people that are standing in the back. And for that, folks, I think they deserve a great round of applause. So think about the missions the new Enterprise might be called to perform. While it's impossible to predict, I can say these things with certainty. CVN 80 will carry the name Enterprise proudly because of what this team has accomplished in this shipyard. And future generations, just like those of us...
All right, everyone, we're going to cut out of this USS Enterprise ceremony, this decommissioning ceremony from earlier. We'll show you this a little bit later on. We do want to take you now to this event that we've been teasing all morning, the NFL Fan Forum. NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell expected to speak in just a second, as well as Arizona's very own Larry Fitzgerald. And just a quick reminder, in case you somehow don't know, this weekend is the Super Bowl. That's right, Super Bowl 51. It will air live here on Fox. Here is a quick look, an exterior view of the stadium in Houston. We'll be carrying the Super Bowl live here on Fox 10. We hope you'll all join us. Tune into your local Fox station, wherever you may be, to watch the NFL Showdown.
Testing check 1, 2, 3. We are live here in the House of Blues. Everyone, get the cameras out, take your photos. I know it's excited to be this close to the NFL luminaries. And as we begin the program, we want to welcome you to the NFL's Super Bowl 51 Fan Forum. My name is Scott Hansen. I'm the host of NFL Red Zone. Any Red Zone fans out there? Appreciate you watching. Thank you for paying for my soup today. We're going to have some fun here. We'll have time for questions. You get to speak to these guys. And we are in an exclusive room right here in the House of Blues, ladies and gentlemen. Over 115 million people are going to watch the game 48 hours, a little more than 48 hours from now. Probably over 1 million fans will descend upon the Houston area. And 70-some thousand will actually have game tickets at the stadium. There's about 100 of us in the room right here, and these guys have given of their very busy schedules to be with us, and I'll tell you why they have the distinguished honor that each one of these three men have here in just a moment. Before we start, this is the NFL House, the House of Blues, and I want to say a special shout out to Houston. You do not land a Super Bowl unless you are one of the finest cities in the world. I read that Houston is one of the most diverse communities, over 140 languages spoken in Houston proper. Absolutely amazing, a spirit of inclusion, a spirit of togetherness, and we get to celebrate the biggest event in sports and entertainment in the United States right here in Houston this year. So for all of us out-of-towners, we salute Houston, ladies and gentlemen. NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell is here, along with 3 of the finalists for the NFL's Walter Payton Man of the Year Award for the year 2016. These guys, you already know these guys because every one of them is a multiple Pro Bowl player. Every one of them has played in the Super Bowl as well. But that's not why they are here. They're here because they have contributed to their communities above and beyond what so many others have. As busy as they are, as many media commitments as they have, and I bug them all the time as a member of the media, they still find time to give back and give back in huge ways. For those of you who don't know about the NFL's Walter Payton Man of the Year Award, it's given out annually. It's probably the most distinguished individual award, right there with the MVP in terms of the best that the NFL has to offer. Each team nominates a finalist. So there were 32 NFL Walter Payton Man of the Year award winners from the individual teams, but there's one grand winner that will be announced on Saturday live on Fox. Tomorrow night at NFL Honors, we get to find out which one of these men wins the Man of the Year. And I know that they feel that they will represent the other 31 teams very well, whoever's name is called. But they have individual distinctions, and I'm going to go through those right now. You can applaud for them after I say their name here at the end. We're going to bring up Larry Fitzgerald first from the Arizona Cardinals. Ever since he was drafted in 2004, Larry's continued his family's legacy of giving back to the community, supported and raised money for many charitable initiatives, including teaming up with the American Cancer Society for the NFL's Crucial Catch campaign, where we all wear pink through the month of October, Breast Cancer Awareness Month. He has gone out of his way. One of the initiatives he's involved with is fitting people with hearing impairments with hearing aids. And that's an international thing you do, correct? Not just in the United States, but around the world. Larry has been involved with that. He has donated tablet computers and sports equipment to various students in the greater Phoenix area and I think beyond. He established the Larry Fitzgerald First Down Fund, which promotes reading and technology access K through 12 students there, and makes efforts to prevent and cure breast cancer. Ladies and gentlemen, Larry Fitzgerald of the Arizona Cardinals. Next up, we have Eli Manning of the New York Giants. As a father of 3 daughters, he's always tried to get out there and champion causes that are involved with did I miss a little thing there? Did you? Three lovely daughters, and you'll hear more about that when we do the Q&A, I'm sure, as well. But he champions children's causes throughout his NFL career. He served as the chair of the New York March for Babies. He's joined thousands of New Yorkers in the Walk to Support March of Dimes. Been involved, and he has established the Tackle Kids Cancer campaign. I know you and your lovely wife, Abby, have established the Eli and Abby Manning Children's Clinics, and created the University of Mississippi Medical Center Manning Family Fund. And his efforts over the years have donated more than $25 million to all of those various causes. Ladies and gentlemen, Eli Manning, two-time Super Bowl champion with the New York Giants. And I'll point that we are going in alphabetical order here, so that's way so no one can get tipped off as to who the winner could be on Saturday night. We have a three-time Pro Bowl tight end, Greg Olsen of the Carolina Panthers. In 2009, his mother fought, battled, and won her battle with breast cancer. And then Olsen founded the Receptions for Research, the Greg Olsen Foundation. His mission is to ensure that everyone has a second chance at life, as you felt that your mother had back in 2009. In 2013, you guys had your baby TJ, and he and his wife Kara formed the Heart Test Yard Fund. Heart Test, H-E-A-R-T, because little TJ was born with a congenital heart defect. And I know there's been battles and I think multiple surgeries as well. TJ's doing pretty well, though, all things considered these days?
He is. He's doing well right now.
That's excellent to hear, Greg. And Greg just didn't have his son and his family fight that battle. They realized that other, perhaps less fortunate families might be going through the same thing. So I know he's worked to advocate that, to get vital services to families who are fighting that same battle. And you've gotten politically active as well. You've fought for legislation to require heart disease screening for newborns. And you have served as a spokesperson for the Crucial Catch campaign. I know I've seen you in commercials when we all wear pink there in the month of October. And he has the distinction among all of these three guys right here. He is the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Charity Challenge with Nationwide. By the way, the Man of the Year sponsor for the Walter Payton Man of the Year, the Nationwide Corporation. We thank you for that. The way you did that was that you out-tweeted everybody, or you got all your fans to out-tweet everyone?
I guess the Panther fans didn't have a whole lot going on that weekend.
Oh!
It was great though. They supported us pretty incredibly.
So you got an additional, I think it was, additional $50,000 for your cause or something.
That'd be great. Nationwide's here.
You haven't seen the big novelty check
That sounds great.
yet?
I think it was only 25, but we'll take 50.
Well, I'm counting on you winning it again next year for 50. There you go.
Well, unless I win this year. I guess I didn't win. Just saying.
Big hand for Greg Olsen of the Carolina Panthers, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we are a little bit more than 48 hours away from the Falcons and the Patriots getting it on here. Let's just survey the crowd right here. How many Atlanta Falcons fans do we have? Handful? All right, Atlanta. You're all very polite. The Georgians just kind of like, how many New England Patriot fans do we have here? All right. And then how many Houston Texans fans in the house? Each and every one of you will have an opportunity to raise your hand. We have a couple of microphones. If the microphone ushers can stand up there and be acknowledged right there and right there. We're going to pass it around the crowd. If you have a question for one of these guys, we will kick it off. It's always tough to ask the first question, so I'll do that if I can. Each and every one of you has been involved in a Super Bowl or multiple Super Bowls, in Eli's case, in your career. What was your favorite Super Bowl memory, and what's it like to go through the Super Bowl week as a player? Greg, you want to start?
I mean, it was an incredible experience just to be there a year ago and now be here this year kind of in a different capacity. Just makes you appreciate just how hard it is to get there. I've only played in one. I know they've been to their own Super Bowls and had better success than we did. It was just as exciting as those 2 weeks were from the NFC game, those 2 weeks till we got to Super Bowl Sunday down in San Francisco. Just the emotions, just the idea of that finally you've reached your ultimate goal as an athlete was to play and win the Super Bowl. And we had a really special year. We won 17 games, and unfortunately we lost 2, and the Super Bowl was one of them. And just a tough way to end a really exciting year and a special year. And I just think even being here again this year and seeing a division rival, Falcons, being there, just you realize just how precious those moments are, and makes you, by the time your career is over, you want to make sure you try to get back to one and have a little bit better experience than we did last year, that's for sure.
Larry, favorite moment maybe?
I would say, like Greg, we came up a little short in the game as well. But I take back so many positive memories about the journey that I experienced with the men leading to that point. All the practices, the hard work, the dedication it requires for you to get to that point. Just that alone just made it so special. We weren't able to have the trophy, but, the experience was so memorable.
Yeah, I think one of the neat things about the Super Bowl is also this week you take a bus kind of to practice. You're on a bus with your team a lot. There's a lot of bonding. I got a picture today kind of for some of my offensive linemen. I guess there's crowds and there's a T-shirt that said "Marry Me Manning." It was like a child's medium. Of course, our left guard Rich Sorbert, who had a unique physique, to say the kindly. He of course put it on and walked on the bus. It's like not even covering his belly button, and he's walking around. Just stuff like that to try to keep loose. Of course, that picture kind of resurfaced today on some text message between some old players, and it was just kind of those memories. Hanging out with your buddies and going to practice and just the laughs and obviously holding the trophy and hugging each other in the locker room were great moments. But just kind of those things you forget about that you get reminded, were really special.
All right, Roger, do you have a favorite Super Bowl memory yourself? You've been commissioner for
not as a player, but I do.
Well,
yeah,
I know
but
that,
I do. Yeah. I think my favorite moment was when the Gulf War had just started. I think it was '92, and the Bills and the Giants were playing the Super Bowls, both red, white, and blue teams. And our country just really came together in an incredible way. And that entire setting out there, where you just felt so proud of our country and the patriotism. And then Whitney Houston went out and delivered, which was one of the most remarkable performances of the national anthem. And I happened to be standing about 20 feet away from her, in front of her, because my job was to bring one of my predecessors, Pete Rozelle, down to flip the coin. So that experience of being down on the field for that and seeing how the impact that the Super Bowl can have, I think, on the psyche of America was special.
And that's interesting, especially with the backdrop of this Super Bowl and a unique time in American history. And you announced that George H.W. Bush, the 41st president of the United States, is going to be able to come out and flip the coin.
Mrs. Bush. Don't leave her out, because she's coming too. So, and believe me, she's going to be part of it.
That's awesome to hear that both of them are doing well enough to be able to join us. Look forward to that on Sunday. Okay, first question, and we would ask you to please stand up when you get the microphone brought next to you. We'll start on this side here. This gentleman has a question. Please stand up. You can identify yourself and ask the question of whoever you'd like.
Hi, my name is Dan. I'm a displaced Cowboys fan living in Chicago, so it's painful every day. My question is around international, and it's pretty evident that the NFL is putting more games internationally in London and Mexico. Kind of curious as to if you have a defined timeline or plan of when you might place a team internationally, and I'm also curious as to the players what's your thought on international expansion or playing games internationally? How do you feel about that? Thank you.
Well, I'll start off, and then you can get their viewpoint. We are playing 4 games. First time we've ever played 4 games in the UK this year. The response from our fans is extraordinary. The UK fans, as we began to play preseason games, they started to realize what preseason games. They weren't going to see the guys who play normally for very long. They knew they weren't competitive games. So we brought regular season games over there, and they're selling out. Every time we bring another game out, they sell out. The fans are so much more sophisticated. So we're added a game in Mexico last year, which was a big hit also. We could have filled the stadium. Could have filled the stadium 5 times. Sorry. Yeah, I forgot. But this is part of just expanding the game. Every time we have fans around the world, they want to see more of these guys. They want to see more football. And our job is to figure out how to do that, either by bringing a game there or through television or some kind of media platform. And it's something that we think has a great potential. There is no time limit on a team. We still have a lot to do to get to that point. And the biggest thing for me is the competitive issues. Can we do it so that these teams are not going to be in a competitive disadvantage, either the home team or a visiting team? And that's still a challenge for us a little bit on schedule.
Okay, another question. Where's the right side microphone? Yep. You can find your next question there, sir, too, so we'll be able to go bang, bang right after that. Go ahead, please identify yourself and ask your question.
Hi, my name is Georgette Franklin, and I am a well-placed Cowboys fan here this morning. Thank you. First, I just want to thank you for having us. We really appreciate this as fans of the game. My question is for the Men of the Year finalists. When you think about the platforms that you want to support in your community, do you yourselves kind of have an idea of what causes do you want to support, or do you enlist a team and have the team to kind of generate and brainstorm ideas for them to execute?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think obviously you want something that is going to be dear to you, something you're passionate about, that's going to make it easier for you to get involved. I think in a lot of cases, sometimes it might start as a small gesture, or it might start as the team saying, "Hey, will you go to this when you're a rookie or you're a second-year guy and you attend a hospital or you attend a charity event." And you start, kind of understanding what it means to give back, and you feel, that you are helping people, and you see the impact you're making, and that kind of grows into something, a bigger commitment as the years go by. As you kind of know, a lot of the people who win this award or up for it are guys who have been in the league 10, 11, 12, 13 years, so they've had chances to kind of, feel around and see what the biggest way they can make an impact, but also what they feel good about and what they're passionate about, so they get more involved. And sometimes, unfortunately, it might be something that happens in your own personal life, or you have a relative or friend that's going through a tough time. But I think it means more when you are, when you get something from return from helping these people, and you're not doing it because you're forced to do it. You're doing it because you want to, and you're freeing up your own time to make a difference in people's lives.
And I would second that, because initially when you first start your organization, your charitable component is something that is directly involved with you. I lost my mother to breast cancer in 2003. There was a lot of people that played a pivotal role in trying to keep her alive. Unfortunately, it didn't happen, but I want to be able to support those people. And there's other women, there's other daughters, there's other mothers and sisters that need support. And early detection from mammogram saved Greg's mom's life, and that makes me feel really good. That the works that we're doing is helping save families, and that's what it's all about at the end of the day. But on the team side, it's important for you to go out and get a pulse of the community, so you can understand what people in your city need. There's a lot of people that are in need, and it's important for you to go out there and be actively engaged in all of that. So we might have our own charities, but there's other things that we are heavily involved in just because they're the right thing to do, and these guys do that all over the town.
Yeah, and along those lines, my family's experience with philanthropy and running our own organization has always been very personal. Of course, as they mentioned in the intro, we started our foundation around breast cancer, and as Larry said and was stated, my mom, who's here, was a breast cancer survivor, and programs like Larry's and people have done so much.
Where is she, Greg? You can acknowledge her right here.
Yeah, my mom's here, and that introduced us to just what an impact and what a difference that you can make, especially for a cause that's so near and dear. And then fast forward 2012, my wife and I, who's also here, we don't have to clap. We'll keep moving. It's not about applauding every 9 people that I brought here. But anyway, we fast forward, now all of a sudden we get traded. We're living in Charlotte. Didn't know anything about the area. We get a diagnosis that our son was going to be born with a very severe, life-altering congenital heart defect. He underwent 3 open heart surgeries. All of that care was at a Levine Children's Hospital in Charlotte, a city we had never been to. We didn't know it existed. We knew nothing about this community. And now all of a sudden, at your most pivotal time, these people were there for us. The community of Charlotte, who didn't know us outside of just, I played 1 year for them and we won 5 games. No one cared, but they did care. They cared about me as a father. They cared about me as a husband. And now this is our ability to give back and support the families of that community, support the families of that children's hospital. Because as Larry and Eli said, when you find something that truly impacted your life, and then you put all your efforts and your time and resources toward that, we're very blessed and fortunate with the NFL's platform that we can make such an impact and we can make such a difference. And, again, we love to be recognized, and every one of us would love to win the award, but it's more than that. It's really that we're very fortunate that we have this platform, we have the opportunity, and all of us have taken that opportunity and tried to make the most of it for other people.
Right here in the front row, sir. Thank you for the question, by the way. Thank you for the question.
Hi, my name is Abi.
I'm from Houston, Texas. Firstly, congratulations to the three of y'all for this prestigious nomination. Roger, it's an honor to be here. My question is for the panel, specifically for Eli. I was reading an article this week where, since we're at the Super Bowl weekend, specific question about the Super Bowl. The article said you offered some valuable advice to Matt Ryan, before the Super Bowl. What different he can do against the Patriots? I'm a longtime Patriots fan. My specific question to you, Eli, is what advice would you give Tom Brady? He's going for his 5th Super Bowl. He's human after all. It could go either way. Being a multiple Super Bowl winner yourself, what do you think is going on in his head 48 hours from the big game? He's human after all.
No, I don't think Tom or Matt need any advice from me. I think both those guys got it figured out, and both of them are MVP candidates this year and played outstanding years. I think the communication with Matt's kind of been expressed a little bit, or just maybe. I'm friendly with Matt. I've talked to him throughout the season. Last Super Bowl we were in San Francisco. We played golf on the Thursday before the Super Bowl. So he's a pal of mine. So I've been texting him through the playoffs and to send him a text after they beat Green Bay. Good luck. It's one of those deals. Media day of a Super Bowl, they ask you every single possible question that they can possibly come up with to try to get some new story, and Matt having to talk about it. So I didn't give him no advice on how to beat the Patriots. Just said good luck, keep doing what you're doing. You've had a great season, just keep it going, and keep throwing it to Julio. That was kind of so that would be my advice to Matt. Throw it to Julio, and Tom just he throws it to everybody. He's got all he passes around running backs. He gets a lot of completions. So both those guys are playing outstanding football, and I'm looking forward to watching them play the game.
Question on this side of the room?
This question is for Commissioner Goodell. My name is Dan. During the next CBA negotiations, is it going to be back on the table perhaps to go to an 18-game season and possibly expand the rosters? It'll allow 4 more, if you get 2 more games, maybe we can actually have strength of schedule mean something when we start balancing out for teams that finish last in their division. Unfortunately, they're playing the toughest division in football, and 2 games just isn't offsetting very much. I'd also like to hear the players' point of view on it. I understand the wear and tear aspects, but hey, if we can expand the rosters, get a few more guys out there, it may help it on you.
You guys want to take that first? You want me to?
Hey, Roger, would you like to expand upon that?
It's hard enough getting through 16 right now.
Yeah. You're asking the wrong group. You asked the first and second year guys. They might ask it a little bit different.
You got to get some young guys up here, Roger. They might be all about
Listen,
that.
we looked at this. We did discuss it in 2010, 11. Yeah, no, he's all over me right now. I can feel it. I can feel it.
They're staring at you.
I'm going to have to go out and play the last 2 games with them. No, the reality is it came up more for us in the context of the quality of the preseason. The preseason just doesn't hit the NFL standard that we really want, frankly. And do we really need 4 preseason games anymore? And that's really the question that we've been asking our competition committee and a lot of our players to get that input. And I personally would love to hear what these guys say about whether you really need 4 preseason games. I think that to me is the biggest issue for us, and making sure that the quality of everything we do reaches the highest possible level, and that doesn't happen in the preseason. I think 18 games is, listen, that's tough on these guys. We see what they go through. It's a long season. We wouldn't do it. We committed in the last negotiation we wouldn't do it without the players, and we stand by that. So will it get discussed? Possibly. I don't see a big movement that way, though. Certainly, I got 3 no votes here. So.
Well, I mean, I think us 3 are in a unique position. We're all former first-round draft picks, but the NFL is comprised of over 50% free agent guys. Those 4 preseason games allow those guys to be able to, put themselves on tape, feature themselves for not only the team they're playing against, but 31 other teams that might pick them up if they're cut by the team that they're playing on. And if we limit the games to 2 games or whatever, we're going to have to play a lot more. Those guys are not going to have any ability or any time to be able to go out there and hone their skills, because late in the season when we're banged up, those guys are coming in and they're filling the void for us, carrying us to where we're trying to get to. So it's important not to leave those guys out.
Unless you guys want to chime in, we'll go.
I think you guys did a good job.
Microphone on this side of the room. Where are we at here? Oh, right here in the front row, sir.
How you doing? Good. My name is Frank Taylor, and I'm from Tyler, Texas. My question I have is, I just recently read where the collective bargaining agreement is getting ready to come up, and I think they're talking about trying to figure out how to lessen the punishment when it comes to players that's smoking marijuana.
All right, everyone, we are going to cut out of this NFL fan forum. We'll play this more for you later this afternoon, but we do want to take you live to the White House now. Sean Spicer holding his daily press briefing.
Has inspired. According to a recent Gallup poll, economic confidence is at a new high, and ADP showed strong private sector hiring. President Trump campaigned on how to make America work again. Even before he took office, the markets knew he would deliver on that promise. The president's already taken significant steps to turn our economy around, and he's looking forward to ensuring that every American who wants a job has the opportunity to find one. While the president's definitely pleased that the job growth has far surpassed expectations and that the labor force participation is rising, he also recognizes that there's a lot more work to be done. The president has a big and bold agenda to grow the U.S. economy and to create jobs. In just his first 2 weeks in office, he's met with more than 50 business leaders across a vast range of industries. This morning, the president participated in a strategic and policy forum with business leaders from some of our country's most successful companies. The president understands the importance of an open dialogue with fellow business leaders on how to make the nation's economy stronger. His firsthand experience as a successful businessman helps to guide his decisions as president, and he will continue to seek opinions of other job creators while crafting an economic agenda. All of these meetings are focused on one primary goal: providing new and improved employment opportunities for all Americans. We're looking at a full range of policy measures to achieve that goal: regulatory relief, tax and trade reform, empowering women in the workplace, rebuilding America's crumbling infrastructure, and improving our education system. Also today, in pursuit of that goal, the president will be signing 2 executive actions as part of his plan to overhaul our financial and regulatory system. I expect that to happen closer to the 1 o'clock hour. The first is an executive order proposing guideline principles that sets the table for a regulatory system that mitigates risk, encourages growth, and more importantly, protects consumers. The Dodd-Frank Act is a disastrous policy that's hindering our markets, reducing the availability of credit, and crippling our economy's ability to grow and create jobs. It imposed hundreds of new regulations on financial institutions while establishing unaccountable and unconstitutional a new agency that does not adequately protect consumers. Perhaps worst of all, despite all of its overreaching, Dodd-Frank did not address the causes of the financial crisis, something we all know must be done. It did not solve the too big to fail, and we must determine conclusively that the failure of a large bank will never again leave taxpayers on the hook. The presidential memorandum addresses the burdensome government regulations in the Department of Labor's fiduciary rule. The rule is a solution in search of a problem. There are better ways to protect investors, and the Trump administration is taking action to do so. We're directing the Department of Labor to review this rule. The rule's intent may be to have provided retirees and others with better financial advice, but in reality, its effect has been to limit the financial services that are available to them. President Trump does not intend to put unnecessary limits on economic opportunity. The Department of Labor exceeded its authority with this rule, and this is exactly the kind of government regulatory overreach the president was put in office to stop. We desperately need to overhaul how we approach financial regulation. The president is taking action to protect American taxpayers and get people back to work. Moving on, we announced earlier in this week that we would be taking steps to address Iran's recent actions. Today, the U.S. sanctioned 25 individuals and entities that provide support to Iran's ballistic missile program and the Islamic Revolutionary Quds Force. These designations are in response to Iran's ongoing ballistic missile program, including its ballistic missile test on January 29, 2017, as well as Iran's continued support for terrorism. We've taken these actions today after careful consideration and will continue to respond with appropriate action. These designations mark yet another stop in our continued effort to aggressively target Iran's ballistic missile program and terrorism-related activities. Over at the Department of Defense, Secretary Mattis is on a final day of a 2-day trip through Asia. He visited Korea yesterday and Japan today, returning to Washington tomorrow. Secretary Mattis' visit emphasizes the priority President Trump places on the Asia-Pacific and on strengthening the U.S. Republic of Korea alliance in the face of a growing North Korea nuclear and ballistic missile threat. In the Senate, the President now has 11 cabinet nominees waiting a full Senate vote on their confirmations. We look forward to welcoming these individuals into the administration. Regarding the weekend's plans, the President will debut his second weekly Facebook Live event this evening at 5 o'clock. You can expect him to recap another week of action on behalf of the American people. He'll also comment on his selection of Judge Neil Gorsuch to be the next Associate Judge of the Supreme Court. And while recognizing Black History Month, he will discuss his vision to deliver more opportunity and safety for the African-American community. One more note of this week's address. The lead-in to the President's remark on Facebook Live will feature some of the incredible artwork throughout the White House that was created by African-American artists, so you definitely don't want to miss this. As I mentioned previously, this weekend the President will be shifting the operation of the White House down to the Winter White House at Mar-a-Lago. While in Florida, he'll hold meetings and calls with advisors and staff to plan for another big week of action on behalf of the American people. We'll provide readouts of these as they occur. By our count, as of this morning, the administration has already racked up more than 60 significant actions, 21 executive actions, 16 meetings with foreign leaders, and 10 stakeholder meetings, to name a few. We're looking at another productive week next week. On Monday, the President will visit Central Command and Special Operations Command headquarters at MacDill Air Force Base. While at MacDill, the President will receive command briefings from both CENTCOM and SOCOM, have lunch with the enlisted troops, and have an all-hands address to personnel. General Dunford and General Flynn will also be present for the meetings, and the President will return to Washington that evening. With that, I'm going to go to my first Skype question seat, Jackie Nesbrawl from NBC6 in South Florida. Jackie.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the viewers of South Florida, thanks so much for this opportunity. You know, a lot of focus on foreign affairs this week and new sanctions announced today against Iran. And of course, Miami, as you know, is home to the largest Cuban-American community in the country. And during the campaign, President Trump talked about his discontent with the warming of U.S.-Cuba relations implemented by President Obama. And in the last days of his administration, he ended the wet foot, dry foot policy, leaving thousands of Cubans in limbo. So my question is twofold. A, has there been any contact between your administration and the Cuban government? And B, are there any plans to change the current policy right now?
Thanks, Jackie. We are in the midst of a full review of all U.S. policies towards Cuba. The President is committed to an agenda of ensuring human rights for all citizens throughout the world. And as we review those policies in Cuba, that will be forefront in our policy discussions, but there's nothing that we have on that front at this point. Francesca Chambers.
Today, the United States put new sanctions on Iran. Previously, this morning, the President had said that they were playing with fire. You said that appropriate actions would continue to be taken. Is this the full extent of the punishing actions that we're seeing right now? And are military options still on the table in response to the administration saying that all options are on the table?
Thanks for the question. I think one of the things that the President has said throughout the campaign during the transition and since becoming President is that he doesn't like to telegraph his options. That's how he believes that you can have a much greater successful option. So I'm not going to go into the full extent. I think today's sanctions really represent a very, very strong stand against the actions that Iran has been taking and make it very clear that the deal that they struck previously was not in the best interest of this country, and that President Trump is going to do everything he can to make sure that Iran has stayed in check.
So it is possible that there are more actions coming, though.
I would never rule anything off the table. I think the President's made it clear throughout his time that that's what's going to happen. Jeff, yeah.
Thanks a lot, Sean. I wanted to ask about one of the members that has been announced as being part of President Trump's team. It's Gina Haspel. Senator Ron Wyden has written to the President saying that her background makes her unsuitable to be the CIA Deputy Director. And what he was specifically referencing was her role in the enhanced interrogation program that the CIA had during the course of the Bush administration. Do you believe that this background is a disqualifier for that position?
I think she has had an unbelievably distinguished career as a covert operative. She basically gave up that to come out and serve in this role at the request of Director Pompeo. And I think she has been a very, very distinguished servant to the American people and is highly qualified for that position. Next, I'm going to go to Jock McKelvin over at from WMUR in New Hampshire. Josh.
Thanks for taking the question. I know you're looking forward to the Patriots coming down in a couple of months. A lot of people up here hoping that happens as well. Getting to business, though, for more than 2 years, the #1 public health and safety threat facing the state is the heroin and opioid crisis. During the campaign, the president promised to be swift and aggressive when it came to this problem, stopping the flow of drugs coming across the border. Increasingly, though, the problem lies in synthetic fentanyl that's being cooked up in labs in the Northeast. What is the administration doing on that front, as well as the treatment aspect of addiction? And secondly, if I may, with the understanding it is a state issue, New Hampshire is poised to become a right-to-work state, but the vote is expected to be close. Given the administration's favorable view of right to work, is it actively engaged in that effort? And if not, what is the general message from the White House?
Thanks, Josh. First, on the opioid crisis, that is a major problem for not just New Hampshire, but for so many states across the country. I think one of the things beyond the health issue is to make sure that we're looking at border issues. And the flow of heroin through our southern border is something that the president obviously takes. That's part of his whole strong immigration stance, strong border security. Having that wall built, having additional assets on the southern border will go a long way to stem the flow of illegal drugs into the country from our southern border up through the states. It was obviously, as you mentioned, a big issue that he made in New Hampshire throughout the primary and continued so in the campaign. And that's going to be something that as soon as Tom Price and others are confirmed throughout the department, this has got a health component to it. It's got a border issue to it. So there is a multi-government approach that needs to be taken to the opioid crisis. With respect to right to work, I think you accurately portrayed it. The president believes in right to work. He wants to give workers and companies the flexibility to do what's in the best interest for job creators. Obviously, the vice president has been a champion of this as well. It's something that is a big deal in Indiana and something that he has championed as well. Blake.
John, I want to ask you about Dodd-Frank.
Yeah.
Beyond the executive order that's going to be signed here momentarily, is the administration planning on or working with Congress to overturn certain portions of the law itself that can't be done with an executive order? If so, what might that be? What might that timeline be? And can you say if a full repeal of Dodd-Frank is actively being considered or not?
Well, I think there's two aspects of this. There's the administrative piece, which he's starting to address through executive action, and then there's the legislative piece that I think we're going to work with Congress on. But I mean, I think I'd go back to what I said earlier, that Dodd-Frank has been both a disaster in terms of the impact that it's had, but also it hasn't achieved the goal. And I think that there's no question that the president talked about this extensively, the impact that it's had, and it's not an either or. It's frankly just not doing what it set out to do. And so I think we're going to continue not just to act through administrative action, but through working with Congress and figure out a legislative fix. Major Garrett.
Sean, the meeting with the Australian ambassador here yesterday was Chief of Staff Priebus and Steve Bannon. Can you describe what that meeting was about, and did the administration make a commitment, which we heard from the State Department yesterday, that in fact all of those subject to the Obama administration agreement are still possible refugee resettlers, just with extreme vetting or some sort of process? What was communicated? And on the Iran sanctions, Adam Zubin is the acting Treasury Secretary. He was, of course, in charge of sanctions at the Treasury Department before. Oftentimes, these are a long time in development. Were these sanctions something that were kind of on his desk or had been identified, and that's what made them so, if not easy, available to enact so rapidly?
Yeah, I think those are. I think you correctly pointed out. I mean, he served in the last administration. These kind of sanctions don't happen quickly, but I think the timing of them was clearly in reaction to what we've seen over the last couple of days. We knew we had these options available to us because they had been worked through the process, but we acted swiftly and decisively today because the timing was right. So You know, they were in the pipeline. They had been staffed and approved. And the president made the decision that now was the time to do it based on recent action. And I'm sorry. And on the, look, Chief of Staff Priebus and Chief Strategist Bannon did meet with the Prime Minister yesterday. I think they had a very productive. The ambassador. Thank you. Appreciate the correction. They did have a very productive and candid conversation. We have a tremendous amount of respect for the people of Australia, for Prime Minister Trumbull, and it was a follow-up on the call. But we're going to continue to work through this. We're going to honor the commitments that we've made in some way, meaning that we are going to vet these people in accordance with the agreement that happened, and we'll continue to have further updates as we do. John Roberts.
Sean, your statement last night on settlements in Israel.
Yeah.
Has there been a shift in U.S. policy? While you said that you didn't think that they were helpful to achieving peace,
Right.
you also didn't think that they were an impediment to peace, which would represent a departure for both Obama and Bush. And there was no reaffirmation of a two-state solution in that statement. So where are you on that?
The president's committed to peace. That's his goal. And I think when the president and Prime Minister Netanyahu meet here on the 15th, that will obviously be the topic on that. At the end of the day, the goal is peace. And I think that's what you have to keep in mind. I think that is going to be a subject that they discuss when they meet on the 15th. And that's as far as I want to go on that. Try it.
Sorry, back to the settlement.
Yeah.
What is your position on settlements in terms of whether or not they, I mean, you said that they were not an impediment to peace, but you also don't want them building new ones.
Right.
So
That's actually, I mean, I think the statement is very clear about that. We don't believe that the existence of current settlements is an impediment to peace, but I think the construction or expansion of existing settlements beyond the current borders is not going to be helpful moving forward. That's what they're trying.
For you, 17 members of Congress requested that President Trump not interfere with the current way unemployment is calculated by the Department of Labor. Does the president intend to comply with their request? And a related question, how many of the 227,000 jobs added to the U.S. in January does the president attribute to his administration versus the Obama administration?
I think, look, when you look at the confidence indexes, I'm not going to get into, unfortunately, we don't have that kind of a breakdown. I think that you've seen the actions that he's taken, whether it's Carrier or some of the other companies, Sprint and SoftBank. Clearly, there is a desire for companies to want to come be part of this Trump agenda and build and manufacture, create jobs, bring jobs back. But I'm not at liberty to start parsing the BLS and other reports as far as where that comes down. But look, his team, led by Gary Cohen, was really pleased with the numbers this morning. Obviously, we're pleased that we're, 227,000 jobs is a great kickoff. We hope they get better. We know that there's a lot more work to do, and that's why the president continues to meet with business leaders, union leaders, to help figure out how we can grow the economy. Yeah, Ashley.
The government revealed in an Alexandria court case today that over 100,000 visas have now been revoked as part of the president's travel ban. Does that include visa holders who are already in the United States, and will the government begin finding them and trying to deport them?
I'll have to get back to you on that. I don't have all the details on that right now. Yeah.
6 hours ago, the president tweeted that professional anarchists, thugs, and paid protesters are proving the point of millions of people who voted to make America great again. Does the administration have any intention of investigating the groups who have been rioting at conservative or pro-Trump events?
Well, I think we know who they are. I don't know that we need to do an investigation. Yeah.
Has the president seen the letter sent from Senator McCain yesterday? And if so, is he looking into arming the Ukrainians?
I don't know. I'll have to get back to you on that. Yeah. Charlie. We'll go first.
Ambassador Nikki Haley came out with a strong statement on Russia yesterday. Does the administration have plans to keep the sanctions against Russia in place, or do they have any intention of adding more sanctions?
So there's two things. One, I think I commented the other day on the sanctions that Treasury put out. Those are in fact routine, or the clarification. They are a routine clarification that occurs. With respect to the sanctions, I think Ambassador Haley made it very clear of our concern with Russia's occupation of Crimea. We are not, and so I think she spoke very forcefully and clearly on that. If I can, I'd like to go to the third Skype question, Christopher Sine from ABC 15 in Arizona.
Sean, thank you for doing this. Hello from a sunny and beautiful Phoenix. With the likely confirmation on the horizon with a new Veteran Affairs Secretary, there has been discussion regarding privatizing the VA There's also still concerns regarding wait times, even overall care, and some reports regarding the suicide rate. What is the reform that the administration is seeking here? Also, will the administration protect whistleblowers? Second part of the question, we've seen protests here in Phoenix, as in nationwide as well. When you talk about unity, what is the administration doing to bring more unity to the nation and even more transparency? As here in Phoenix, we saw that secret meeting on the tarmac that we talked about. How is the administration repairing all of this?
Thanks, Chris. First, I mean, I think the president, mostly through deed, continues to show that he wants to bring people together in this country, figure out how to move the country forward, both economically, job-wise. I think that is something that he continues to show a desire for. He talked about it in his inaugural address and the prayer breakfast. So I think he's going to continue to throw through both word and deed his desire to move the country forward. I'm trying to think. Can you go back to the first part?
That's all right. No. The confirmation, likely confirmation of the
Dr. Shulkin. Yeah, look, I think first and foremost on VA reform, you know, the number one thing is to get Dr. Shulkin confirmed. And so many of these, as I brought up in the past couple days, it's hard to talk about how we're going to enact an agenda of reform when Senate Democrats continue to slow walk some of these folks. And I think that's a big problem. Dr. Shulkin is the right individual to reform the VA, to understand whether it's lending or medical care, the problems and the challenges that we face at the VA. These are people who have served our nation and deserve the best care they can get, whether that's the mortgage lending, health care, or the variety of other stuff that the VA serves or provides to our veterans. And I think that what the president has done is talk to people like Dr. Toby Cosgrove at Cleveland Clinic and other business leaders about providing a better approach to serving the needs of our veterans. Right now, you're right, there are still wait times that are unacceptable. There's care that's unacceptable. We've got to address that, and he's going to continue to do it. David Jackson?
Sean, during the campaign, candidate Trump repeatedly said he was going to avoid the Iranian nuclear deal.
Right.
The bottom line, is he going to do that, or is he going to let it stand?
Today, I think today's action speaks for itself in terms of the sanctions. He's made it very, very clear, David, that the deal that was struck was a bad deal, that we gave Iran too much and we got too little for it. And I think that he is going to continue to be tough on Iran in a way that wasn't done in the last 8 years. I think today's actions and the way that we expedited those sanctions are another example of how he's going to stay tough on them. Let me go to the fourth Skype. Dale Jackson from WVNN Talk Radio in Huntsville, Alabama.
Sean, thank you very much for taking questions from outside the elite media bubble there in D.C. My question is about immigration. Donald Trump made this the forefront of his campaign, the foundation of it, yet the DACA and DAPA programs still exist. And I learned from a member of Congress yesterday that the Trump administration is still issuing work permits to some of these individuals. Question one is, when are these programs going to be ended? And question two, when will they stop issuing work permits to these individuals?
Well, thanks, Dale. I think, as you know, Secretary Kelly just assumed office. We are reviewing these programs. We've made it very clear that we'll have further updates on immigration, both with regard to DACA and DAPA. The President has made significant progress on addressing the pledge that he made to the American people regarding immigration problems that we face, and I think we're going to see more action on that in the next few weeks. Yes, sir.
Yesterday, the president described NAFTA as a catastrophe. We've heard about his concerns with Mexico, but I'm wondering if he can outline some of the irritants that he finds along the Canadian border, and if there's any talk of a meeting with Prime Minister Trudeau.
I think he has spoken to Prime Minister Trudeau. I know that they're looking at setting up a time to come down. We've been in constant contact with Canadian officials, and I think that will be a meeting that is set up very shortly. Sarah.
Thanks, Sean. Russia's foreign minister has pressed the administration for further details on the president's plans to establish safe zones in Syria. The president is said to have discussed this yesterday with King Abdullah. When can we expect further details on that plan?
That's a good question. I think that we are, as you noted in the readouts from last weekend, that has been a subject that has come up with all of the Middle East leaders that he's talked about. It's an area that he feels strongly about, and I think as he continues to have follow-up conversations, we can expect further details. It's something that Secretary Tillerson obviously just got sworn into office, that there will be further follow-up on that. Yeah.
President will meet with Japanese Prime Minister Abe next Friday.
Yes.
So what's the main topic for the meeting? Will the president tell Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe Japan should pay more and pick up all the expense to maintain U.S. military base in Japan?
Right. I think there's going to be a lot of both trade and national security. I think as we get closer to that meeting, I'll have further information on it. But right now, as you can imagine, both there's an economic aspect to this, and then there's a national security aspect to this in terms of Glenn.
Sean, you've referenced polls a couple of times from the podium, but a poll came out today. CBS says the president has a 40% approval rating. We've seen the approval rating drop during the transition period. He talked about polls a great deal during the campaign. A, what do you think that says about the way the American people are looking at these actions that he's taking? And B, what do you think it says about his pledge to unite the country on the eve of his election?
I think there's also a Rasmussen poll that showed he had a 51% approval rating. You had an Ipsos Reuters poll the other day that showed, and again, I don't have it handy, but a majority of people, approve. Hold on, I understand that, and I think that as the president's policies continue to get enacted, for all the hysteria regarding his efforts to protect the country on those 7 countries where we didn't have the proper vetting in place to ensure that the American people were safe. What we did have was a very high response from the American people in support of that. His policies continue to do it. The president understands this is a marathon, not a sprint. As he continues to get people back to work, protect this country, I think the poll numbers will act in accord. Jeff.
Sean, you mentioned the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau.
I did.
The administration intend to keep Richard Cordray as the head of that agency?
I don't have a staff announcement on the CBFPB right now, but we'll see where we go. April Ryan.
You criticized the Bureau broadly, but
yeah.
you want to see it stay in place.
I think we'll have further updates on that. That's an area that we need to work with Congress on. April.
Okay, Sean, 2 things. One, you said something about President Trump talking on the Facebook Live, whatever he's doing, the address, that he was going to talk about Black History Month and issues pertaining to the African American community. When you first came, a couple days into the administration, I asked you about the agenda, the black agenda that he had possibly formulated or was formulating as he came out maybe the day before with the issue of Chicago, or the day after, something around that time. Chicago and sending the feds in if it doesn't change. Has he now formulated a plan to deal with the black community, not just with issues of law and order? What is that?
I mean, he had a meeting with African American leaders the other day in the Roosevelt Room. I think part of this is, to your point, isn't just law and order. It's jobs, it's education, it's healthcare, small business lending. There's a lot that goes along with that agenda, and I think part of these business meetings that you have are about hiring and small business and job creation. All of those issues, I think, are at the forefront of small business or that community. So it's not just a single thing. I think that there's a lot, whether it's crime and law and order, and education, healthcare, small business, job creation, that impacts that entire segment of the population, that whether they're living in a rural part of the country or an inner city, and I think that's what he's really focused on right now.
I'm not finished. Okay. He's not formulating. He's now formulating the agenda.
Absolutely.
Okay. So the second question, CBE. What's on the table for that?
We're not getting it. I have nothing to announce on that right now.
But I know you have nothing to announce, but people are concerned.
I understand people. I understand we've heard a lot of rumors about what may or may not. When we have something to announce on that, we will do it. But I don't think it should be any surprise that the president, when it comes to rooting out radical Islamic terrorism, which is what that initially was supposed to be focused on, he is going to make sure that that is a major focus of his keeping this country safe. And so I don't have anything further for you on that. I'm just. I didn't. Okay, April. There are reports. I don't have anything for you.
So
I just said I don't have anything for you. But I would be very clear that this president's commitment to rooting out radical Islamic terrorism is something that is at the forefront of his agenda. And I know that there's been a lot of reports about where that program or that effort is going to lie. I have nothing else. Thank you, April. Cecilia.
Sean, thank you. The president's been using some tough language on Iran playing with fire. Should Americans be ready for the possibility of military action with Iran? Is that on the table?
Look, I've said this before. The president's been very clear. He doesn't take options off the table, but he understands the impact of something like that. The sanctions today, I think, are going to be very, very strong and impactful. And I hope that Iran realizes that after the provocative measures that they've taken, that they understand that this president, this administration is not going to sit back, take it lightly. John Gizzi.
Thank you, Sean. On Monday, several published reports say that it will be a tie in the Senate on the confirmation of Betsy DeVos, the Secretary of Education, and Mike Pence will have to cast an historic tie-breaking vote as Vice President. Should we be watching for any surprises has the Congressional Affairs Office perhaps gotten one more vote from the no camp into the yes, or do you expect the Vice President to be on hand to confirm?
Well, look, I would say this. Betsy DeVos, as I mentioned before, is an unbelievable champion of education for children, for teachers, for parents. I hope that that vote, gets 60, 70 votes. She is an unbelievable, remarkable woman who has fought very hard to improve our nation's education system and to make sure that schools are serving children. I think that we're going to make sure we do everything we can, and we feel 100% confident that she will be confirmed Monday night and be the next Secretary of Education. Thank you, guys. Have a great weekend. The President's about to sign executive orders. I hope you all have a great weekend. To those of you who can't travel down to Florida, we'll be gaggling on the plane on Monday. Thank you. Have a great weekend.
Better time if you stayed around a little longer, brother.
Sean, any reaction to the backlash from CEOs to the travel ban?
Okay, that was Sean Spicer with his White House press briefing just wrapping up. We're going to take you now to Houston, where the NFL Fan Forum is still going on. Take you there live right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream.
Committing themselves to their communities, doing extraordinary things that I think are going to make a difference for a lifetime. And so from my standpoint, I couldn't be prouder of them. They are guys that always want to make a difference on and off the field, and their families too. Their families are all committed and working with them, and I just think that's what I wish people heard more about, is these three guys. And that's why we're working so hard to elevate this award so that people understand how great these men are.
And there are members of Walter Payton's family, I'm told, I think over here to the right side. I think I see.
Okay.
Jared, Brittany.
Jared, Brittany, Tanya. Connie, stand up. So there they are.
All right, fellas, we're going to have a photo op with the trophy. The Man of the Year trophy is being brought up by Brian McCarthy from the NFL. And we'll have so get your cameras out if you want to take a quick photo of these guys. And there is the Crystal Trophy for the three finalists. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you to Houston. Thank you to the folks in the room for being here. Enjoy Super Bowl 51, and one more round of applause for the Commissioner of the NFL, Roger Goodell, and the three finalists for the NFL's Walter Payton Man of the Year Award. Thank you for being here.
There you go, the Fan Forum wrapping up there. We are just days away from Super Bowl 51. It's going to be right here on Fox, everyone. Hope everyone's having just a great Friday. We made it to almost the weekend here, just hours away from the weekend. So hope everyone has some big plans for Super Bowl weekend, either a party or maybe going to a bar to watch the game and cheering on your favorite team, either the Patriots or the Falcons. It's going to be a toss-up game there, so it should be very entertaining, to say the least. And then we'll have a halftime show with Lady Gaga. All right, showing you the Capitol now. Give you some live updates here of the latest headlines going on in the world of politics. All right, folks, let me get you caught up on some of these latest headlines here as I read some out to you. President Donald Trump has promised to shake up Washington, but so far he's produced gridlock, at least with the phone lines on Capitol Hill. Whether people are calling to request congressional flags, get help with a local issue, or more likely to register their support or displeasure with the latest moves by President Donald Trump, these days they are more likely to get a busy signal or voicemail than a live human, at least if they're calling their senator. It's especially true for Republican senators responsible for ensuring confirmation of Trump's cabinet, including some picks like billionaire Betsy DeVos to lead the education department. Dropped calls mean angry voters, so lawmakers across the Capitol, from Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell to the most junior senator working out of a temporary basement office, are scrambling to handle the surge. In other news, the Trump administration says it has thawed its temporary freeze on contract and grant approvals at the Environmental Protection Agency, with all $3.9 billion in planned spending moving forward. A media blackout at the agency also appears to have been partially lifted as a trickle of press releases were issued by EPA this week. However, the agency still has not posted to its official Twitter feed since President Donald Trump's January 20th inauguration. The Associated Press and other media outlets reported last week that Trump political appointees had instructed EPA staff not to issue press releases or make posts in the agency's official social media accounts without prior approval. Contract and grant spending at the agency was also put on hold, prompting confusion and concern among state agencies expecting funding. Foreign leaders and groups are finding new ways to make known their disagreement with President Donald Trump's policies. An international school in Bosnia announced today that it would extend scholarships to students affected by Trump's travel ban on citizens from 7 Muslim-majority countries. The United World Colleges branch said it was motivated by its belief in equal opportunities. In Portugal, the parliament there voted to condemn the U.S. travel ban and highlighted the role of the U.S. to promote tolerance and human rights. President Donald Trump today is applauding the January jobs report, saying it shows there's a great spirit in the country right now. Trump addressed last month's job report, which showed the U.S. economy adding 227,000 jobs and its unemployment rate at 4.8%. The report also says that more Americans started looking for work, although not all of them found jobs immediately. Trump is joining business leaders and CEOs in the White House today and also previewing some of his economic priorities. He says he expects to be cutting a lot of Dodd-Frank, the financial regulations that put in place in response to the Great Recession. The president says they'll be discussing how to bring back jobs, lower taxes, and reduce regulations. President Donald Trump also says that a new radical Islamic terrorist is behind an attack outside a museum in Paris. Trump tweeted early today that America needs to get smart in light of the incident. Also, President Donald Trump says reports of his contentious conversation with Australia's Prime Minister are fake news. In a tweet this morning, Trump thanked the Prime Minister for telling the truth about our very civil conversation that fake news media lied about. Very nice, he said. Australia had refused to accept and instead pay for them to be housed on the impoverished islands. We're talking about close to 1,600 asylum seekers. Trump earlier took to Twitter to call the agreement with Australia a, quote, dumb deal. Also, President Donald Trump today says movie star Arnold Schwarzenegger tried hard to make Celebrity Apprentice a success, but failed. In an early morning tweet today, the president kept alive a theme he brought up a day earlier during his first appearance at the National Prayer Breakfast. Trump, who once hosted the NBC reality TV show, took a pot shot at Schwarzenegger, the current host and former California governor, over a ratings nosedive for the show. Today, Trump said in his tweet, yes, Arnold Schwarzenegger did a really bad job as governor of California, and even worse on The Apprentice, but at least he tried hard. Schwarzenegger responded quickly to Thursday's remarks in a video on his verified Twitter account, suggesting that he and Trump switch jobs. I mentioned earlier yesterday on the News Now show that while it was a fun little poke there that Schwarzenegger and the president were having, Arnold cannot switch jobs just because Arnold was not born here in the United States. He was born in Austria. So a little quick little facts there for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream as we continue on with some of the latest headlines here. I'm your host, Mike Page, going to be here with you for a little under 2 hours here for the afternoon. Get you all caught up on these headlines as we get very close to the weekend. Hope you guys all have some big plans. Super Bowl weekend as well. You know, I always say, they need to have that Monday after the Super Bowl off. You really do. I mean, from all the food and all the consumption of your favorite drink being consumed there for those Super Bowl parties, I say it's a struggle sometimes on those Mondays there. So I think a lot of Americans would agree with me there. All right, folks, continuing on here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Hope everyone having a great day so far. And here is the official countdown clock to Super Bowl. Just 2 days and some change left to go here as we count down, ready for Super Bowl 51. Let me give you some fun props that you can make with your friends and your families at the Super Bowl parties. In just a little bit, I'll give you some of the things that some people can have for their parties for a little fun betting there between friends and family members. It's sometimes a little better than the squares that some people play for Super Bowl parties here. So we'll tell you that in a little bit. So here are some of the fun things that you could be looking out for the game on Sunday. Will the national anthem be longer than 132 seconds to sing? Let me know what you guys think there, yes or no. Another thing you could talk about is, will there be any score by 9:15 remaining in the first quarter? Also, another things you could look forward in the game is Atlanta or New England. Which team will score the first touchdown? And I like this idea. Will the game be tied after it is 0-0? So after someone scores, will it ever be tied again? I like that one. That's kind of fun because it keeps you looking forward to the whole sort of game, and you don't even have to worry about who's going to win. You could just hope that the game ties again. Those are fun. So there you go, the official countdown clock there for Super Bowl 51. Now we're going to show you even space station crew members getting into the fun and swing of things of Super Bowl 51, even miles above Earth. We'll show you what we're talking about right here on the stream. Look at that. Dressed up and ready to go.
Mission Control, Houston. Please call station for a voice check.
Station, this is astronaut Leland Melvin here with NASA social participants at Space Center Houston. How do you hear me?
Hey, Leland, got you loud and clear.
You guys sound great. So, hey, Peggy, my former commander, but you'll be taking that commander role pretty soon, so congratulations. And Shane, you guys are doing a great job. We're going to take a few questions. So, you guys ready to queue up for some questions?
Absolutely. We're always ready.
All right, here we go. Okay.
Peggy, Shane, I know you can't see me. Well, let me get this up a little higher. How you doing up there? You're up there somewhere, right? This is Tony Saragusa from Yahoo. And obviously the first boring question is going to be your prediction for the game that my producer told me I have to ask. I would never ask that, but we would like to know that down here on Earth.
Well, I'm from Atlanta, so I'm picking the Falcons 30-24.
Straight up, or are you going to give the 3 points?
Straight up, come on.
Straight up, okay. The second question, I went, being from New Jersey, I had a couple of people on Twitter and Facebook and all those things ask me, and the majority of the guys were from New Jersey, and they want to know, how do you guys call your bookie actually to put your bets in? And if you lose, how do they collect?
We'll keep that a secret.
Okay. And that's pretty much it. Thank you for inviting us all having a great time, and hopefully you get back to your family safe when your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Space Station. It's Caroline here from the BBC. I don't know how I follow the comedian. Maybe it's the proper questions that the BBC ask. Just going to ask you, I'm kidding. Just going to ask you, Space Station, whether you've got control of that big lump of metal and whether you can guarantee you have the best seat in the house come Sunday above the stadium in Houston.
Well, I wish we could park it above the stadium and just kind of watch from that perspective, but we can't do that. We're going to be moving at 17,500 miles an hour, whether we want to or not. But we will have the game live up here, so we'll get to watch it.
And just one final question from me. I wonder if you could give us a Houston, we have a Super Bowl, and show us your touchdown celebration.
All right, Houston, we have a Super Bowl.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Robert from collectspace.com. So you mentioned that you're going to watch the game live. I understand it's after you we were supposed to go to sleep, so that means you'll be staying up. So are you preparing any Super Bowl snacks for the game?
Super Bowl snacks. So I haven't thought too much about it yet, but we'll come up with something special. Luckily, though, we did get the morning off after, since it's going to be the middle of the night.
Hi, I'm a little shorter. Hi, I'm Ann Brennan with Ann's Running Commentary. My readers are all about looking for the next workout. So my question for you is, how are you working out in space, and what's your favorite workout that you get to do up there?
All right, we have some great machines up here. One is called ARED, Advanced Resistive Exercise Device, and it's a machine that we can do pretty much everything you can do on Earth, from squats to bench press to triceps to upright rows. Whatever you want to do, you can do it on that machine. And we can carry loads up to about 600 pounds, so definitely more than I will reach. And Peggy will probably approach that limit, but I won't. But it's a great machine. We work out about an hour a day on that. And then we have an hour of cardio or so a day. So we have a stationary bike, which is to my left that you can't see, and we have a treadmill as well. So Peggy usually does all three of those. We call it a triathlon for her workout every day. I usually do one of the aerobics and the ARED device for my workouts every day.
Awesome. Thank you. Hi, I'm Shannon Younger, and I write for a lot of families and a lot of kids who play sports, and I was wondering if you could tell me how you think spaceflight is a lot like a team sport.
Well, teamwork is actually incredibly important to us at NASA in general. It's important in small groups like the group that we have up here, but more importantly, it's actually a fantastic relationship that we have with ground teams all over the world. That teamwork is very, very special to us. I think also athletics provide you a way to test yourself physically and mentally, and which I think is good training for jobs like we have.
Thanks so much.
Hello, I am Siam Proctor from South Mountain Community College, and I want to know if you could play football on the moon or Mars, which would you choose?
Well, I've always wanted to go to the moon, so I think I'd pick the moon. Just because that's when I was a little kid, I grew up watching the Apollo astronauts walking on the moon, and I always had that as a dream, so I would choose that.
I'd vote for Mars.
Thank you.
Hello, I am PR Christina. I do social media and things like that. And my question is, what has been the most unexpected thing that has happened to you since you have left Earth?
That's a good question. We're having to think about that one. A lot of the stuff we did expect and we were trained for. I'm trying to. We had a couple malfunctions early on. As soon as Peggy and her crew arrived, we had a little malfunction with the bathroom, and that was probably the biggest unexpected thing. And it took all of our work about a whole day to make sure that got fixed.
Any embarrassing stories you want to share with the rest of us down here?
No, with that situation, we just had a big nasty leak in the system, so we had to take care of it.
Thank you.
Hi, Valerie Stimmick here. Good afternoon. I know you just passed over Patagonia, which is beautiful from our view down here on Earth, but I'm curious what your favorite site is from orbit.
All right, folks, we are seeing some executive orders being signed right now.
That's my baby.
Why don't you explain this?
What we're doing is we are returning to the American people, low and middle income investors and retirees, their control over their own retirement savings. This is about Main Street, and it's been a labor of love for me for over 4 years. I'm the chairman, and I have had this is a big day, a big moment for Americans that care to invest and save.
And she means that so much. Chairman, I think we should hand the pen to this very special person. Do we?
Absolutely, Mr. President.
Thank
She
you.
earned it. She earned it.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. I'm grateful.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, what did you say about the Iran? Would they be expecting more?
They're not behaving.
All right, guys. Thank you, guys. Thanks. All right. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, there you go, folks. President Trump there signing some executive orders. President Donald Trump is delaying a series of rules that require financial professionals to put their clients' best interests first when giving advice on retirement investments. We'll see if they play it back there one more time for us.
No, well, with that situation, we just had a big nasty leak in the system, so we had to take care of it.
Thank you.
Hi, Valerie Stimmick here. Good afternoon. I know you just passed over Patagonia, which is beautiful from our view down here on Earth, but I'm curious what your favorite site is from orbit.
Actually, Patagonia is one of my favorite sites. It's incredible, but it's actually very hard to actually get good views because it tends to be weathered in a lot. So when we do get a great view, then we get to take some really phenomenal pictures or get to see the glaciers and the beautiful different colored lakes in the area. The Caribbean is also incredibly beautiful with the colors. You can actually see the fingers of the coral reefs underneath, and that's just stunning as well. I also love the differences in like northern Africa, the peach color of the sands. It makes the whole light coming in the station kind of glow. And every country's got some unique aspects to it that make it very, very beautiful. So it's just fun no matter where you are looking out the window.
Thank you.
How you doing? My name is Marty Cannon. I'm a teacher and a coach in Lafayette, Louisiana. And my question's about your nutritional needs on a daily basis compared to when you're back on Earth. So what is your diet like now compared to what you would usually have back on Earth? Thank you.
Yeah, great question.
At a bare minimum, it needs to be on budget, it needs to be accountable to we, the people, and it ought to be an enforcement mechanism. It cannot be a mini legislature because right now it is legislature, it is cop on the beat, it is prosecutor, it is judge and jury, and most importantly to the American people, it is unconstitutional. We should not have this unconstitutional rogue agency left to prey upon the American people.
How do you prevent a return to the lax lending standards that led to the housing bubble and the recession of 2000?
Well, you allow bankruptcy instead of bailout, and the Choice Act has a bankruptcy provision. The other thing you do is you focus on prevention. The most important thing you can do is try to prevent this from happening in the first place. We do that with far stronger capital levels than were ever provided in Dodd-Frank. A 10% simple leverage ratio. 98% of the banks that had that much private capital, loss-absorbing private capital, survived the second worst financial crisis in our nation's history. An ounce of prevention is worth a whole lot more than a pound of cure here. So again, it's private capital. It's not Washington micromanagement that is crushing small businesses in the family economy today.
And today's the first step towards that, taking the boot off the neck of the American people and this economy moving forward. People are crying out to cut the red tape. They're finished with the Washington knows best, top-down bureaucratic regulation that is absolutely suffocating American families. In 2015 alone, the cost of compliance of these overburdensome rules and regulation was over $1.9 trillion. That's over $15,000 per family in America of a hidden tax. And this is the beginning of the end of that. So we're very thrilled to be a part of it.
Chairman Hensley, just a question about some of the legislation you were discussing as this being the opening start. Is all of that on the front burner, just given everything that's going on Capitol Hill with tax reform and changes to Obamacare? When do you expect
I think this particular stove has a lot of front burners.
That's right.
And clearly the president, the vice president, our speaker have all indicated that replacing the bailout economy and the lackluster economy that is brought about by Dodd-Frank is a this year priority. I can't tell you what the precise timing is, but I've been heartened by what the president has said, but I am even more enthused by what he has done. If it wasn't a first-tier priority, we wouldn't have just been in the Oval Office with the president watching him sign these executive orders that starts the process of dismantling Dodd-Frank and growing the economy from Main Street up, not Washington down.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Help advance human health here on Earth.
Actually, we're doing a number of different scientific investigations that I hope will also contribute to human health on Earth as well. We're doing fluid shift studies, looking at how the fluids in our bodies shift and make changes in our bodies. In particular, we're concerned about some of the vision changes that we've seen in astronauts, and we're trying to better understand that. Another study that I'm in is looking at oxidative damage as a result of being in this environment, a microgravity environment, to look at long-term effects on the potential for cardiovascular disease. Using microgravity as a variable in the experimentation allows us to try and better understand some of the variables that we see on the ground. And hopefully those will contribute to future prevention or understanding of disease on Earth as well.
Good afternoon, Shane, Peggy. Wanted to ask and speak on a broad discussion about what you're doing aboard the International Space Station and how that is going to help us go to Mars and the Moon as well. Thank you.
Well, we're doing a lot of things, of course, trying to get there. All of our systems, our life support systems here, we're testing those out now for potentially going to places like Mars. We're a couple hundred miles off the Earth right now. Some of the systems aren't super critical for us. Some are, and we're glad they're working. But we do have a lot of redundancy on things that are really critical. But if you go to a place like Mars, which is millions and millions of miles away from the Earth, you really got to have those systems perform perfectly every time. So we're kind of hammering out a lot of those issues now with the regeneration of liquid, whether that's urine or sweat or whatever it is on board that we can create into drinking water, things like that, are kind of the technology we're going to take as we go towards Mars here in the next few decades.
Hi, I'm Callie McPherson, and my question is, what was your first night in space like?
Let's see. I don't remember a whole lot of it. We got up here kind of in the middle of the night, so we had a few hours of work to do, and then we kind of just went to bed. Sleeping's a lot different up here, as you might imagine, but I really enjoyed it. I think Peggy sleeps very well up here as well, so it's not a bad thing for us. We have a little small bedroom. It's kind of like a small closet where you can get in there, and that's kind of your private space, and that's where you put your sleeping bag on the wall and go to bed every night.
Hi, my name is Jessica Bolaños, aka Fancy Capitalist with Good Sparrow. And my question is, what is your favorite thing to do in space?
There are so many things to do up here that I just truly, honestly, really enjoy doing. I love doing all the scientific research. Being a scientist by background, I really love doing all the hands-on work that's required of us. Shane and I have had an opportunity to do spacewalk already, and that's a very interesting mental and physical challenge that I enjoy very much as well. And the view gets even better when you're outside in a spacesuit. And of course, every day, like I mentioned, the views of Earth are incredible and beautiful and so varied that it's impossible to get tired of looking out the window. So everything that we do up here is fun. And just being in zero gravity is so novel and unique that it every day feels special, and it really is.
Hi, Shane. Hi, Peggy. This is Kate Baker from the Science Fiction and Fantasy Writers of America. First of all, this is so cool. Second of all, we would like to know as writers, because we're always looking for new information for our stories, what is it like when you come back to Earth? What is the adjustment like for the gravity?
So Peggy will have a lot more experience than I do on this. I had a shuttle flight earlier in my career. This is a lot different, where I'm going to be up here for about 6 months. So my body will adjust a little differently. But it took me a few days, 2 or 3 days after my shuttle flight for my equilibrium to kind of settle out and for me to feel pretty decent. I think hopefully it'll be about the same, just because of the workout program we're on is going to help a lot. and I'm hoping it's not going to be a week or two, but we'll see. Everybody's a little bit different.
And some folks get sick coming uphill, getting and being in space, and some folks get sick going downhill. And I'm the kind that gets sick going downhill. So returning home for me is a lot more challenging than coming up to space. I adapt more quickly coming up instead of going down. But it does last for several days. The first 24 hours after I returned on my first flight, I was pretty sure I needed to go back to space because I didn't really want to be on Earth anymore.
Good morning, Peggy. Good morning, Shane. My name is Sandy Max. I'm from Milwaukee, Milwaukee PBS and also radio, WKLH. Thrilled to be part of NASA Social, and this is like the ultimate long-distance call. So thank you for your time today. We are all just super crazy excited to be here. And the fun thing about social media is I asked a lot of people like, well, I'm your eyes and ears. What would you want to ask? So my friend Harvey wanted to know, what is the brightest light, natural or man-made, that you can see from the ISS that's on Earth?
Sorry, we're trying to figure that one out. That's a great question. Most of the big bright lights are in big cities, so there's nothing that stands out to me that I've seen that I'm like, oh yeah, that's that light or whatever. But it's all man-made, of course. The city as a whole kind of looks like, the bigger ones are brighter than others. Sorry, I can't answer that one completely.
I'm kind of proud of myself. Stumped the ISS astronauts. Thanks so much. Keep up the great work.
Buenos dias, ISS. Me llama Eduardo Riskoski. Good morning, ISS. I'm blessed to have the last question of the day here, but first I want to mention that I grew up in a small town north of Pittsburgh where another football dynasty happens to reside. And I played high school football, but soon learned when I graduated that sports was not for me, and then the aerospace and sciences were, and I got into that. So I'm a space cadet, and that is the basis for my question, which is the last question today. Last week, NASA's Solar Dynamics Observatory photographed a large canyon-shaped hole that opened in the sun's atmosphere. It's spewing a stream of solar wind directly toward Earth and ISS. It is said that such a fast-moving stream is sure to spark Arctic auroras. It arrives today, by the way. My question is, are there or were there any cautions taken by ISS in front of its arrival?
On board the space station, the ground will notify us if we need to take precautions, go to some of the safe areas on board the station, safer areas, more shielded areas if we need to. The auroras can be incredibly beautiful when they show up, so there's the positive side of that. We haven't seen any great ones on this mission, but I have seen some on previous missions, and they're amazing to see.
All right, Shane and Peggy, that wraps it up. We are so proud of what you're doing to help advance the civilization and inspire our next generation. Thank you so much, and really enjoy the game. And Peggy, if you could, send Shane on a down and out.
All right, everybody, that was a great moment there on the space station there, as those astronauts are getting ready even for Super Bowl coming up on Sunday. All right, coming up next in just a little bit, we're going to have our segment called Money Talks. We're going to be talking about the very latest regarding all the banking financials today and what President Trump just signed his executive order on some of those banking regulations. We'll get to it in just a little bit. I'll be with you guys in the next about 2 minutes here. Let's take a live look now at the Super Bowl countdown. I'll be back for our Money Talks segment. All right, folks. We're going to talk about the markets right now. President Donald Trump is delaying a series of rules that require financial professionals to put their clients' best interest first when giving advice on retirement investments. The rules, which were set to take effect in April, will be delayed for 90 days for review. Under the so-called fiduciary rule, brokers who sell stocks, bonds, annuities, and other products would have to do more than just make sure the investments they recommend are suitable for clients. They would have to meet a stricter standard that has long applied to registered advisors. They will be considered fiduciaries, trustees, who must put their clients' best interest above all. Full compliance originally was required by January 2018. At stake are about $4.5 trillion in 401k retirement accounts plus $2 trillion in other defined contribution planned accounts, such as federal employees' plans, and $7.3 trillion in IRAs, according to the Investment Company Institute. Too often, regulators say brokers steer clients toward questionable investments for which the broker receives a fee, thereby acting in their own financial interest instead of the client's. The problems often arise when people who are retiring roll over their employer-based 401k assets into individual retirement accounts. Brokers may persuade them to put those assets into variable annuities, real estate investment trusts, or other investments that can be risky or otherwise not in the client's best interest. The Obama administration previously said investors would save about $4 billion annually under the new rules. The industry countered that investment firms will have to shell out more than just to comply with the rules. Financial firms also argued that the stricter rules will likely shrink Americans' investment options and could cause brokers to abandon retirement savers with smaller accounts. Americans increasingly seek guidance in navigating their options for retirement savings. Many professionals provide advice, but not all are required to disclose potential conflicts of interest. Here are some questions and answers about the delayed rules. Brokers, financial advisors, what's the difference? It's significant. Brokers buy and sell securities and other financial products on behalf of their clients. They also can provide financial advice with one key stipulation. They must recommend only investments that are suitable for a client based on his or her age, finances, and risk tolerance. So they can't, for example, pitch penny stocks or real estate investments trust to an 85-year-old woman living on a pension. But brokers can nudge clients toward a mutual fund or variable annuity that pays the broker's higher commission, even without disclosing that conflict of interest to the client. Registered investment advisors, on the other hand, are fiduciaries in the way that they're more like doctors or lawyers, obligated to put their clients' interest even ahead of their own. That means disclosing fees, commissions, potential conflicts, and any other action that they may have faced. Advisors must tell a client if they or their firms receive money from a mutual fund company to promote a product, and they must register with the Securities and Exchange Commission, thereby opening themselves to inspections and supervision. What do the rules in question do? They put brokers under the stricter requirements when they handle clients' retirement accounts. The Labor Department under the Obama administration withdrew an earlier proposal in 2010 amid outcry from the financial industry, which warned that it would hurt investors by limiting choices. The rules update the Employee Retirement Income Security Act, known as ERISA, enacted in 1975. That was a far different time. Traditional company pension plans were still the dominant source of retirement income. Now, traditional pensions are increasingly rare. In their place are 401k type plans, which require workers to set aside pre-tax money, but also add a new layer of risk. Employees themselves must decide how to invest their retirement money, and many seek professional advice. What are the arguments for and against? Consumer labor and civil rights groups have pushed for the rules. They say the current system provides a loophole that lets brokers drain money from retirement accounts in fees they receive that can lift the investment advice they give clients. And the other side? Wall Street lobbying groups, mutual fund companies, life insurance firms, and other industry interests have opposed the rules. They say the stricter requirements could limit many people's access to financial guidance and retirement planning and their choice of investment products. They warn that would fall especially hard on mid and low income employees with smaller retirement balances, say less than $50,000, who could be abandoned by brokers. The requirement to act in a client's best interest means in many cases that the practice of charging commissions on every trade would be replaced by a set fee for a broker as a proportion of a customer's assets. Some brokers may decide that the smaller fees aren't worth the trouble, opponents say, and some financial companies and groups may take the government to court over the new rules. And right now, as you're looking at the markets right now, Wall Street climbed higher today with the S&P 500 near its record high, fueled by robust non-farm payrolls data and a rise in bank stocks on expectations of simpler regulations. U.S. public and private sectors created 227,000 jobs last month, according to the Labor Department, far more than the 175,000 the experts had expected. Unemployment rate ticked up to 4.8%, still below the 5% level considered to be full employment. However, average hourly wages grew by only 3 cents. Continued strong job creation is tempered by the renewed sluggish in wage growth, raising questions once again about the extent in which the functioning of the labor market has evolved. A chief economic advisor said the sluggish wage growth will make the Fed more cautious about hiking in March. Bank stocks gained as President Donald Trump prepared to sign orders to scale back the Dodd-Frank reform law enacted in the wake of the 2007 to 2009 financial crisis. The S&P 500 financial sector, already the best performing index since Trump's election, was up 1.76% today and was set for its best day since November 14th. The sharp rise had been powered by bets that Trump would usher in an era of simpler regulations. A chief market strategist at Boston Private Wealth in New York says, "I like the rollback of Dodd-Frank. It's a net win for the overall financial market because these rules and regulations have meant a big increase in cost for major banks and brokerage firms." Citigroup, Bank of America, Goldman Sachs, and JP Morgan were up between 2 and 3.6%. Right now, we're taking a look at the Dow Jones. You can see that up 170 points. And it is trading above the psychological 20,000 milestone for the first time in 4 days. The gains helped the indexes erase almost all of the week's losses. The S&P and the NASDAQ are set to be little change for the week, while the Dow is set to slip just 0.1%. Amazon fell 3.3% to and $12 a share after the world's largest online retailer forecast a surprise dip in operating profit for the current quarter. The stock was the biggest drag on the S&P 500 Consumer Discretionary Index. Macy's jumped 7% to $32 following a takeover approach from Canada's Hudson's Bay. Once again, talking about employment, U.S. employers added more workers to their payrolls than expected in January as hiring picked up in retail and construction-related industries, though wage growth remained soft. The figures give President Donald Trump's administration a higher jumping-off point for its plan to stoke further economic growth, while at the same time giving the Federal Reserve more breathing room when it comes to raising rates. The economy added 227,000 new jobs last month, easily beating Wall Street estimates for a gain of 175,000, according to data released from the Bureau of Labor Statistics today. It was a solid report, said Samir Samana, global quantitative strategist for Wells Fargo Investment Institute. We saw strength in the non-farm and private sector side. Manufacturing payrolls have also been positive the last couple of months, so it's not just non-manufacturing employment that's improving. Employment picked up in the most financial services, construction, and retail trade, which includes clothing, electronics, and home goods stores. Healthcare employment, which has been strong growth over the last several months, also continued to trend higher during the first month of the year. Growth in those industries, which typically include lower skilled or lower wage earners, show the economic recovery is likely in its later stages as more people benefit. Still, the underemployment rate, which measures Americans working part-time for economic reasons or highly skilled workers in low-skilled or low-wage positions, ticked up to 9.4% for the month in December. More and more, we're seeing people come back into the labor market. The underemployment rate has been going down. This time, it ticked up. That could easily be due to the greater participation rate, much like the regular unemployment rate, but it's something to watch, that financial analyst said. Weak wage growth, a silver lining. Wage growth also remained a weak spot in January as average hourly earnings rose just 0.1 of a percentage point, falling short of expectations. Over the last 12 months, wages grew 2.5% as December wage growth was revised lower to 2.8 from 2.9%. The lack of traction, though, combined with solid headline figures, gives the Federal Reserve more time to let growth improve before raising short-term interest rates. The U.S. Central Bank, at the conclusion of its two-day meeting Wednesday, held its benchmark interest rate steady at between 0.5 and 0.75%, citing the need for continued strength in labor markets and inflation. Just after the monthly employment figures were released, Chicago Fed President Charles Evans, who expects a 2 to 2.5 economic growth pace percentage for the next couple of years, said the Fed should raise rates slowly despite the chance for Trump's fiscal policies of lower taxes and more spending to spur more robust growth. Wall Street sees just a 17% chance of a rate hike at the Fed's March meeting, according to federal funds futures, with odds sitting at about 70% for at least one rate rise by the June meeting. And for those of you in the social media craze, Snapchat parents' IPO filing is full of surprises. It's not at all surprising that the highly anticipated IPO filing of one of the world's most secretive tech companies should be full of surprises. You can't miss the first. In black letters against Snapchat's characteristic yellow background, it says Snap Incorporated is a camera company. Snap's growing horde of enthusiastic users would probably see it as a messaging app or social media platform. Aside from the newly launched Spectacles smart glasses, the Venice, California company doesn't actually make or sell cameras, so that's a bit of a stretch. The company approaches Hold on, folks. We're just going to go right now. Just want to show you a beautiful shot right here that we have of Super Bowl Central there in Houston, as we are just days away from the Super Bowl. You guys are watching the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We're talking about money talks right now. As you can see, it's all green for today.
Shipbuilders. She will also be a first for us. She will be our first aircraft carrier built with digital work packages rather than traditional paper drawings. She will revolutionize carrier construction for us, just like CVN-65 did. And like CVN-65, our shipbuilders will pour their hearts and souls into every stage of her construction. With each piece of steel, with every pipe, with every weld, and with every cable. Because we know we aren't just building a ship, we are continuing the magic, the majesty, and the legend that is and always will be Enterprise. Thank you. And now I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Rear Admiral Brian Antonio, who serves as the Program Executive Officer for Aircraft Carriers. He's responsible for the design, construction, delivery, and life cycle support of all United States Navy aircraft carriers. That's a pretty big job. Before he speaks, I'd like to ask him to join me along with Captain Belts for a special presentation. Admiral, we have a special plaque for you to keep safe until it can be displayed on CVN-80. On it is a piece of steel from CVN-65 that has been forged into a big E. There is an inscription that reads, This steel from USS Enterprise, CVN 65, symbolizes 55 years of distinguished service to the United States of America. It also represents the next chapter in the life of Big E, as her steel will be used to build our nation's next USS Enterprise, CVN 80. May her legend always prevail in the pursuit of American liberty, justice, and freedom.
Thank you, Mr. Mulhern. I gratefully accept this plaque on behalf of the United States Navy and of all the men and women who have designed, built, and served on one of the 8 Navy ships named Enterprise throughout our nation's history. This plaque will serve as a tribute to those ships and will be included in the ship's museum on the Navy's 9th Enterprise, CVN 80. Admiral Caldwell, fellow flag officers, Captain Belts, officers and crew of Enterprise, distinguished. As you know, Enterprise is a legacy. From the first schooners named Enterprise in the 1800s to 1934, when Newport News first laid the keel for the aircraft carrier CV-6, which would become the 7th U.S. Navy vessel to bear the name Enterprise. But the first to earn the nickname the Big E with 20 battle stars during World War II. To the Cold War age, where CVN 65 became the world's first nuclear-powered aircraft carrier and the first to serve 51 consecutive years. This plaque symbolizes the passing of a torch to CVN 80 and her future crews. Some of those who will serve on the future Enterprise haven't even been born yet, but upon reporting to duty, they will look at this very plaque and know that it represents all those that have come before them, and the legacy will live on. Just like I'm sure many of you who are here today feeling, I'm honored and humbled to be a part of history and this chapter as we turn the page. Thank you to everybody for helping me be a part of this next chapter. Now I have the honor of introducing our next speaker, Admiral James Caldwell. Admiral Caldwell is a submariner of the highest caliber. He served in both the Atlantic and Pacific fleets on both fast attack and ballistic missile submarines. He commanded USS Jacksonville, SSN 699, home-ported in Norfolk, Virginia, and also led Submarine Development Squadron 12 in New London and Submarine Group 9 in Bangor, Washington. He has been assigned to numerous other Navy and Joint Commands and was commander of the U.S. Pacific Fleet Submarine Force in Hawaii, where I first met him. He became the Navy's 7th Director of Naval Nuclear Propulsion Program in August of 2015. Please welcome Admiral Caldwell.
Good morning, everybody. Fellow flag officers, honored guest, captain, crew of the Enterprise. I am absolutely honored to be here today, especially for a submariner. I never thought I would be standing here on the hangar deck talking at the decommissioning ceremony for Enterprise. When I learned of this ceremony, I said, well, that sounds like a great idea. So I turned to Captain Belts and said, Captain, can I be included in that? And the captain, without hesitating, said, why, sure, Admiral, that's a great idea. So, Captain, thanks so much. I wanted to be here, folks, for the simple reason to say thank you to the fantastic team of sailors, Newport News shipbuilding personnel who did this tremendous work of defueling Enterprise. This was a long, arduous, very demanding task, and for that you have my thanks. I'm going to talk about that in a few minutes, but I would like to reflect on the history of Enterprise. It's been said before that this is a bittersweet day, and I agree. It's sad to see the last day of a ship that was really unmatched in her lifetime. So today is a good time to reflect on what Enterprise accomplished and what she meant to the United States. If you have any doubts as to what I think about Enterprise, all you would need do is visit my office, where behind my desk, and the first thing anyone sees when they walk into my office is that iconic photo of Nuclear Task Force 1. Many of you have seen it. The Bainbridge, the Long Beach, the Enterprise, with sailors in formation famously spelling out E equals MC squared. And then in the corner, I have a smaller version of that picture with E equals MC squared 50 for 50 years. When you think about it, it is really phenomenal. When Enterprise was launched, she was the biggest ship in the world. Her 8 reactors, which still inspire awe, and for a submariner thinking of 8 reactors, I have a hard time wrapping my head around that. That comprised the most powerful nuclear power plant on the face of the Earth. On initial sea trials, her escort, USS Laffey, DD 724, tried to keep up, but it was to no avail. After a full-speed run, Laffey messaged the Enterprise and said, "You win the race. Fuel."
All right, folks, we are going to take you now live here, where President Trump will be soon going to wheels up for the weekend. We'll be traveling to Mar-a-Lago, his home in South Florida. We'll watch that all unfold right now live on the Fox 10 News Now stream.
Proper aircraft, but I don't know.
Yeah, but normally the 60 comes.
Okay, there are 2 behind them.
Yeah, there we go.
2.
And there's the 60. All right, yep. Inbound. Oh.
All right, everybody. So it looks like we just lost that shot. Let's see if we are able to get it back for you. We do. Now, this Florida trip is President Trump's first getaway as president and is expected to be part business, part pleasure. He's going to be reunited with his wife, Melania, and their 10-year-old son, Barron. Now, there are rumors that they will attend this weekend the American Red Cross's annual fundraising gala, which is being held at Mar-a-Lago on Saturday night. In between the socializing, Trump will have several meetings and phone calls as he maintains his aggressive work schedule. The trip is scheduled to last from Friday night to Monday morning. You are seeing Air Force One now wheels up in the air, headed to Mar-a-Lago. All right, everybody, and here is now a live look at Super Bowl Central in Houston. As you can see the clock there in the background, the official countdown clock for the Super Bowl. You'll find it right on your Fox station, wherever you are going to be watching from. It will be on Fox. Now we're going to show you just from earlier today, honoring the USS Enterprise, as it will be decommissioned in February.
And Pacific fleets on both fast attack and ballistic missile submarines. He commanded USS Jacksonville, SSN 699, home ported in Norfolk, Virginia, and also led Submarine Development Squadron 12 in New London and Submarine Group 9 in Bangor, Washington. He has been assigned to numerous other Navy and Joint Commands and was commander of the U.S. Pacific Fleet Submarine Force in Hawaii, where I first met him. He became the Navy's 7th Director of Naval Nuclear Propulsion Program in August of 2015. Please welcome Admiral Caldwell.
Good morning, everybody. Fellow flag officers, honored guest, captain, crew of the Enterprise. I am absolutely honored to be here today, especially for a submariner. I never thought I would be standing here on the hangar deck talking at the decommissioning ceremony for Enterprise. When I learned of this ceremony, I said, wow, that sounds like a great idea. So I turned to Captain Belts and said, Captain, can I be included in that? And the captain, without hesitating, said, why, sure, Admiral, that's a great idea. So, Captain, thanks so much. I wanted to be here, folks, for the simple reason to say thank you to the fantastic team of sailors, Newport News shipbuilding personnel, who did this tremendous work of defueling Enterprise. This was a long, arduous, very demanding task, and for that, you have my thanks. I'm going to talk about that in a few minutes, but I would like to reflect on the history of Enterprise. It's been said before that this is a bittersweet day, and I agree. It's sad to see the last day of a ship that was really unmatched in her lifetime. So today is a good time to reflect on what Enterprise accomplished and what she meant to the United States. If you have any doubts as to what I think about Enterprise, all you would need do is visit my office, where behind my desk, and the first thing anyone sees when they walk into my office is that iconic photo of Nuclear Task Force 1. Many of you have seen it. The Bainbridge, the Long Beach, the Enterprise, with sailors in formation famously spelling out E equals MC squared. And then in the corner, I have a smaller version of that picture with E equals MC squared 50 for 50 years. When you think about it, it is really phenomenal. When Enterprise was launched, she was the biggest ship in the world. Her 8 reactors.
All right, everybody, we are going to go now to Paris, where we are going to be hearing new details of the terrorist attack from earlier this morning. You guys watching the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com.
Il est avec M. Sante, qui est le directeur de la police judiciaire, et avec M. Toraval, qui est le chef de la brigade criminelle. Pardon, Christian Sante. Pardon? Marcel. Non, merci.
Good afternoon. Sorry for this delay.
Vous direz quand vous êtes prêt.
You'll tell me when you're ready.
C'est bon?
Is that good for everyone?
Bon, mesdames, messieurs,
Ladies and gentlemen,
je voudrais avant tout saluer le
I would
professionnalisme
like to
et la
salute the
qualité
professionalism and the quality
de la réaction des militaires de
of the
l'opération
reaction
Sentinelle,
of the military
militaires
of
appartenant
Operation
au 1er
Sentinel
régiment de chasseurs parachutistes de
belonging to the
Pamiers.
1st Battalion.
Leur intervention, en effet, a mis
Their
fin à
intervention
une action terroriste
put an end to a
et permis
terrorist
l'interpellation de son
act
auteur, dont tout
and
indique qu'il était très déterminé.
led to the arrest of
Cette
the
attaque
perpetrator who was
terroriste
very
est
determined. This
intervenue
terrorist
2 ans,
attack
jour pour jour,
took place
après
2
l'attaque au
days,
couteau
day
de 3
for
militaires
day
de l'opération Sentinelle.
after the knife attack of the Sentinel operation in Nice in front of the community center, Jewish community center. It took place and was perpetrated by a man that is still behind bars today. With regard to the attack of today, with regard to the operating mode and the statements by the perpetrator, and an investigation was opened to investigate a murder in relation with terrorists and ties with the terrorist activities and associations. The investigation was entrusted to the national direction of judicial police under the direction of the Internal Security Directorate. This morning, around 9:50 a.m., 4 military personnel of the Sentinel operation were in the southern carousel of the Louvre at a checkpoint. A bag checkpoint, an individual arrived and held with him backpack. He was wearing a black T-shirt with a dead head on it, and he was armed. When he saw the military personnel, he ran to them and screamed, Allahu Akbar. He hit one of the military personnel in the head and then hit another one and brought him down and tried to attack him with a machete while this person was still on the ground. This military pushed him away by kicking him. The perpetrator went to the military person that was already on the ground, who shot him the first time on the lower end of his body. The assailant was then shot 3 times and taken to the hospital. He is now at the hospital in critical condition. From the element of the investigation, it concludes that the military personnel have followed the instructions and the operations to be taken in this kind of situation. A military officer was hurt in the head, and he was taken to the hospital. He's going to be on leave for 10 days. One security agent is the one military person fired his weapon only. A security guard in the premises saw the assailant run directly towards the military people and hit one of them with the machete and bringing him down to the floor. The perpetrator did not have any identity papers. During the investigations, the investigators also seized a military machete, 2 military machetes, a backpack with paint bombs, and a cell phone. At this stage, the identity of the perpetrator is not established. The first investigations, primary investigations through the phone, down on the phone, based on the Visa Bio application that takes into account the picture and the digital prints of the fingerprints of the individual, it was determined that this person is an Egyptian perpetrator of Egyptian nationality. This individual is not recognized by the legal system in France or the fingerprint system in France for having committed any crime in France. The first elements of the investigation that I can give you, I would like to underline the high speed and efficiency that the services of judicial police have done this morning, with which they carried out their investigation. On the 30th of October 2016, the assailant, who resides in the United Arab Emirates, applied for a tourist visa at the Consul de France in Dubai. He was given that visa on 8 November 2016 for a stay of 1 month from the 20th of January to the 20th of February 2017. He arrived on the 26th of January to Paris from Dubai. He was supposed to return on the 5th of February. And he moved in to an apartment that he rented for 1,700 euros. The 27th January, he rented a vehicle for 1 week. This vehicle has been found in the 8th district today. At 1731, on the 28th January, he bought the two machetes in Bastille. The two machetes have a serial number, and the investigators went all the way back to its purchase, and it was concluded that they were bought by an Egyptian national for 680 euros at a shop at the 11th district of Paris near the Bastille. The elements that were seized in the apartment led to the discovery of 965 euros in cash, two magazines for the machetes, two covers for the magazines that were seized, and also one iPad, several prepaid cards, clothes for about a week, an autonomous telephone battery, an Egyptian passport of this individual, which has one visa for Saudi Arabia and two visas for Turkey in 2015 and 2016, a resident permit in the United Arab Emirates. The investigation is just started, and it will continue in France and outside of France within the framework of the international cooperation to understand how this perpetrator was able to commit this crime, and also his motivations. Did he act alone or upon instruction by somebody else in order to... you will know more, of course, as much as possible about the development of the investigation in the next few days. Thank you.
in the ocean to demonstrate our capability to render Libya's airfields inoperative. So the third reason that we built and we continue to build nuclear carriers is that they can carry lots of airplanes, lots of bombs, and because I like hunting submarines, lots of sonobuoys. All right, so that we can dominate the air, the surface, and the subsurface domains out to 1,000 nautical miles. Nuclear carriers bring capacity and capability. So after being so successful there with Muammar and Libya, we anchored in Toulon, France, and the French hospitality was great. The sailors were awesome, and it was the French Open. So what more could you wish for? It was awesome. But then somebody higher up decided that it's time to set sail, and not going through the Suez to go home, they sent us to the Straits of Gibraltar. And that's where I learned that Africa is a very, very big continent. So we went through the Straits of Gibraltar. It was Enterprise, Truxton, and Arkansas, all nuclear capable. All three nuclear ships sped at high speed around Africa without any resupply ship for food or fuel until we passed Diego Garcia, and then we headed to Perth, Australia, and anchored there. So the fourth reason we built and continue to build nuclear aircraft carriers is that they have sustained speed and maneuverability that no other ship in the Navy or in the world has today. And as Maverick said in the movie Top Gun, which was playing in Perth that year, had just come out, I feel the need for speed, and you can only get that in a nuclear aircraft carrier. Well, after 8.5 months on deployment, we returned to Alameda. to our families, and that highlights the fifth and final reason we built and continue to build nuclear aircraft carriers, is that they are big, and they strike fear in our enemies. But at the same time, they reassure our allies, our friends, and most of all, our families. So as I close today, I have been thinking about what I should say on such a momentous occasion. It hit me that I do not know what to collectively call the 346 sailors of USS Enterprise today, the crew of a warship on its last day in commission. We've all heard about the Navy term plank owner, and we have a plank owner over here with a hat that says so, okay? And an individual who was a member of the crew when that crew was first commissioned, placed in commission. But we've never had a Navy term that I'm aware of that talks about the crew when the ship is placed out of commission. So you all should take great pride today in knowing that you are the last plank owners of USS Enterprise CVN 65. Now, first plank owners usually get a certificate, right? You got that nice certificate, procured, issued to the crew members by the ship being commissioned. And they are not official Navy documents, but they're very colorful, very nice. Some ships' crews go ahead and make their own, and others purchase them from a commercial source. All good, but what do we give the last plank owners of USS Enterprise CVN 65? Well, thankfully, Captain Belts solved that dilemma and that problem. He has given his crew, the last plank owners of USS Enterprise CVN 65, a piece of the ship. And I think that is fitting and right. And I am humbled that Captain Belts honored me and gave me a piece of the ship today. This is what I think all the crew members are getting. And I am very honored to be an honorary last plank owner of USS Enterprise CVN 65. So, as an honorary plank owner of USS Enterprise CVN 65.
All right, everybody. Samia is coming up next. We will show you the White House right now. And a little fact for you, if you're just joining us here on the stream, President Trump is not at the White House. Just moments ago, we did show you him on Air Force One. He's on his way to Florida for the weekend. And if you didn't see that video, it is on our Fox 10 Phoenix YouTube page. Take a look at it. Samia, coming up next.
Hello everyone, Samia here. I'm just getting things set up right now. I just wanted to say hello. Hope you're having a great Friday afternoon, and we will be continuing with more news now in just a few minutes. Alright guys, for those of you football fans out there, I want to give you guys a quick look at Houston, Texas, getting ready for the big game this Sunday. The Patriots versus the Falcons, the countdown clock. In the background, you have 2 days, 3 hours, 25 minutes, and 17 seconds till Super Bowl 51. Okay guys, we're going to take you to a live event right now. This event is called Lost in Translation, the Unsung War Heroes of Iraq and Afghanistan. The American Enterprise Institute is hosting this event. David Petraeus will be speaking as well.
Turnout we've had for a gathering in our new building since we moved in here, which is lovely to think of. And I guess we have to thank not only this amazing general sitting near me, but also whoever thought up that executive order. So we're grateful for that. But believe it or not, this was not a spur of the moment planning. We've actually been talking about doing this event for, in 2 weeks, it'll be 1 year anniversary actually. It won't surprise you, General Petraeus is a very busy man. It's not easy to get on his schedule. We managed to do it. Our timing could not have been better. And we thank you very much for taking your time to be with us. Of course, when I say our timing couldn't be better, I am alluding to the executive order. But our goal today is not to critique that. But I do think the executive order makes the discussion today important in two very big ways. First of all, our main topic is going to be the fate of the interpreters that were left behind in Afghanistan and Iraq, and the special immigrant visa program, which is supposed to take care of them. But that program has been broken for at least 6 years now. 6 years ago, an Afghan translator named Shahidat Afghan, who had supported US forces for many years, applied for one of those visas. He waited 4 years, but sadly he's waiting no longer because in 2015, the Taliban kidnapped him, tortured him, shot him in the back of the head and threw him on the side of the road so people would know what happens to people who work for the Americans. That situation should not be allowed to continue. And hopefully, the current environment gives us an opportunity to revisit the problems that have been causing obstacles in that whole program. During our recent presidential campaign, candidate Donald Trump was asked about his view of prospective immigrants who wanted to serve in the US Armed Forces. His reply was this: "I think when you serve in the armed forces, that's a very special situation." He's right about that. The people we're talking about today are veterans in almost every sense of the word except the legal sense. They have supported US forces. They have participated in US combat operations. They have risked their lives supporting US military personnel, including in combat. The biggest difference between them and legally recognized veterans is that their lives are in danger if they stay in their home country when their service is completed. Fortunately, as I mentioned, there are already signs the administration is working to modify the implementation of the executive order to accommodate interpreters who worked for us in Iraq. And the Congress is reportedly discussing something they're calling a No One Left Behind Act. I could not have come up with a better name if they'd asked me. I love it. Which could provide a chance to unblock much of what has been stuck for years now. Second, the program we're discussing today could provide a model for the kind of strict vetting of immigrants that the President has promised and the American people obviously want. The participants in the SIV program have perhaps the largest stake in keeping out questionable people who might be coming here to try to target them. Already they go through the most strict vetting of any US visa program. They could be an excellent source of ideas for how the vetting process could be made more effective and more efficient in the future. With those opening comments, let me introduce the principal speaker of the afternoon. Fortunately, I can do that both very briefly and very easily because General Petraeus literally needs no introduction. If you don't know who our speaker is, then you might as well leave right now. The extraordinary deeds that were accomplished under his leadership by tens of thousands of brave American military personnel have earned long chapters in military history books already. So I'd like to ask you to show your appreciation for what all those men and women accomplished under his leadership by welcoming him with a strong round of applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you all very much. But first, we're going to have to get the microphone working, so wherever the wizards are back there, it's working now. Reminds me a little bit of that moment. Remember, we're 6 months into the surge, and we had to come back. Ambassador Crocker and I were testifying before the combined House Armed Services and Foreign Affairs committees. It was a huge circus, an incredible gaggle of photographers, quite emotional speeches to begin it all. And I remember they said, "Now, General, if you will begin your opening statement." I leaned forward, began speaking, and we realized that the microphone was not working. It did cool down emotions a tiny bit. Look, this is a privilege. We did indeed start working on this almost a year ago, trying to find the date and so forth. And again, I feel very, very privileged to be able to sit up here with the former Deputy Secretary of Defense, former Undersecretary during the Gulf War as well, to say thanks to you not only for what you're doing here and what you've done with the whole SIV effort, but what you did for veterans for many, many years when you were in the Pentagon. After that, remember the weekly steak dinners, the incredible number, years and years of that, the incredible number of visits to Walter Reed, support for the GI Bill, support for a whole host of veterans benefits that we now actually take for granted, but which at the time were not always the easiest of votes for folks on the Hill for some reason to pass. So thanks to you for that, Paul, and thanks for hosting this. I want to start actually by asking, first of all, those who served in U.S. uniform or as a development or aid worker or contractor or CPA or whatever it may have been, if you would just stand up so we can see who we have here, please. Okay, thank every one of you. And then I want to ask those who served as translators for some of us or others who are here and came to our country under the special visa process. Please stand up as well. And then, Matt, why don't you and No One Left Behind and your band of merry men and women stand up, because you have done such great work here. Thank you. What Matt's organization does is, frankly, is not just work with folks on the Hill to try to get, again, language right, support right, and all the rest of that. It's about much more than legislation, because the job really just begins when individuals who serve by our sides, who shared risk and hardship, who put not only themselves in harm's way, but their families and their extended families as well. We were talking about some of the really tough stories. Paul recounted one of those, but there are many, many more like them. But getting individuals here is just the first step. Then it's a question of how can we help them transplant, how can we help them reintegrate into a new culture, a new country, a new society. They do generally arrive with pretty decent English skills, practiced over many years in places like the Korangal and Jalalabad and Kandahar and the Euphrates River Valley and the Tigris and so forth. But at the end of the day, that's the beginning of their experience. And what your group has done with churches, with various groups in society, and a host of others to try to make that transition as easy and as successful as is possible, I think is really a huge tribute to you and to what you are trying to promote, and really to our great country. It is a country of immigrants at the end of the day. Virtually everyone in here, you know, I'm a son of an immigrant. We all have our own stories about that. And as I testified before the House Armed Services Committee the other day, one of the great qualities of our great country is that the best and brightest want to come here. It's interesting, even that foreign leaders who sometimes seem to make their living criticizing the United States nonetheless quietly send their sons and daughters to our universities
and ask for green cards.
and into investment banking houses in New York and our universities and all the rest. So again, my hat's off to you, and my thanks to you as well, and thanks for sort of leaning on me to do this and encouraging me. I'm delighted to do it. Thanks.
Thank you for doing it.
Sure.
I thought maybe a good place to start is just if you could give a little personal recollection of your experience working with translators, and
Sure.
if there are any particular stories that leap out in your mind.
It's interesting because I had translators all the way back in the Central America days. In Haiti, when I was the chief of operations for the UN mission there, had a local translator. Again, I often insisted on a local translator, at least until Saudi Othman came into my life, and then I realized that, you know, we were bound by destiny, and so he was with me for the final, 4 or 5 years that I did Iraq and then Central Command. But even in Bosnia, I had for a year there a local translator. Happily, I can still see him in his country. Because the truth is, as I was thinking about this on the way over here, in an ideal world, we don't have to have an SIV, because in an ideal world would be able to help these countries do sufficiently well that we wouldn't have those who, again, share risk as interpreters, as translators, and so forth. have to then come to the United States, an obligation that we absolutely have. But in Bosnia, I see them every time I go to Sarajevo, which is a couple times a year. We have big investment there. And then, of course, in Kuwait, in Iraq, in Afghanistan. In Iraq, I initially, when we were up in Mosul, I hadn't yet realized how extraordinary Saadi was. So one of the one stars got him. I had a local translator there, Bashar Abdullah. He's phenomenal. You know, he didn't just translate from Arabic to English. He was telling me about the individuals with whom we were going to meet. He was telling me about the culture. He was explaining to me, you know, I had a reasonable idea of what Islam was and the difference between Sunni and Shia, but up in Mosul and Nainawa province, we had Yazidis, Christians, Shabak, we had Kurds, Shia and Sunni, we had districts and so forth, tribal elements, and he was an incredible window into Iraqi society for the first year that I was there, and again, was very, very privileged to have him. Tragically, the situation up there deteriorated, as you'll recall, the year after we left and so forth, and ultimately he did have to come to the United States. We got him here. And now I see him out every time I'm out in Los Angeles or when he's in New York, because he's now a manager of several different banks. He's at that level, a regional bank manager, and doing exceedingly well, as is the rest of his family. Again, you feel an incredible kinship. We talk about the bonds of those who serve together in war. You've heard our great friend Jack Keane loves that phrase, the brotherhood of the close fight. It's a very, very special fraternity, maybe the most special and select fraternity of all. And of course, now there are women in the brotherhood of the close fight. So it's and then you have others. You do form very close bonds with your coalition partners, the diplomats, the aid workers, all of the others that join such an effort, and then obviously your host nation partners, some of whom, again, are by your side as translators. And ultimately, the best of those really become you. In Afghanistan, I had a tremendous translator. He was a former Mujahideen. He had actually already come to the United States, and so he was back there as an Afghan American, and his family was safe in Omaha, Nebraska. But just as with Saudi in Baghdad, you know, I gave Saudi my cell phone. I didn't want to have it. These guys will call you in the middle of the night at 2 in the morning, you know, when they're stopped at the green zone because they forgot their badge again or something else. Or, I mean, one time he called and told the ops center they needed to send an AC-130 down to Kut or someplace. And they actually did, and rescued the special forces who only had Saudi's cell phone number from when we'd visited down there that day. Their TACSAT radio had gone out. So again, these individuals take on extraordinary importance in the lives of those leaders who are trying to interface with a host nation, with its citizens, with community leaders, religious leaders, tribal elders, and all the rest of that. And again, they have an immense responsibility because not only do they have to translate correctly and not skew it one way or another, they also have to pull you aside later on, as some of mine did, and say, you know, that guy was lying to you today, or that was complete hokum, or that was not in line with what we think is the real message of that particular segment of society. So
it's not a skill
it's a
set
big
that
deal.
even an American fluent in Arabic could provide, right?
No, you want that knowledge that comes from someone who has lived in that world. I mean, you get the best of all if you can have a former Palestinian, Jordanian, the Michael Jordan of Jordan, the first guy to dunk a basketball in Jordanian basketball history, who then comes to America, studies with Mennonites, goes back, plays pro ball, so he's got fluent, obviously phenomenal Arabic, and then owns 2 delis in New York, so he's a businessman and an entrepreneur, and even drives a limo in his spare time. I mean, that's what you want. So he's accomplished at all tasks and has been back many times and still is employed now as an advisor, because it's not just translation, it's not just interpretation, it is advisor, I think, that is actually hugely important.
Are you hearing these days, particularly, or in the last months, from interpreters back in Iraq or Afghanistan that you dealt with, or about the anxieties they may be going through?
You know, you hear about it. It comes and goes depending on the security situation in a country, in an area. Obviously, we heard a great deal out of Mosul, tragically, when the Islamic State swept in and posed this very barbaric form of extremist form of government and interpretation of Islam. Certainly have heard again from Afghanistan as the security situation has eroded. And so, yes, you do hear that. You know, there are other groups also beyond No One Left Behind. There are a number of other very, very wonderful folks who are trying to look after those who we know from when we were there. And it does bubble up, and obviously the events of the last week, needless to say, have put this into higher relief, I think, than before.
What do you think was the implicit or explicit promise for these people when they came to work for us?
You know, I don't know that people sat down at the beginning of these and said, you know, if you'll serve at my side and share risk and ride around and get hit by IEDs from time to time, or, you know, save somebody's life as Matt's interpreter did literally. Again, I don't know how you ended up with a weapon in your hand, but it sure was nice that you plugged the 2 Taliban that were trying to kill him when he got wounded. So, again, I don't think there was ever an understanding that if you'll do this, then we'll get you to the United States, or we will do this. But I think there is an implicit moral obligation to those who, again, share risk. And I think it's very important for the future as well. You know, there's a quote that I've used over the years about veterans that comes from George Washington. And I think it's very applicable in this case. And because you think about it here, he was again talking about veterans. The willingness with which our young people are likely to serve in any war, no matter how justified, shall be directly proportional to how they perceive veterans of earlier wars were treated and appreciated by our nation. And obviously you could just strike out veterans and just say host nation partners, translators, advisors, whatever it may be, because I think will reflect back on how did we treat. I think a lot of people from the Vietnam era still feel that we left individuals behind. I know at the CIA there were host nation partners, and there are tributes to them. And again, we left a number of them behind. And I think that sense of having failed in a moral obligation is very keen with those from that era. And it's one reason that I'm pleased to see the attention that has been given to this, even though obviously you need a larger number of these special visas, even though, again, we need to ensure that the process is as expeditious as is possible while still making sure that every safeguard is observed. So, again, I think it is both the right thing to do for those with whom we have served in our most recent conflicts. I think it's also the smart thing to do if you think you might end up having to do this somewhere else, perhaps not in the same scale, but where individuals are going to have to decide whether or not they're willing to support a U.S. or coalition endeavor, and, you know, will they take care of us if things turn south?
Mm-hmm. You know, when Matt Zeller goes to foundations looking for financial support, if it's a refugee foundation, they say, well, these aren't refugees, they're veterans. If he goes to a veterans organization, they say, well, these aren't veterans, they're refugees. Which do you think they are?
I mean, you actually highlighted this earlier when you said that they are a veteran in every way except for the legal sense of the term. And unfortunately, that is a pretty important term, which is why, again, I think you need that special attention to them, and why there have to be the special processes for them. I thought it was very important that you highlighted up front that, you know, they more than anyone want to make sure that those who are able to take advantage of this opportunity are those who are going to come here and become contributing members of society, pillars of communities, and obviously the antithesis of what it is that we're concerned about when it comes to extremists mingling in with various streams of people coming to our country.
Your time is scarce, and I don't want to monopolize it. Can we open the floor to a few questions?
Sure we can. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Sure.
In the back? Oh, ground rules. State your name, your affiliation. Ask a question, don't make a speech.
Kim Dozier of the Daily Beast.
Let me ask you a question, if I can, Kim. How many host nation translators did you have when you were in Iraq, as an example?
I was just at least a dozen over the time that I was based there, and in my time in Iraq and Afghanistan. Many, many times, translators, usually Muslim, risk their lives and in some cases save me from harm.
When you got hit, did your translator survive?
When we were with a 4th Infantry Division patrol, and when we were hit by an al-Qaeda car bomb in 2006,
Right.
it killed the captain and his Iraqi translator, who was serving as a translator for us all. They were closest to the blast, as well as my camera crew, and 4 of the soldiers were injured. So they're always next to the people taking the most risk and helping us understand the culture. In your case, so that you can conduct military policy. In my case, so that I can understand what's happening in front of me and report it back to everyone here. But can I ask you a question?
Who you are, but you should identify yourself.
Kim Dozier with the Daily Beast, and I was with CBS News in Baghdad from 2003 to 2006, and we were hit by a car bomb there. And translators were our lifeline in everything that we did. So my question is, a lot of Americans haven't met a Muslim who served with the military overseas. There's a lot of distrust in the country right now between the various communities. Do you see a way to use this force of translators who've come here, who served with U.S. forces, to help bridge that gap? And also, there was a lot of heated rhetoric during the campaign. Do you think that some of the things that were said, from comparing Islam to a cancer, need to be rolled back and restated and focused just on Islamic radicalism and terrorism, as opposed to tarring the whole religion with that brush?
Yeah. First of all, I do think that individuals like this can help bridge the gap. I would contend that they probably already are in many cases. Certainly they do that more in certain communities where communities have really welcomed individuals, where there were already families and so forth. But clearly there are a lot of communities, as you say, that just have perceptions, not the reality of contact with those of another faith, in this case of Islam. And so I think they can. I think in truth that there are many segments of our society that can do that as well, and that are attempting to do that. We have the ambassador from Iraq is here somewhere, a great ambassador who's taken risk as well. Where is Sayed Safir? Fareed Yassin, thank you. Fareed is someone we all know well. He went back to Iraq with Adnan Pachachi. He's got both Shia and Sunni blood, brilliantly educated, PhD, time at MIT, and all the rest. Adil Abdul Mehdi, also a number of the other major diplomats, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and others. This is a kind of individual who knows our country well, knows his country well. I think literally is an ambassador, not just in name, but an ambassador of his faith, of his country, and so forth. And I think we have, in many cases in the diplomatic community here, individuals who do that exceedingly well. Yusuf Al-Otaiba of the UAE comes to mind, the Kuwaiti ambassador. Many of these, I think, have worked very, very hard to promote this. And I do think that in the wake of, of any campaign that inevitably gets to be fairly partisan and with pretty heated debate and discussion, that clarification afterwards is useful. And I think we see some of that taking place. As we see clarification of the executive order itself and of going forward, it was great to see Secretary Mattis immediately start to work on exemptions to this. And my understanding is from the Iraqi ambassador that the SIV for Iraq and I think the SIV for Afghanistan both are now in that exempted category, although I haven't seen the actual language on that. So again, yes is the answer to that without question, I think. And, you know, the process of coming together as a country in the wake of an election is the macro context, and this is an element of that macro context.
Over there. Stand up and wait for the microphone.
And I think we need to have your microphone come to you here.
My name is Mahmoud Al-Sharawi. I'm with American University. My question is, the war in Iraq started like 2003, and actually the withdrawal of the forces completed at 2014. So why do we have like translators and interpreters still behind and still having processed to come here to the States? And just we're blaming now like Mr. Trump, and he has been in the office like for 11 or 10 days.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is not something that you can pin on this administration clearly. I mean, the reason is quite simple. We just haven't done enough. The SIV numbers have not been adequate. When it comes to Afghanistan, I think there are 7,000 roughly still waiting. I was working with some of those in the Senate in particular. There's some tremendous champions on the Hill. Senator McCain, I think, would probably be foremost among them. And again, the reason is that it took us a long time to get to the SIV legislation, and then it has taken a long time to get the numbers up to where they ought to be. And with respect, you know, we're obviously back into Afghanistan, and you know, in a much more modest way, certainly than when I was privileged to command 165,000 Americans in uniform during the surge. It's under 6,000 or so, although doing a very, very fine job of enabling the efforts of our Iraqi security force partners, who they helped reconstitute, retrain, re-equip, expand, and get back into the fight, and who now are very much taking the fight to the Islamic State and taking away from the Islamic State that portion of the caliphate that spread into Iraq and had such a terrible, pernicious effect. And frankly, the way forward now in Iraq will depend a great deal on the battle after the battle. This has never been in doubt that the Iraqi security forces, supported by the U.S. and the coalition, would be able to defeat the army that is the Islamic State, keeping in mind that there are terrorist cells and also now nascent insurgent elements that will have to be dealt with also, and could be more difficult in some respects. It's a different type of fight. But what all those of us who have served in Iraq, and a number in here have at considerable levels, have emphasized that this is about the battle after the battle. It's about whether politics can be inclusive or not. In Mosul, we were successful in building a provincial government that was actually representative of all the different elements in the most diverse human terrain in all of Iraq, up in Nainawa province, and of governments that was reasonably responsive to all the different elements within the means available, and most importantly, guaranteed minority rights, not just majority rule. If that can be reestablished, then the prospects are good for Iraq. If it cannot be, not just in Nainawa, but then for the country writ large, then you will see fields that will once again be fertile for the planting of the seeds of extremism and the rise of ISIS 3.0. And obviously, a lot of people are working very, very hard, not just those in uniform, and in fact, even more so, those in State Department and elsewhere, to try to help our Iraqi partners, as Prime Minister Haider al-Abadi, who, by the way, stood in the way of retaliatory action, as I understand it, Ambassador, when others sought to use this to drive a wedge between the United States and Iraq. And again, he knows that inclusive politics are required. He knows that the big achievement of the surge was to bring the fabric of society back together, to bring the Sunnis back into that fabric, the Sunni Arabs, and it was sustained for a good 3.5 years after the end of the surge, and it wasn't until that was undone by highly sectarian actions targeting Sunni Arab leaders that it began to unravel and gave us an opportunity for the Islamic State to get back off its stomach, drift into Syria, gain all kinds of additional power, resources, and sweep back in as an army.
Microphone.
Thank you. Rendell Rahim, President of the Iraq Foundation. First of all, I'd like to ask if in the exemptions, people who work for the embassy in Baghdad are also included, because they are also vulnerable. Or is it just limited to people who are working with the coalition forces?
What does the legislation say on the SIV? I thought it was people that worked for. I believe that is the case, but please look at the language. My understanding was it was.
My question is, do you believe that the recent executive orders, and not just the one freezing, if you want, the coming in of refugees and asylees, do you think it is going to put people in Iraq and presumably Afghanistan, especially in Iraq, at greater risk inside Iraq? Are those executive orders going to radicalize even more some people in Iraq who can retaliate against Iraqis who work with the United States?
I think that will depend on the speed of the ironing out of what the processes will be. Again, there have been halts in the past occasionally to some of these processes. At the end of the day, though, if you go back and look, we used to have a sign on the operations center. In fact, you saw it up in Mosul. We had it wherever I was privileged to be a commander. And there was a question up there that stared us in the face all day long, and it was, will this operation or policy create more bad guys than it takes off the battlefield by its conduct? And if the question to that was that it will create more bad guys, then you probably want to pause a bit. Again, depending on how quickly this is sorted out, that's a policy that could run afoul of that particular question.
Back? I think you had your hand up before.
Hi, and thanks, Paul, for your foresight in hosting this event and thinking of it so long ago. General, I was in...
Introduction.
Paul O'Brien, I'm with Oxfam America. I was in Afghanistan for 5 years, and I saw over that time, I think as the impact of some of your thinking, an evolution in how U.S. military, diplomats, and development workers worked on the basis that the vast majority of Muslims had yet to make their mind up about what their future with the United States ought to be, and we were going to do everything possible to align them in all forms of behavior. I saw the soldiers taking their sunglasses off and on, no speech. I want to ask the American corollary of that question. Do you think these recent decisions in the executive orders are going to have an impact on U.S. security to the extent that they will help Muslims to make their minds up around what relationship they ought to have with the United States? And if so, what should we do differently to assure the security of the United States?
Again, I think it depends a great deal on how we clarify as we go forward, on the speed with which we resolve what additional steps are required, the logic that's behind all of that, and then frankly at the end of the day the communication of all of that as well. And if that is done in a manner which again recognizes that 99.9% of probably of most any faith want to just get along together and provide for themselves and their families and help their kids do a little bit better than they did, then I think we'll be in good shape.
Yep.
Yes, sir. Major Mike Kelvington. I'm an infantry officer in the Army and a grad student up at Princeton right now.
Are you really?
Yes, sir.
Wait a second, please. You might say that again one more time. I mean, Princeton in the nation's service. Do any of you know how tough it is to be? How many serving officers are there in your year group at Princeton?
It's just me, sir.
Yeah, to be that. got that T-shirt, and it's terrific. Thanks, and I'm delighted. I hate to take this, but when people would ask me up in Mosul or in Iraq later on in Baghdad, you know, what was it that seemed to give you some insights that helped you as you were grappling along here with not much guidance from above? And, you know, we were that first year, we were the occupying authority. We had all power, right? And indeed, I was the sheikh of the strongest tribe in northern Iraq. And, you know, we're trying to figure out how do we do this and all the rest. And when folks would say, you know, is there anything that what experience helped you? And I said it was doing graduate school at Princeton, where I learned that there are a lot of smart people in the world that don't see the world the same way that I do, that have different beliefs, that have different backgrounds, that have different fundamental assumptions about the state of nature in the absence of government. And it's to get out of your intellectual comfort zone is I think the greatest of experiences that you can have, especially if you're living what otherwise, let's acknowledge, is a fairly, we used to call it the grindstone cloister existence. That, you know, you're working, your nose is to the grindstone, you don't look up very often, and you're living a somewhat cloistered existence. You may think you're having big debates with your comrades in uniform or what have you, but the truth is that they're about like this, and when you go to Princeton, you learn that there are debates like that. So my hat's off to you, first of all, for actually selecting that, something that probably people told you, like they told me, that you were committing professional suicide when you embarked on that course of action, but at least for some of us, that hasn't always been the case. And then second, congratulations just on getting in. It's terrific.
So what do we want to hear from the Ivy League cloister?
Sir, so just wanted to put in a plug and say thanks to Matt Zeller, especially No One Left Behind was instrumental. After a 4-month fight, my linguist finally just came to the United States in late November of 2016, and they were instrumental in making that happen. My question to you, sir, is one, if they meet the requirements, why should there be a cap of numbers on the SIV program? If we have this out there for them and they qualify, why are we capping the number? And then I participated in a panel on refugees and spoke specifically about SIVs at Princeton in the fall, and I couldn't tell you the number of Vietnam veterans that were in the crowd that came up and talked to me about the moral injury that they still deal with to this day of thinking about leaving their comrades behind. And so how could we potentially program this into future planning for the military? If we go into a large-scale war where we need these people, how could we make that happen so it's part of the planning process, like phase 4, phase 5 type stuff? Thank you, sir.
First of all, I mean, obviously, I don't know what was in the minds of the architects of this program, of the legislation, and why the cap was, why there is a cap, or why it was what it was. I mean, I can surmise that at the end of the day, if you're really forthright about government rations certain activities. If it doesn't, then costs are endless and so forth. And I suspect there's some of that kind of thinking that went on here, that if we open it up too wide, you know, next thing we'll have every Afghan will be here because they'll all claim to have worked. You know, there'd be some logic perhaps like that in the mind of some staffer. And that's all I can surmise. Again, I should note that, you know, when the translator I had in Haiti, and I asked him, so where do you want to be 5 or 10 years from now? I mean, I'm concluding my term, would put our heart and soul into this. I mean, that was a tour where I'd sleep in the ops center at night. I mean, people don't think it was very violent. We were launching ops all the time. I was the guy that launched the QRF. And, you know, I wanted him to say, I want to be the mayor of Port-au-Prince. I want to be the president of Haiti. He said, I want to be an American. And
He's not an idiot.
But it struck me. I mean, we didn't go to Haiti to allow everybody to come to America. We went to Haiti to improve the conditions in that country, so in fact they wouldn't be getting on rickety boats to come to America. So again, there may be some of that if we're just honest with each other about that. And the truth is, I suspect that certainly a large number, if not the majority, of the translators, interpreters would have loved to just been able to stay in their own home country where their families are. And, you know, bringing them here is one thing. ultimately, a lot of them will have to bring their parents here because they're in harm's way and having to move around constantly and everything else. But they don't speak English the way our translators do. They didn't spend years listening to Americans and immerse themselves in our culture and have that same kind of shared experience that binds them with a subset of our population. So I suspect, again, there's some of that. Again, and that's also to program into future planning. I mean, you're almost saying that we're not going to do well enough that they're going to be able to stay in their country. And so perhaps that is prudent. Perhaps there should be a branch plan or something like that if we're honest with ourselves. But at the end of the day, we want to go into that thinking that we're going to help this country improve the situation, and they'll be able to prosper. In fact, they'll be able to do even better as a result of having worked with us, because they'll have these great language skills, they'll know how to navigate our bureaucracy and business worlds and everything else. So I guess those are the thoughts in the back of that. Other
I'm going to
questions?
seize the last question.
Sure,
I can't
please.
give up the
Yep.
opportunity to have you advise Congress about what should be in a No One Left Behind Act if they have one.
Well, actually, I think what they should do is sit down with the head of No One Left Behind, who, has now given up everything else he's doing and is doing this full time, and I think could give them a really nuanced understanding of what's the appropriate role of our government in helping those that come here. Again, we don't want to do everything for them. We want to do enough to help them survive to prosper. Again, we don't want to be providing everything. But what is that minimum essential support that is necessary? What is the responsibility? What is the moral obligation? How should that manifest itself in the assistance that we provide to them? And I think, again, no one can speak about that better than those who are doing this, again, full-time, and a number of others who are engaged in this as well. And then, undoubtedly, let's hear from some of the different interpreters, the TERPs, translators and others, by the way, again, not just who also had to come here because of the risk that they incurred by soldiering alongside us for a number of years. And let's remember that, our son was a lieutenant on the ground in Afghanistan, and I remember him talking about the bond he had with his interpreter. And this guy had been doing this for 5 or 6 straight years and had sort of lost count of the number of IED strikes his vehicle had encountered. Just kept doing it, providing for his family, to be sure, away from his family a lot because they were living, you don't want to be in the neighborhood where your family lives and so forth and so on. So the hardships that he was enduring were very much comparable to those of our soldiers who are deployed away from loved ones in harm's way, risking it all together, and knowing that they can always count on that individual on their right and left, even when that individual is an interpreter. And so we're very pleased to see some of those individuals here. More importantly, really pleased to see everyone else who's here, because that reflects the kind of interest in what is a very important obligation that we have and that we must meet. Thanks, Paul.
We're going to have to do a quick change of scenery. Please don't leave your seats unless you have a desperate need to do so. Please join me in thanking General Petraeus.
Thanks. Thank you, Paul.
Introducing our next 2 speakers. I can do a little bit better with Matt. So I'm going to mostly let them tell you their own stories, but I'll just give you a very brief thumbnail beginning. First on my left, who speak first will be Salwan Al-Toki, who served as an interpreter for 5 years. He worked with the U.S. Army, the USAID, and the U.S. Marine Corps. He's credited with saving the lives of at least 4 Marines during his service. He's a graduate of the University of Baghdad, where he earned a degree in civil engineering. He's quadrilingual, I believe, if that's a word. English or American, Arabic, French, and Russian. He's a native of Al-Quds city in southern Iraq. He served with various American organizations and units from 2003 to 2011, and he waited 2 years to get his SIV. Salwan, maybe just begin a little bit by telling me, how did you get involved with these crazy Americans, and are you crazy also to do so?
Well, it's a long story. I'd like to stand because I'm not comfortable with seats. I'm a civil engineer, so I have to be on the field. So let me ask you this, guys. Anybody accused to be a traitor on this hall? Does anybody accused to be a traitor? Raise up your hands. Don't be afraid of the band. I'm only the one band here. Of course, nobody. Oh, my colleague. So another question is, how many of you guys here was standing between his fellow citizens and the American, which is his claims? Of course, not to the people of the customer service. Third question is, what makes you sacrifice with yourself to the person? Just eat with him in one dish. And you have a good story with him. What makes you sacrifice with yourself to him? You don't know him. Just you eat with him in one dish, and you drink him a local drink, right? Mm. And not like somebody who is sitting in a fancy restaurant with his fiancée or his girlfriend asking for a date. We are the SIVs, guys. We did everything. We sacrificed ourselves. We put ourselves in troubles. And then we are here as SIVs. On May 2003, some Americans come to visit my shop in Al-Quds city, which is 100 miles to the south of Baghdad, near Iranian borders. And they were asking for some real food. I told them, what are you eating in the military? They told me MRE, which is meals rejected by everyone. And this is a message to General Petraeus. So anyway, they get involved with me with a speech, and they were very interested to have me as translator. I told them I don't have any idea about the American intentions in Iraq, so I need to see your general. At that time, he was Lieutenant Colonel Grabowski and Mr. J. Garner. It was the first beginning. Their intentions were very satisfied, and they get involved. First step with United States Marines Corps Headquarters 323, which is called 4th CAG. CAG means Civil Affairs Group, right? We get involved to renovate schools, water station. They use my engineering skills. We get involved to teach the young judges, teach the police officers. We get involved in everything to renovate the infrastructure in Iraq and to make the local government, elected local government, qualified by sending them to training, and we train them also. Then I worked with the United States Agency for International Development as a program development officer. At that time, we were involved to get women's centers, children's centers, Iraqi Chamber of Commerce, and I was proud that I'm the first one who established the Iraqi American Chamber of Commerce. But they forget me. And then I worked with the company as a subcontractor called ECC, which is Environmental Corporation Company. This company worked with the United States Air Force, and I am proud I was the establisher of the first police academy in Iraq. This police academy was trained lots of Iraqi police and National Guard every 6 months, about 1,500. That was in the south. And finally, I'm here as SIV. And thanks for the American people. And thanks for Ambassador Wolfos. And thanks to the gentleman. He was my guest in Baghdad, and now I'm his guest. But the only thing that I'm getting older, he's getting younger. So guys, I'm proud to be with you here. And last thing I want to say is I serve the United States loyally and to the best of my ability. So I am not afraid of death. We face the death shoulder by shoulder with the United States Marine Corps and with all Americans. But for this reason, I am not afraid of the death, but I am afraid of somebody left behind. Thank you very much.
You went to Arlington when you came back, right? Yeah. Just before I introduce the next speaker, just a quick question. What was the first thing you did when you got to Washington?
A good question. The first thing I did here was to visit the grave of Lieutenant Colonel Zengas. He's the first civilian targeted at the war. I was working with his unit, and then he worked with the CPA, which is Coalition Professional Authority, as a civilian. He was targeted and killed, and I visited his grave here in Marines Corps Cemetery. And also, I feel myself proud because I have a good friends here, like Lieutenant Colonel Zengas, Colonel Kuvian, and others. They support me, they put me with their families, they consider me as a member of the family. Thank you so much for them.
Our next speaker is Janice Shinwari, who served as an interpreter for the U.S. military in Afghanistan for 8 years. He's credited with saving the lives of at least 5 U.S. soldiers in combat. He's received numerous U.S. military commendations for his extremely honorable service. He's a graduate of Kana-e-Nur University in Kabul, where he earned a degree in business administration. He's a native of Jalalabad and supported U.S. forces from 2005 to 2013. He spent 4 years waiting for his SIV. He speaks 6 languages: Dari, Pashto, English, Russian, Urdu, and Hindi, but he'll address us in English. Janice, can you just also begin by describing what got you involved in this dangerous venture?
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you for everybody for coming, and thank you for having us here. Actually, there was a couple reasons that why I became an interpreter. The first thing was because we just came from Pakistan. When the Taliban attacked Afghanistan, we moved to Pakistan, and that was the only place that we could hide from Taliban. When we heard that the Taliban is no more in Afghanistan, and then there's a lot of opportunity to go work, and at least we can go back and support our country. And I came back to Afghanistan because my English was not that much good, because I learned my English from one American movie. And that's all. And I just went and I got a couple classes. After a couple classes, I became an English teacher for a couple years. In 2005, I decided to go and work with the U.S. military as a translator. And I went there to the Camp Phoenix in Afghanistan, and I passed the test, and I became an interpreter. The first day was, I do not remember when I was there the first day, but I did my job honestly. As General said before, the translators were not allowed to carry a gun, but I don't know, I was allowed to carry a gun. I had a
Sorry, sir.
Yeah. They gave me an AK-47 with American pistol. I could take it everywhere because they know that I'm one of their trustworthy interpreter, and I was in each fight with them shoulder to shoulder on the first line and fighting against the bad people. And one day I was really mad at the American commander. I was like, sir, why you sending me to each war, to each fight? Whenever something happens, if even that's not in my team, but you guys are selecting me to go, do you guys want me to get killed? Why? Like, he looked at me for a couple of minutes and he says, Janice, no, that's not what you think. Because we trust you. You are one of our trustworthy interpreters. That's why we are sending you to any danger mission. We know you are a good person and you can look after our soldiers. And I was like, oh, okay. And we trusted them because we were waiting for some people to come to our country and save us from the disaster. And finally, when we heard about the US military, and that's why I went, because I could support my country, I could support my people, and the other thing, I could get some good benefits, salary, to support my family. And Matt Zeller, he was the fifth person that I saved his life. I didn't know him. I didn't do him for a reason. If I save his life, he will take me to United States. That was not my goal, to come to United States. He asked me a couple times if I ever go to United States. And I said, no, sir. I'm good here. I want to support my people, my country, and I don't want to go to United States. When I saved his life, as I said, I didn't know him. I only met him for a couple minutes or seconds in our chow hall. When their unit came to Afghanistan, I just met him for a couple minutes. He said, hi, my name is Matt Zeller. I'm looking forward to you guys. I was like, my name is Janice Shinwari. I'm one of the translators, and I'm looking forward working with you guys. 10 days after this, I was at the talk at the Tactical Operations Center. We received a radio call that the unit went to assist the district center as they lost a truck by IED. Same thing. I was not in his team on that time. Somebody called Janice, go put your body armor and get your weapon, let's go. And I was like, again, me. When I put my body, I put my body armor, I got my pistol, my AK-47, ready for fight. Long story short, after 30 or 40 minutes, we got to the objective, and first thing I saw from the windows of the Humvee, the big MRAP truck was destroyed by IED, and the engine, the first tires were all gone. And I thought somebody is dead in this truck because the truck is damaged. And I jumped out of the truck. Even the driver didn't know. I left the truck, and the first question I asked Captain Dean, I was like, everybody's okay? He said, everybody's okay. And I started shooting at the enemy direction. I know where the bullets are coming from. Somebody called me, do not shoot in this direction. I was like, why? He said, we have a friendly guy stuck over there. I was like, is he dead or alive? They said, we don't know, but I was like, I'm going to see if he's already dead, I will bring his body, God forbid. And if he is alive, I will bring him alive. I start moving, and when I got close to him, like, he didn't see me, but I saw him from his behind. And I said, how to go and bring him? If I go, and because I had a different uniform, if he see me, he will shoot me, and he will think I'm a Taliban or somebody. Like, I was thinking for a couple seconds, and I saw two things are moving behind him. When I passed my eyes, and like, two Talibans are coming like a couple meters behind him to get him, kill him or get him alive. And I was like, now I should make a decision. I can't go back. I can't leave my American friend here. And there's two more guys are about to kill him. And I did what I was supposed to do. I just shot at those two guys, and I run at him, and I was like, brother, you're not safe, let's go back. And he was like, who the hell are you? Because he didn't remember my face, and I was like, I'm Janice, one of the translators. You are not safe, let's go back. And long story short, we got back, and we came back to the base. Next morning, I went to the chow hall to get my lunch. He came with his plate, and he was like, brother, can I sit here? I was like, sure. And he hugged me. He said, thank you for saving my life. And he said, he's going to ask me a question. I was like, what? He said, what I did to him. He said he was expecting this from one of his own friends, one of his own American. But nobody came to rescue him. Why I did? Why did I put my life in danger and saved his life? I looked at him, I said, brother, you know you are my guest in my country. And this was my responsibility to look after my guest. And that was my responsibility to save your life. And now you are alive, you can go back. And that's all I did. And that's how Afghan people, generally Muslim people, does. They don't want their guests to get hurt by anybody. We will put in our life in danger, but save our guest. Because he was my guest in my country, and that's what I did. I put my life in danger and saved him. Still, he asked me, when he was leaving at the end of 2008, he told me if I come to the United States, he gave me his phone number, email address, everything. I can talk to him, he will help me come to the state. I was like, no, brother, I will be fine because I love my country, I love my people, and I want to be here with my people. In 2009, the Afghan National Army, the intelligence officer, he came to me and he said, Janice, do you know, now the Taliban, they have your picture, your name, your address, and you are not safe here in Ghazni anymore. You have to quit your job, or you have to get transferred from here to anywhere else. I said, okay, let's talk to my American commander because he is my boss. He will, if he tells me stay, I can stay. If he tells me go, I will go. We talked to him. He contacted the MEP company, like he emailed. In 24 hours, I was transferred to Kabul. When I came to Kabul, I said, now I'm in the safest place because the Ministry of Defense is here, the Ministry of Interior is here, like hundreds of thousands of troops are here. I will be safe here. But I didn't know those people are coming after me, even to Kabul city. When I came to Kabul city, I was in Camp Black Horse. They assigned me as a TERP manager. I was managing like over 250 interpreters. I started phone calls, like getting phone calls in Afghanistan. Said, hey, we are here. We know where you work. We know where you live. And we'll kill you or your son, anybody from your family. I was a couple miles away from my home, but most of my time I stayed at the military base because I was safe there. And in the meantime, I talked to my brother, Matt Zeller, and I said, brother, now I'm in a high risk. What should I do? He sent me a letter and he said, submit this, send it to the SIV, apply for visa. I sent everything to the SIV, and it was 2010, but I never heard anything back. In 2013, I did my interview, but they told me to wait for your visa. In this time, I received the worst news in my life. One of the US commanders says, this base is going to be shut down at the end of the year. Not end of year, but in September. And because we didn't get any replacement, you guys should go home because we don't have enough troops to assign you guys with. In that time, I contacted Matt and I said, brother, now I need your help. You should get me out of Afghanistan because now I lost my protection and I don't want to die. Or I don't want my son to get kidnapped. And because I saw a lot of, frankly, my friends, that they were kidnapped by Taliban, they were tortured, killed, and they send their body parts to their family and friends to see and stop working with the Taliban. And I said, I don't want to be one of them, and I want to go because now I'm married, I have children. And my brother, then he will tell his part, but good thing I received my visa after 2 months, and now I'm here, I'm safe, and once again, I thank for my brother. He helped me a lot, got my visa, my family. I owe him a couple lives now. And thank you so much. Thank you for everyone.
Janice, 2 quick questions. What was the movie you learned English from? It must be a pretty good one.
Actually, that was an old movie. I don't know if you guys watched that movie. The movie star is Arnold Schwarzenegger. The movie is Commando. That's how I learned fights and English.
So then how did you get rid of your German accent? The other question, more
Still,
serious.
my accent is like Arnold Schwarzenegger, like broken English.
Serious question. I'm told your mother had a lot to do with the reason you helped the Americans. Can you elaborate on that? Your mother.
Yeah, because in a Muslim culture, especially in our country, if a mother is not educated, then their sons can go to the wrong ways. I'm telling you, most of those Taliban and Al-Qaeda, because their mother, in our country, if I go do anything, I will get my mom's permission first to do it. If she say no, that's no. If she say yes, that's yes. Without her blessing, we don't do anything. And the one who is like Taliban, because their mothers, they're uneducated, even they don't know about Quran, what the Quran says. They say, okay, I'm going to fight and I'm going to kill anybody who works for the government. Because the mother is uneducated, she say, okay, go ahead, God bless you, my son. But if I say the same word to my mom, trust me, she will slap in my mouth and sit down. But when I told her I'm going to support my country, I'm going to help the U.S. mission in Afghanistan, she was like, okay, my son, that's good. Go ahead and do it. And that's how I started working with the American. If my mother said no, I wouldn't be able to save my brother's life.
Let's hear it for your mother. That's great. So last but by no means least, Matt Zeller. He's a co-founder of No One Left Behind. He, as I understood it, abandoned a promising career with Deloitte and Touche to take on this mission. Hopefully you can accomplish this mission in the next 6 months and go back to something else, but at any rate, whatever length of time it takes. Matt, just say a little bit about how you got, we already know some of your story, but this part of the story.
Thank you all for being here. Thank you to Ambassador Wolfowitz and to General Petraeus. Another round of applause for them. I can't thank you enough, sir, for your time. And to AEI, obviously, for hosting us. And to my amazing team, who all stood up before. You know, the only reason we've been as successful as we've been for the past 4 years is because of them. They've followed me down this sort of crazy endeavor when it was a labor of love. I think to understand how this got started, you have to understand that the guy sitting next to me is not just my guardian angel, he's a saint. I'll spare you the long story of what it took to ultimately get him his visa, but when he arrived here, we had made such a stink about it in the press that CBS News had actually sent a prominent journalist and a camera crew to cover our reunion at the airport. And they ended up showing it nationally on the next day on TV on their morning program with Charlie Rose. What a lot of folks didn't see is what happened after the cameras turned off. The camera crew was packing up their equipment. We were saying goodbye to everyone. And I turned to Janice and I said, okay, brother, let's go get the rest of your luggage. And I have no idea where you're going to stay tomorrow, but tonight you can stay with my family and I. And Janice turned and he pointed to these 4 small rollaway suitcases, the size of carry-on bags. And he said, brother, this is all we have. We're only allowed to bring 1 suitcase per person. It had to be under 50 pounds and fit in the overhead flight bin. And I realized at that moment that he'd arrived with the clothes on his back and whatever contained inside those suitcases. And it wasn't large sums of cash or bars of gold or even perishable items that they'd sell. It was the family Quran, the only black and white photo of his father that he owns in life. The tangible items of his heritage and his culture that are the precious family heirlooms that will never get sold because he and his children can never return to their homeland. And when I realized at that moment that that's all that they had, that they didn't even have linens for a bed, that they didn't have any sense of what it was going to take to survive in our country and our culture, I was dumbfounded at just about how extensive the challenge was going to be to try to get him and his family integrated. And so I turned to look for someone else to help me, and that's when I realized it was on me. I was going to have to figure out where he was going to live and find him a job, and I'm just not a wealthy guy. I didn't have the ability to do it independently, so I grabbed the news reporter and I said, would you do me a favor? Would you let folks know that I'm going to start a GoFundMe page and try to raise him some money? And she said, sure. 3 days later, I'd found him a modest 2-bedroom apartment in Alexandria, Virginia, just down the road from where I was living at the time. And thanks to the generosity of friends and family throughout the DC area, we were able to furnish it with wonderful donations of a bed and a couch and so on and so forth. And I'd gone over to his house to have chai. Every night in Afghanistan, we used to have tea together and talk about our country and our cultures. And I don't know if you've ever gotten the chance to play the Beatles for someone for the first time, but it's pretty cool to watch them see how they take to it. And we went over to have chai, and he was so proud to have me in his home. And I took out a check because I had been to the bank on the way over to his home to see how much money we had raised. And what I found shocked me. There was $35,000 from the American public, from complete strangers, to support him and his family. And so I sat down at his dinner table and I pulled out the check and I said, Janice, I have here a gift from the American people. And it's in thanks and exchange for your 8 years of frontline combat service. You see, the only difference between me and him is twofold. One is stupid, and that's I won the birth lottery and he didn't. The second one is the one that's important. I'm a 1-tour combat vet. He's an 8-tour combat veteran. And so despite the fact of our difference in service, I happen to win the birth lottery, so I get to go to the VA for the rest of my life for health care. And if I walk into a Walmart tomorrow and show him my honorable discharge, company policies, I get a job sight unseen. He walks into a Walmart and asks for a job, he has to plead his case and hope he gets considered. Otherwise, they ask him to buy something or move along. And I just didn't think that that was right. And so I wanted him to know that the American people were standing with him, and that more importantly, that money was going to cover the next year of his life. It would have paid for rent and food. And so I said, brother, this is the first night in your life, I'm sure, that you've had a chance to rest. He was born in 1978. The Soviets invaded the next year. He's been facing a war ever since. And so I tried to give him this money, and he thought about accepting it for maybe all of half of a heartbeat. And he said, brother, I can't take this money. I said, what do you mean you can't take it? There's not a refund button. What do I do? And he said, he got really serious. He looked me right in the eye and he said, well, what about Hassan and Latif and Jamshid and Maiwand and Habib? Don't they deserve to be here too? He was naming off all the other translators who were still back on our base in Afghanistan at that time. And he had a really good point. Even Habib, who I didn't like, deserved to be here. and it's not, and Habib was a good guy. We just didn't get along so well personality-wise, but he gave faithful and
He's here now.
Yeah, he is here now. And so I said, well, what do you want to do with the money? And he said, well, can we use it to start an organization to do for them what you've done for me, to help them get their visas? And he's like, you can clearly find someone a house and furnish it in a couple of days. And I thought, yeah, sure, 6 guys. We could probably do that over a couple of years. And what ended up happening was, as we found out about more and more translators, Ajmal here, who stood up earlier, was Secretary Robert Gates' personal translator. And when he arrived in our country, no one was there to greet him at the airport, except for a police officer at the San Francisco airport. And when Ajmal asked where he was supposed to go, he was directed to homeless shelters in downtown San Francisco. His wife, himself, his 4-year-old son, and his 2-year-old daughter walked up the 101 freeway from San Francisco Airport to Fulton Street, where we found them 4 days later, where they had remained homeless that entire time. He spent 7 years in the Korengal Valley fighting on our behalf. That's a veteran. And on the day he got here, we allowed him to become homeless. That's simply unacceptable. And when I realized the challenges that these people were facing and that there was really no other organization out there that was stepping up to meet that problem, my Army training kicked in. And I started calling Jason, our COO, who's an Army veteran as well of both wars and has been a friend now for a decade. And I said, can you help me out with this? I called Bill Shugarts, who's standing in the back, and Keith Sadler here are both Vietnam-era veterans, and asked, can you help me out with this as well? And we started putting a team together. And here we are now, almost 4 years later. We're in 8 cities, and we've helped resettle over 4,000 people in that time. But that's just a drop in the bucket. There are still tens of thousands of these people who are left behind. And so our goal is simple. We want to get them all their visas that they were promised. When they arrive here, we want to give them what we call an honor flight welcome at the airport and present them with an American flag and thanks for their service. We want to find them a place to live. We want to pay for it for 90 days, furnish it at no cost to them, find them a car, buy them that car, and give it to them, because the car is ultimately the most transformative thing we can do. It opens up a world of employment, help them to find and retain a job, and then, as we call it, find them a first friend, an American to help mentor and guide them. And after we've done this for all the people that we made this promise to in Iraq and Afghanistan, we don't want to be in business. I mean, how many organizations that you hear that say that they don't want to exist? If anything, we'd like to see DOD take on this responsibility in future wars, because quite frankly, the nation's solution to this problem shouldn't be a 35-year-old with a nonprofit and a startup phase. But that's what it's become. And I think that, together, if we unify as a country and throw some resources behind this, we really could solve this problem, because otherwise, this is going to be one of those never again moments that we ultimately regret. And all you have to do is ask a Vietnam veteran about the half-century of moral injury that they've lived with to understand, what that's going to do to not just our generation of veterans, but I'll finish, I guess, with this. I enlisted first, right after 9/11. I'm a New Yorker, a proud New Yorker. And I was a sophomore in college on 9/11. I had no intention of going to the military, but I walked up to the first recruiter I saw in a mall a couple of weeks later and said, where do I sign, and enlisted? And I went right into the infantry. And then at the end of AIT, there was a recruiter for ROTC that said, the Army has seen a lot of leadership potential. We'd like to send you back to school and finish your degree and get a commission. And so 2 years later, I commissioned as Lieutenant Zeller. And when you commission, there's a ceremony that you do where you get your first salute from an NCO. And the gentleman, the sergeant who gave me my first salute afterwards pulled me aside and he said, sir, do you know what your responsibility?
Okay, guys, we're going to cut out of this. We'll go back to this in a moment, but we're getting live images coming in of Melania Trump arriving for their Mar-a-Lago vacation this weekend. Live images coming in now, right here on Fox 10 News Now. Again, this Florida trip to Mar-a-Lago is Donald Trump's first getaway as president and is expected to be part business, part pleasure. Here he is reuniting with his wife Melania, who's been living in Trump Tower in Manhattan as their 10-year-old son Barron finishes the school year. There are also rumors that Trump will be attending the American Red Cross's annual fundraising gala, which is being held at Mar-a-Lago on Saturday night. In between the socializing, Trump will have several meetings and phone calls as he maintains his aggressive work schedule. The trip, which is scheduled to last from Friday night to Monday morning, also comes with a hefty price tag. The closest approximation of the cost comes from a report of the Government Accountability Office prepared in 2016 about one of Obama's trips in 2013 at the request of Republican Senator John Barrasso. Now, the trip was actually quite similar to the one that Trump is about to take. It occurred back in February 2013 over the course of a few days. Obama flew from Joint Base Andrews to Chicago on February 15th to deliver a speech on the economy and the middle class, then flew from there to Palm Beach, Florida. He returned February 18th. But aside from the Chicago detour, Trump's trip is almost identical. Now, the cost of the 2013 trip for the Department of Defense and the Department of Homeland Security, which oversees the Secret Service, was $3.6 million. Now, Trump's multi-million-dollar trip, which comes just 2 weeks into his presidency, shows that Trump is not shy about engaging in the same type of jet setting that he and other Republicans heavily criticized Obama for throughout his presidency. Interesting, I'd like to make note that weekend protests are scheduled outside of Trump's Mar-a-Lago residence. Again, there is a protest planned for Trump's Mar-a-Lago visit. Now, like clockwork, every time a president goes on holiday, even for a weekend, the critics go into high dudgeon. The commander-in-chief, regardless of party or ideology, customarily is blasted for wasting taxpayers' money, goofing off and being out of touch. Politico reports that this trip could cost taxpayers more than $3 million, partly because of security and Air Force One expenses. George W. Bush endured criticism for getting away frequently to his ranch in Texas, and Barack Obama was derided for vacationing at Martha's Vineyard and in Hawaii, where he spent much of his childhood. Again, a planned weekend protest march outside of Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort is back on after two groups took over its organization. Women's March Florida said Thursday that their group, as well as South Florida Activism, have taken over the march. They believe that this march will be peaceful and that there will be trained marshals and legal assistance to keep the march orderly. Again, Donald Trump scheduled to be at Mar-a-Lago this weekend for the first time as president, and is likely to attend a major American Red Cross fundraiser Saturday night. The protest will be aimed at the president's moratorium on refugees from 7 primarily Islamic countries, along with other issues. Now, more than 2,000 people have registered on Facebook to attend the Mar-a-Lago protest. West Palm Beach police have said they're working with organizers and are not anticipating any problems. Now, Business Insider did write this article in the last day or so. What's it like to stay at Mar-a-Lago, Trump's winter White House? The article continues and says, the Mar-a-Lago Club is Trump's Florida resort and home base outside of Manhattan, the former home to the heiress of Post cereal. Trump turned it into a luxury resort in the 1980s. Trump frequently visits the compound and will continue to do so throughout his presidency. White House Press Secretary Sean Spicer called it the Winter White House when he informed reporters that the president would be visiting over the weekend of February 3rd. Trump himself used the designation in a tweet about the writing of his inaugural address in January. Now, here's what it's really like to stay at the president's favorite retreat, where the initiation fee for membership was just doubled to $200,000. Mar-a-Lago is a beach and pool club and spa with rooms, suites, and cottages spread over 20 acres. The club has been the site of everything from Trump's most recent wedding to Maya Angelou's 80th birthday party hosted by Oprah Winfrey to various victory parties and events throughout Trump's campaign for president. The 118-room resort was built in the 1920s by Marjorie Merriweather Post, at the time America's richest woman. She bequeathed it to the U.S. government when she died in the hopes that it would be the home of future presidents. The government reportedly had no interest in that plan, and the estate fell into despair. Then, Trump scooped up the property in 1985 for less than $10 million, renovated it, and ultimately turned it into the destination that it is today. The elite of Palm Beach sneered at Trump's arrival at first. He opened the private club up to both Jews and African Americans, and he even admitted a gay couple, the first on the island to do so. The club currently has 482 members with a cap of 500. Large charity and private events are often staged at Mar-a-Lago. These events will continue to take place, including a Red Cross fundraiser set for this weekend. The casual patio restaurant serves dishes like Barron's macaroni, named after Trump's youngest son. Interesting note, a tunnel connects the well-kept grounds to the beach. But you can't go inside the resort while in beach or pool attire, as there is a formal dress code at the resort. Now, the newest amenity is the most exclusive. Trump himself will be a frequent visitor and will stay in his residential villa on the grounds. When he's around, increased security and Secret Service are a noticeable presence. You can see pictures of Mar-a-Lago in this Business Insider article as well.
What up, press? Stand. Can you get me out of the parking garage?
Okay, guys, looks like we've lost that feed, but you did just watch the President and First Lady reunite for the first time. We're going to take you back now to that event, the Unsung War Heroes of Iraq and Afghanistan. Let's listen in.
Just to give you a warning, Matt, before we end, I want to ask you to tell the congressman what you will tell them if they follow General Petraeus' advice and come ask you about this act. In the meantime, if I can spring a surprise question on both of you, because we didn't discuss this before. It's about the vetting process. Suppose someone would come to you and say, look, we've got this bunch of, not interpreters who've been through the kind of experience that gives you a lot of information, but sort of unknown refugees from Iraq or from Afghanistan. What would be the most important things to find out in order to know whether they were safe to admit? Do you have any ideas about that? Either of you? It's a tough question, but it's what we're supposed to spend this next 90 days figuring out, so it's your chance to offer ideas.
Well, I will advise.
I'll just to coach you just a little bit. I heard recently from someone who has a friend in New York who was an immigrant from Sicily about 50 or 60 years ago. Sicily is the home of the mafia in Italy. Apparently, in order to get into the United States, he had to do something like 4 interviews with the consulate in Palermo. They went and interviewed all of his family. They had to check with people because he had the same name as a certain mafia family to make sure that he wasn't actually related. They checked on which of his relatives were communists because at that time being a communist meant you believed in the overthrow of the US government. So it was this idea of extreme vetting wasn't invented yesterday, but it's much more difficult to do in a place where we know so little. We knew relatively more about Sicily than we know today about Iraq or Afghanistan, perhaps. So anyway, how would you think about it?
Well, if you want to compare a refugee versus veteran, I think when you call us a refugee, we are not refugees.
I'm not comparing them, no.
So we are most likely than veterans. We served in the United States Army. We served in the United States Marine Corps. We served in the Navy. We served under different circumstances. And sometimes we were allowed to carry our weapons. So to be a veteran is more better than to be a refugee. And we don't ask for privileges. We don't ever ask for any privileges. And when we first hired, we didn't ask for any privileges. We just asked that our country will be strong enough after Saddam Hussein regime. We didn't ask for any privileges from the American. Only we keep together, get united, and build our new country. I would like to tell a short story on this. My uncle said that, are you working to the Americans? I told him, yes. And you know what? I will get the last version of ACI code, I will get the last version of ASTM, and maybe they will get me work with Bechtel or Halliburton, or at least United States Army Corps of Engineers, because I'm an engineer. He told me, don't expand your dreams. They let us down on 1991. So I told him, no, uncle, don't be so mean. 2003 is not 1991. So now I am in America, and I am waving to my uncle from Washington. Last day, he told me that, is the American find you a job in 7-Eleven? I told him, what is 7-Eleven? 7-Eleven is 7-Eleven. Anyway, we want our friends to be here as soon as possible. I have friends fighting in Mosul now. I have friends fighting in some specific and dangerous area in Mosul, fighting ISIS. So we need them all here. No one left behind. No, there is someone left behind. Our memory is left behind. But now we are looking for the future.
Janice? Is this an unfair question, but what's your thoughts about the vetting process?
Actually, I don't know what to say about this.
That's fair enough.
Yeah.
Matt has some ideas, I know, but
Yeah, he might.
Matt, my question for you is, what do you want to tell the Congress should be in this new bill?
A couple of things. First off, we need to begin accepting new applications in Iraq. We have not accepted a new application since 2014, which might shock a lot of people in here because we have 4,800 military troops currently fighting Iraq and another 7,800 contractors. Most of those people don't speak Arabic or Kurdish, and they're likely relying on the support of local nationals on the ground who, by the way, once they've served with us, have fundamentally excommunicated themselves from the society around them. They are going to likely need some type of pathway to get here. In addition, there is a pocket of, it's not large, but it's enough that should warrant consideration. Iraqis who are not able to submit their applications because ISIS showed up at one point and prevented them ever from getting to Baghdad in the first place to actually file the application in time. In addition, in Afghanistan, the backlog is in the thousands. It's anywhere from 7,000 to 10,000, depending on what month the State Department is reporting. There's only a current allocation of 1,500 visas to cover that backlog, and we're still accepting new applications. So every visa we get out, we essentially receive a new visa application in its place. If we don't get these people here, simply put, they're going to die. So what we feel is that the Congress ought to restart the program in Iraq, remove the cap, and basically say service. If you qualify through your service and you can pass the most extreme form of vetting that we ask anyone to pass, because that's what this actually entails, they ought to earn the visa that they have in fact been promised because of their service. And then finally, what we believe is that they ought to be called veterans. We don't have to give them VA benefits, but shouldn't we at least give them an honorary designation as veterans? And this is not a bridge, by the way, too far. In World War II, it turns out that the 250,000 Filipinos who fought with our forces in the South Pacific were declared as honorary veterans. We actually gave them VA benefits. We built a hospital in Manila for them. So we've done this in our past before, and in designating them as veterans, not only would I think the world of philanthropy finally open up to support them, getting back to the question that you asked the general before, but in addition, think of all the employers who like to pride themselves on hiring a veteran. Well, now they could actually make a public commitment to doing just that for a population that I would argue is just as vulnerable. I mean, again, Janice, how many times have you been blown up? 6?
5, 6 times.
I mean, he doesn't ever get to go talk to anybody about that. He doesn't get to have his head checked out, which I'm sure there's probably some, lingering TBI issues. Anybody who's exposed to a concussion like that repeatedly might have some medical things. There's a guy we know up in Maryland right now who has a bullet in his arm. The Taliban put there 9 years ago. And the only way he's ever going to get it out is if he gets pro bono surgery. I mean, they're coming home with the signature injuries of our war, but with no access to the facilities and the specialists to help them out. So if the Congress would just simply designate them as honorary veterans, I think that would go a long, long way in changing how our country integrates them and how they're perceived to be fellow veterans of our wars.
Well, that's a great note to conclude on. We have to end it. It's past 4. I think if our interpreters are willing to stick around a little bit, the audience may want to come up and talk to you and ask you questions personally. Thanks, everyone, for coming. It's been a great audience, a great discussion.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks again, brother, for doing this.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, so that wraps up the Unsung War Heroes live stream courtesy of American Enterprise Institute. I want to give you guys a live look at New York City, the home of our president, Donald Trump, and the current residence of Melania Trump and Barron. That's right, Melania, Barron. They left New York today, went on over to Mar-a-Lago, Melania reuniting with her husband for the first time since inauguration weekend. This is a quick look from our Fox News Channel camera. You can see Radio City Music Hall on the right side of your screen. A lovely day in New York City. Coming up in just a few minutes, Mary Kate will be joining you from 3 to 5 with more news now ahead. Stay tuned.
All right, everybody. Well, hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. We're going to take you to a shot in Houston, where the Super Bowl is happening. Coming up in just a few minutes, I'm going to have Fox 10 anchor Mark Martinez up here with me to talk about the Phoenix Open. Let's take you to that bump shot, though, of the Super Bowl. All right, everybody. Well, hello and welcome again. We are just streaming live for you right now, a shot of where the Super Bowl is happening this weekend. Coming up in just a few moments, I'm going to have Fox 10 anchor Mark Martinez up here to talk about sports with me. The Phoenix Open's also happening this weekend as well. So whether you live here in Phoenix or anywhere across the U.S., we're going to be talking sports. he's probably going to know a little bit more than me when it comes to this topic. So I'm excited to talk about the Phoenix Open because it's something I've never been to. I hope to go this weekend, but he's been. So I think he's going to kind of give me the lowdown about this cool golf tournament here in Phoenix. Beautiful in Scottsdale just to see the greenery, what everyone wears. It's a very cool event. And of course the Super Bowl as well. So appreciate you guys joining me here on the Fox News Now stream. Mark will come up with me here in just a few seconds. All right, everybody, we're going to take you to the White House where President Trump is going to be giving his Facebook Live address. Let's see what this is all about.
My fellow Americans, this week I nominated Neil Gorsuch for the United States Supreme Court. Judge Gorsuch is one of the most qualified people ever to be nominated for this post. He's a graduate of Columbia, Harvard, and Oxford. He's a man of principle. He has an impeccable resume. He's widely respected by everyone. And Judge Gorsuch's proven track record upholding the Constitution makes him the ideal person to fill the vacancy left by the late, great Antonin Scalia, a truly fabulous justice. 10 years ago, the Senate unanimously approved Judge Gorsuch's nomination to serve on the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals. I urge members of both parties to support Judge Gorsuch and, in so doing, to protect our laws and our freedoms. This week, we also took significant action to roll back the massive regulation that is devastating our economy and crippling American companies and jobs. That's why I've issued a new executive order to create a permanent structure of regulatory reduction. This order requires that for every one new regulation, 2 old regulations must, and I mean must, be eliminated. It's out of control. The January employment report shows that the private sector added 237,000 jobs last month. A lot of that has to do with the spirit our country now has. Job growth far surpassed expectations in January, and the labor force participation also grew, so you can be encouraged about the progress of our economy. It's going to be a whole new ballgame. But there is still much work to do, that I can tell you. Also this week, on the first day, Black History Month, I was pleased to host African American leaders at the White House. We're determined to deliver more opportunity, jobs, and safety for the African American citizens of our country. America can really never, ever rest until children of every color are fully included in the American dream. So important. I think probably one of my most, and maybe my most important goal. It is our mutual duty and obligation to make sure this happens. At Dover Air Force Base on Wednesday, I joined the family of Chief Special Warfare Operator William Ryan Owens as our fallen hero was returned home, a great man. Chief Owens gave his life for his country and for our people. Our debt to him and his family, a beautiful family, is eternal. God has truly blessed this nation to have given us such a brave and selfless patriot as Ryan. We will never forget him. We will never, ever forget those who serve, believe me. And I will never forget that my responsibility is to keep you, the American people, safe and free. That's why last week I signed an executive order to help keep terrorists out of our country. The executive order establishes a process to develop new vetting and mechanisms to ensure those coming into America love and support our people, that they have good intentions. On every single front, we are working to deliver for American workers and American families. You, the law-abiding citizens of this country, are my total priority. Your safety, your jobs, and your wages guide our decisions. We are here to serve you, the great and loyal citizens of the United States of America. The forgotten men and women will never be forgotten again, because from now on, it's going to be America first. That's how I got elected. That's why you voted for me, and I will never forget it. God bless you, and God bless America.
All right, you guys, well, I have Fox 10 anchor Mark Martinez up here with me to talk
Hello.
about Phoenix Open.
Yeah, happy Friday, by the way.
Happy Friday.
You know, before we talk about the Open, just taking a look at the Super Bowl party down there in Houston reminds me of
I know.
2 years ago. We had that right here. This was going on just a few blocks away from the station once we hosted the Super Bowl in Phoenix. Well, it was in Glendale, University of Phoenix Stadium, but all the party was in downtown Phoenix. So it's quite an event, and
Really?
yeah, they have all kinds of things going on down there, keeping the fans entertained, the NFL experience. So pretty cool stuff going on there.
That looks so cool.
It was a great time. Yeah, we've had it here twice since I've been here, and it's a big show, a big production to put on, but the cities usually pull it off, and it's a great thing for them. Obviously, good exposure and brings a lot of money in from the tourists. So
Yeah, there's a company, it's like Event Host Live or something like that, and they have people literally hosting just the events there and getting people riled up, and everyone's like cheering and clapping.
It's a huge party, and you know, you get there a few days early if you have tickets to go. Even if you're not, even people living in Houston can just go and hang out and be part of it. So it brings people out, and the weather looks great there, like it was here for us too. So. All right, let's
That's
talk about the
awesome.
Waste Management Phoenix Open. So if you're not familiar, people who are watching outside of Arizona, it's this gigantic a golf tournament that we have here every year. And what makes it so unusual is the 16th hole, which has now become legendary. It's not like typically when you think of golf tournaments, you think everyone's quiet and let the golfers tee off and be respectful, and you don't want your phone to ring, and you want to be like completely hushed like you're in church. The 16th hole is the opposite of that. It is a party.
It's not like that.
It's a party. It is a huge party, and they have it's multi-level. They set up these this whole setup around there where it's like 3 or 4 stories. I think we have a picture of it there.
Yeah, let me pull it over
and
there.
they have suites there, corporate suites. Look at all the people in there. This
That's amazing.
They're all gathered around one golf hole. This is all one hole, the 16th hole. But so many people show up. I mean, tens of thousands of people that show up here, and the golfers some of them used to hate this because
really?
the crowd, it doesn't quiet down. There's always this murmur because even if the crowd right around the hole is quiet, you still hear the people up in the suites that are drinking and maybe not even watching the golf.
Yeah.
You know, it's sort of like if you're at a concert and people lose interest and they start chatting.
Do they play music too while they're golfing?
In between, while they're waiting for golfers, they do have some music going on and some entertainment and things like that. But it's just a huge party out there. And tomorrow, they're expecting 200,000 people, a little over 200,000 people. The record is 203,000.
Oh my gosh.
So they are expecting a little over 203,000 people to show up out there. And the weather's going to be fantastic. It's like mid to upper 70s here. So they are really excited about what's going to happen out there tomorrow.
Yeah.
So they're having a huge event out there all weekend long. So that's going to be fun. It's one of those things. I've been out there a few times just to cover it.
Mm-hmm.
Not really as a spectator, because I like golf, but I don't like all the crowds that much.
Yeah,
You know,
I hate waiting for the bathroom.
Oh
Waiting
yeah,
to get a drink. It's so
well, you
annoying.
have to wait to park, wait to get in,
Yeah.
blah blah blah. But it's for me, it's like a bit of a hassle. But it is a huge event, and it's really kind of more of a. It's almost, I would equate it to like the Kentucky Derby for us, where
Okay, yeah, so I've been to that.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's that thing. You don't have to be necessarily a huge fan of the event or even into horse racing or into golf.
Yeah.
But it's more of kind of like a see and be seen sort of thing. People watching. It's always great out there.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go tomorrow, I think. What am I
Oh,
supposed
wow.
to wear? Like, what do girls wear? What do guys wear?
You know, guys usually typically wear kind of like some people do the whole kind of what you see at a derby, like bow ties, and I don't know if
Yeah,
you
I'll
saw.
never do a hat.
You
Like,
saw
I'm not gonna go
Marcy's
that-
story yesterday.
Yeah.
It kind of was along those lines.
Okay.
A lot of pastels and things like that.
Yeah.
But for women, I when I was out there last time, I saw. A lot of women dressed up looking like they were going out.
Yeah, like to
high
the club.
heels and
Oh,
yeah.
no.
So,
I can't
you
do
know.
heels though, because then it'll just go right
You
in the
sink
grass.
right in. Oh, you believe me, you see that, especially after people
Oh.
have had a few drinks. It can get
And they're
really-
like
yeah.
tumbling over. That's never.
Everyone
a good
shows
look.
up looking classy, and then like by the end of the day, and you're out there, and it
It's
is
a long
pretty
time.
warm too. You're out in the sun
Ooh.
and drinking, and people start early, and it can get a little bit
That sounds like a
sloppy for some
disaster,
people.
actually, for the girls with their makeup melting and they're wearing heels.
Yeah,
It's like-
yeah. It's a bit of a, it's one of those things where if you're gonna go out there and drink, you got to pace yourself and try to make sure you last throughout the day.
Yeah.
But the golfers, again, a lot of them used to hate this because it's so loud around them, and it's not what they're used to.
Right. How do they
But,
concentrate?
Now, a lot of them have embraced it because it's become such a thing. This is the only one like it in the country. This is the only place where this happens,
Yeah.
where a golf hole is a party. And so they've kind of just, it's a quirky thing, and a lot of them have said, you know what, we know what it is, we'll deal with it. If we have to be, and if the crowd's annoying us on one hole, it'll be fine. We'll get through it.
Because they care. This is a tournament for them. They want to do well,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, but a
So-
couple of years, maybe more than a couple of years ago, but like Tiger Woods, he hated it. He just didn't want it.
I can see him
He
not
thought it was
liking
not, wasn't being respectful of the golfers, and it was just too much. I
Yeah.
think he's kind of softened his stance on it, but we haven't seen him out here. I'm not exactly sure when the last time he was out here, but
He hates it.
but look
He doesn't
at
wanna come
it's
back.
just craziness out
But
there.
he's
so.
probably like, I'm here to actually do well in my career. These people are getting drunk and don't even care. you
Right?
know?
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I think it's one of those things where.
It's kind of like when people go to a Dave Matthews concert or
Yeah,
something.
the
no one
the
cares
crowd's
about
kind of
music.
riled up, and they're having fun, and then you get to the end of the day, people have been having a few cocktails, and maybe they're not as quiet as they think they are.
Yeah.
But it's this is a really big event. It's a big, huge moneymaker for Scottsdale and for Phoenix. Now, the one thing though, we did talk about the drinking, and of course that does go on. So yesterday they were out there,
pull up this
and
video
the
too while you
police,
talk about
the police were out there, and they will be all weekend. They really don't want people to drink and drive, obviously. They were voluntarily breathalyzing people. So I love this idea. They'll have a little booth.
Yeah.
And you can go up and they'll ask you, what do you think your BAC is? And people will kind of usually guess low,
Kind of like a
They
carnival
think
game
that
or something?
Yeah,
like
they think
guess your
that they're
weight?
not over the limit, and some of them are way over the limit.
Oh.
So,
Yeah, it depends on, I think, have you had one or two, like it can really change between drinks and how much you've had to eat and stuff, right?
Oh, yeah. And there was a guy out there yesterday who said he'd been drinking all day long, and they asked him what he thought he was, and he thought, maybe a 0.10 or something, and he was like a 0.19. I mean, he was really, he was up there. But, it was kind of odd, because I saw the story with the guy, and, you just looking at him and seeing, he didn't come across drunk. No, and
hey,
that's kind of dangerous, because that could be the type of person who might say, oh, let me get in the car, I'm not that bad.
Right.
But the nice thing out there is there's tons of Uber, taxis, Lyft. You've got no excuse. There's plenty of ways to get there and get home safely.
What about the surge, though? I bet surge prices are high this weekend.
But I was out there a few years ago and covering the story, and I saw a guy. The police were doing the voluntary breathalyzer, and they asked him if he wanted it, and he said no. And he was clearly, he was kind of staggering.
Yeah.
And they kept an eye on him. They watched him go out to the parking lot, and he got into a car, and he backed up maybe less than a foot, and an undercover police car pulled in behind him, and they arrested him for DUI. And,
oh my gosh.
And he, they knew, they could tell, they were trying to help him out. They said, do you want a breathalyzer before you? And he's like, no, I'm fine. And that's when they said, well, you're not fine. And they watched him.
And then he got a DUI.
Yeah, and that's, $10,000 probably in lawyer fees. And
he probably wasn't thinking straight. He was probably like, okay, get away from the police quickly, and didn't think they were still watching him.
Yeah, no, they were, when you've been drinking, you lose that kind of sense of what's going on.
And
we were there covering the story, obviously, stone cold sober, and I was watching it going, man, what are you doing? They're giving you a break here if you just took it.
So he probably was thinking in his mind, why would I want a breathalyzer from you? I don't want to get in trouble. I got to get away from them.
I think that's what it was, and he just thought if he kind of walked away that they'd let him go. But they knew that this guy, they kind of had, they're smart. They've been through this before. These officers, they've heard everything in the book, and they can tell. They're trained to spot people, obviously, who've had too much, and just the way the guy was kind of doing this. So that guy definitely. Was not going to forget that year at the Open for all the wrong reasons.
But so when they breathalyze people and they are above the legal limit, but they don't arrest them, they just say that's what you are. And have a good day?
It was completely because they weren't. These are people who weren't going to be driving. Hopefully, and if they were, hopefully that they thought twice afterward.
Yeah.
But I really do think. Even when I covered it last, I don't remember if they had Uber at the time. It might have been 6 years ago.
Oh, really?
I think a lot more people, before they even leave the house, if they're going to something like this, they don't even think about driving anymore.
Why would you?
They don't even think about that anymore. Luckily, I mean, they're more of the mindset of okay, we know what's going to happen. We're going to go out there. We're going to have drinks.
Right.
So before we have any drinks, let's figure out how we're getting there and getting home.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of people's idea now, which is fantastic.
Who was the guy that just got caught in Scottsdale? The athlete. We had the whole DUI
Floyd,
video.
right?
I'm just surprised. Why would he drive? I mean, I get they drive really nice cars, so maybe they want to take them out and show them off. But you have more money than most people that you can afford tons of Ubers all the time. I would be, it's
yeah,
strange.
he does, and that kind of is mind-boggling because I've covered a few of these before. Charles Barkley was one of them in Scottsdale also, and it's
always in Scottsdale.
I don't understand. I think sometimes it is, you want the control of having your own car. You don't want to be at someone else's, waiting for somebody. But there's just, that's not an excuse.
Or you think you're above the law because you're famous,
Yeah, and, it did work out pretty well for Floyd. He got cut from the Cardinals, and then he got picked up.
I know.
So
How great
getting
is that
more
for
money
him?
for that. But so it's a really fun event, though. It really is. I just going out there's going to be crowds. There's going to be a lot of people. And for some people that go, they just love it. I mean, that's
Yeah.
part of the whole experience.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I thought
So
I
you're
would-
gonna go out there tomorrow, huh?
I'm gonna try. Yeah, I got a ticket, so I'm gonna go for a little bit. I have some friends that came in from Ohio for it. So people fly in from all over for
Yeah.
this.
Oh, yeah, yeah. And you look at Scottsdale Air Park, and there's, I think they said enough private jets there that they're filling the tarmac, and they're about $1.5 billion worth of private jets that are on the ground out there right now.
So a lot of wealthy people come in for this.
It's big time. And there's kind of something for everyone there if you just want to kind of walk around and look. Even if you're not a golf fan, you can just walk around and look at everything and
My
just have
dad's
fun.
tried to explain golf to me. I kind of get it, but some of the lingo I still don't understand.
So you're not sitting there watching the Golf Channel all day long on your days off?
I'll be like, yes, and then people are like, no, that was bad. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, I'm still trying to understand, like, what I should clap for and what I shouldn't. And
Just go with the crowd,
etiquette,
just kind of follow along with what they're
Very
doing. And
nice.
if they clap, just chime on in.
But Mark Wahlberg was there, so I want to pull up
He
this
was,
video.
yeah.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, so this was the Pro-Am, which I think was on Wednesday morning.
Yeah. And yeah, so I think he's gone now, right? That's what I heard.
Yeah, he was here. I'm trying to think of who else was out there for that golf tournament. Oh, Michael Phelps was out there.
Oh, cool.
Patrick Peterson, I believe. So there was quite a few celebs out there having fun.
That's pretty
This was
awesome.
before it really started getting crowded, but they were really good sports too, signing autographs.
Yeah, he was nice. Like, later I'll play
Larry
the sound.
Fitzgerald
He
was
sounded
out
nice.
there, yeah.
Oh yeah, he was there too
Yeah.
as well. So that's pretty cool. So maybe I'll see some fancy people. Although there's like VIP places.
What
for
time?
them,
Are
right?
you going early, or are you going out there?
I don't know. I'll have to check with my friends from Ohio what time they're going. I
Well-
know Mike's getting up at like 5 a.m.
Oh, he's going to be an early rise. He's
Yeah.
going to get out there before the crowds, probably.
Yeah.
And
What's
tonight,
the best time to go?
Well, probably earlier the better, I would say. And maybe get out there by like 10 or 11, because it does start getting really crowded. Actually, maybe that might even be a little late. Quite honestly, it's been several years since I've been out there, but
Yeah.
you want to try to beat the crowds on the early side of the day, and then it goes into the night. I mean, there's parties at the Bird's Nest. Yeah, so they've got all kinds of things going on. It really kind of turns into like almost a nightclub sort of thing. So
Yeah, I can't believe Flo Rida is going to be there. And again, we were talking about the houses that could possibly be nearby and how annoyed they probably are with hearing Flo Rida at 2 in the morning. They're
But
like,
this is our time of the year here for people who don't live in Arizona or in Phoenix. We're in the sweet spot right now for the next few months. Weather-wise, it's so hard to beat. We're in the 70s to low 80s, and then it starts getting
annoyingly hot.
really, really hot. And
Because,
that's
I
when,
moved here in August, so I
yeah,
don't know what it's
then.
like.
You know
then.
the 113, 115 degrees.
That's true, yeah. I came at the very end, but yeah, I heard spring's great, so it should be getting
Oh,
nice.
this is your first one here, huh?
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, so that'll be
it's
good.
going to be very nice. It's going to be just like perfect weather. The evenings are great. So it's funny, people who come from out of the state and they think this is like this all the time, and it is not. But you're welcome
Yeah.
to come back in the summertime.
Yeah.
You hang by a pool, it's fine.
Yeah, when I came here, I got so sunburnt. My first 2 days here, like my whole face was peeling.
That's what I was going to warn you about tomorrow. Make sure you wear plenty of
Sunscreen?
sunblock out there, because
Okay.
it's not a lot of shade out there on the course, obviously, so
Mm.
it gets kind of toasty. But
I think they released a statement after all the drinking had been going on saying like 2 beers for every water. So like 2 beers and then
Yeah.
a water, 2 beers and a water.
yes, you got to hang onto some of those tips, because if you don't,
You will
it'll kind of
pass
hit you
out.
pretty quickly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it'll be fun though. You'll have a good
That's
time.
good to know.
So
Well, I'm glad you've been, so you can kind of tell me what it's
yeah,
like.
I need to go back. It's funny because I go to so many of these things as a reporter. I've gone out to them. So
Yeah.
I'm working.
So you
and
can't
I kinda,
really drink and party.
No, you can't at all. You're just kind of observing, going, wow, this looks like fun. But then when it's time to go back, not working, I kind of think, oh, I gotta park, and I gotta walk, and I gotta,
and then you go up to the bar and you're like, can I get 2 drinks? Because I know it's going to take an hour for me to come back here and
yeah,
get
you got to
another
plan
drink.
ahead a little
You
bit.
have to, like, hold 2 drinks.
It's kind of Vegas style, but it's fun. I think you're gonna have a great time. I'm looking forward to
Awesome.
hearing the reports from you when you.
I will let you know, and I'll definitely wear
back next week.
sunscreen. I don't want to have a peeling face on
What are you
Monday.
doing for Super Bowl Sunday?
I don't know. I mean, I guess just watch it here on Fox 10, right?
Are you
You're
gonna be
here
here?
working, right? I don't think I'll be here
I actually
working.
no.
but-
I was able to get the weekend off.
No way.
Yes.
So what are you going to do for it?
I don't know yet. I got some friends who are having parties, so I guess I'll probably do that.
The food
you
is the
know?
best part, right?
That's I mean, it's
The
hard to turn that
wings,
down.
Yeah.
All
of
the
that. I love the food part of it.
queso dip. 7-layer dip, pizza. Yeah,
Do you like
I'm
the
gonna pack on
commercials
some
too?
weight. Oh yeah, the commercials are great. I mean, some of them in the years past have been a little disappointing, I think, because it's such a big build-up, and you know,
we have such high
and
expectations.
then they kind of, But I've seen some previews of some of them this year. They look pretty good.
Allstate always gets you, and Budweiser, Clydesdales.
yeah, they're a great one.
Those are good. Well,
So-
that sounds like fun.
Yes, well, you have fun. You're in for a big weekend.
I know. I'm excited. I will definitely tweet a photo or something or let you know.
Yes,
Hopefully
you
I
have
won't be
to.
sunburned, but.
Well, good.
All right, you guys. Mark Martinez.
Thanks,
follow him
everybody.
on
Have a
Twitter.
good weekend.
What's your Twitter handle?
At MarkFox10, MARC Fox10.
All right, Mark.
All right.
you.
Thanks, Mary Kate. Have a
Thanks
good
so
weekend.
much.
Have fun out there.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
All right, you guys. Well, that was Fox 10 anchor Mark Martinez up here with me talking about the Phoenix Open. It sounds like a blast. I've never been. I'm excited, but you know what? I have to wear my sunscreen, you guys, because I got to tell you, when I first moved here, when it was just in August, my whole face was bright red. I was peeling. I was so worried about coming here on my first day of work and having a peeling face, and they would say, "Oh my God, she's so ugly." What? No. Luckily, it peeled off, and I was able to kind of get my skin back in shape before I got to work. But they wouldn't say that anyway. But you know, you got to make sure you wear your sunscreen always. I was told by my dad. He's a redhead, pale-skinned guy, so he's always worried about wearing sunscreen. And he always told me, actually, the most important time to wear sunscreen is an overcast, because you think you're fine, it feels nice and cool out, and then the next thing you know, you're actually still being exposed to the sun. So there's my little health lesson. Always wear your sunscreen. All right, you guys, well, let's take you back to a shot of the Super Bowl happening this weekend. Let me know in the chat or tweet at me, Mary Kate Fox 10. Who are you rooting for? I love football, but I haven't really picked a team that I should be rooting for yet. I know we're getting down to the wire here, and I should already have a team in mind. But I've been asking people, hey, who should I root for this year, really? Tell me. And everyone in the chat, and even this morning I was talking to someone, they said you got to root for the Patriots. Now, one person said, no, don't root for the Patriots. Tom Brady is, with that whole Deflategate situation, he went on and on about how he doesn't want to root for the Patriots. So let me know, who are you rooting for? Who's the team that you really think is going to win this year? The Falcons or the Patriots? Tweet at me, Mary Kate Fox 10. I'll pull your tweets up here on the air, or just let me know in the chat. All right, you guys, let's take you to the shot. It looks like it might be frozen right now, actually. Let's pull this up and see what's going on here. At least we get a beautiful look of the sky, right? Look at that blue sky, you guys. It's going to be a great weekend, even if you're not at the Super Bowl. You get to watch it in your living room. You get to enjoy the food. That's my favorite part. The wings, the hot dogs, the pizza, the chips and dip, whatever it is that you like, that's always a fun part of the Super Bowl. Looks like, though, it's a little bit of a frozen shot right now, so I'll take you back to it when the camera's not so frozen. But just to keep you updated on the Super Bowl, I want to give you guys just a little bit of an update here from Fox 10 anchors Troy and Andrea. So let me pull this up for you guys, and let me know what you think.
In the Middle East, here we are 2 days away from the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and it's not just the players getting ready for Sunday. Lady Gaga, she's got a pretty big performance planned.
I'm a big Gaga fan.
I do. I like her.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the performance. Lauren Blanchard live in Houston this morning. Good morning. I feel like really it's Thursday, but really Friday when things get going. Everybody's showing up into town. Everybody's excited.
Hi, Andrea and Troy. Yeah, it is. Things are starting to pick up here. I've been here throughout the week, so things have been rolling along. But today, I mean, those thousands and thousands of fans, I can expect them down here at NFL Experience and Super Bowl Live. In a couple hours, folks are still waking up, getting ready to celebrate one of the largest sporting events in America. And Houston, where Super Bowl 51 is trying to show that everything is just a little bit bigger in Texas.
It's the greatest sports event on earth, I don't think it ever gets old. This is my fourth Super Bowl as the pregame show host for Fox.
With the Super Bowl just 2 days away, the pressure is on for the sportscasters, athletes, and halftime show performer Lady Gaga. While fans can expect a close game between the Patriots and the Falcons, the halftime show is sure to be a spectacle like only Gaga can.
I don't want to give away what songs I'm singing for the halftime show because I feel like it's going to ruin the surprise.
About 76,000 folks expected to pack into NRG Stadium, and authorities are screening every truck delivering all the food and merchandise.
We keep counting every day. We're running at about 180 to 200 a day. We expect that to go up as we get closer to game day with the food and everything else.
This isn't Patriots quarterback Tom Brady's first rodeo. He has 4 Super Bowl wins and is hoping to get his record-breaking 5th ring. But he says the Falcons won't be easy to beat.
I think we got to, do our best to finish it off. And it's going to be very tough because we're playing a great football team.
What happened to Lauren?
Well, I think she lost her IFB. She can't hear us now.
Oh, okay.
But at least we got her
We got her
preview
at
piece.
the beginning.
Yes.
Yeah. that was
Looking
nice.
fabulous as ever. Okay, so you can catch the big game, of course, right here on Fox. The game starts at 4:30, but you're going to want to tune in starting like at 6 a.m. okay?
Because
Set your alarm.
Right, we're all going to be here, and we're very excited. 6
We
to 8
are.
on Super Bowl Sunday, so we have all kinds of stuff.
The whole crew will
Right.
be here.
I've got a really cool interview with David Johnson. We've got a throwback to some past Super Bowls, and then we're just going to have fun.
Yes, we are.
Right?
I'm looking forward to it.
So that's just a little bit of an update for you guys on the Super Bowl. Looks like fun. Again, I asked you guys, who should we be voting for? I always say that because we're always talking politics up here. Not voting for, rooting for. What team are you guys rooting for? I'm still trying to pick a team, so let me know. Who should I go with? Again, everyone seems to be telling me the Patriots. But what about the Falcons, you guys? Who do you think is going to win this year? I know a lot of people have an opinion on Tom Brady. I don't care either way which team. Who should it be? Who do you think is really going to win this year? Let me know in the chat. Although yesterday I asked you guys this, and a lot of you said the Patriots. So we will have to wait and see. Again, looks like we got that shot back. Let's take you to a look of the Super Bowl. Let's see. You can kind of see the people there. Let me take this down so you can see everyone moving out and about there. Doesn't it look fun? Well, that looks like an absolute blast out there right now, you guys. And you know what? They're going to be covering it all Sunday here on Fox 10. Even if you don't live here in Phoenix, you can just head to fox10phoenix.com and always check out the broadcast online, or just join us always here on Fox News Now. We're not going to be streaming on Sunday, but we stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. You know we're going to be giving you all the highlights here on Monday. I want to pull up, though, for you guys. Lady Gaga did have a little bit of a press conference about her halftime show. She didn't want to give away too many details, but I think what a lot of people were just saying or questioning, I should say, will she discuss politics during her halftime show? That sort of seems to be the time where people, like to give their opinions, on politics. Anytime Meryl Streep did, when she accepted her award, which, is a perfect time and a platform to share your thoughts and opinions on who you would want in the White House or who you prefer in the White House or whatever it may be. But let me put in the upper right-hand corner what Lady Gaga had to share about her Super Bowl halftime show.
throw it to my dad?
Let it rip.
Hi, everybody. How are you? Good morning. Afternoon.
Indeed, afternoon, and we're going to start right with our questions. Our first question will come from Kevin Frazier of Entertainment Tonight.
How are you? You're known for your elaborate costume changes. How many costume changes will you try to cram into 13 minutes? And also, on your Instagram today, you Instagrammed a little bee on one of your posts. Is that a hint to someone who could show off during your performance?
Oh boy, do you guys read into everything,
Yes,
don't
we
you?
do. Yes, we do.
Well, I don't like to use the word cram when it comes to fashion, because but I don't want to give away also how many costume changes I'm doing. We will be doing some very interesting and exciting stuff during the show, and I'm excited for you to see it.
Don't read anything into that little bee.
We're in Houston. You know what? I wouldn't read into it, no.
Okay, thank you.
Now, Lady Gaga, we mentioned that you were a back-to-back performer in the Super Bowl. We have a next question from someone who was the Super Bowl MVP in back-to-back years, 1979 and 1980, Terry Bradshaw of Fox Sports.
Hi, Terry. How are you?
Good morning. How are
It's
you?
an honor to meet you.
I've never done one of these before, but I nothing like this. I've done it.
Your first time. I'm happy I'm here for it.
Biggest star I've ever looked at. I did sing with one of the Beatles, but I screwed the song up, so I'm not about to do that this morning. Alejandro is a great song, and Howie Long, my buddy at Fox, that's his favorite song. Edge of Glory is one of my favorite songs of yours.
Thank you.
And I just curious, will these two songs make it on the set that you're going to perform?
You know, I don't want to give away what songs I'm singing for the halftime show because I feel like it's going to ruin the surprise. But we went through my whole career and chose songs that I hope that both the football fans and the people that are just tuning in for the halftime show will enjoy. And, you know, I got to tell you, this is a big, big win for me with my grandma right now because half of my family are massive Steelers fans, and she is wigging out on the couch right now watching this.
Is she single, lady? Or?
You know,
I actually have my wife here. That's just a funny line. I'm just
she
using
is
it.
single, but she's a widow, and my grandpa, she loved him so much. I don't know if she ever would date another man. But
Well.
would you wish her happy birthday?
I will. Happy birthday.
Ronnie Bissett.
Ronnie what?
Bissett.
Bissett?
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Ronnie Bissett. There you are. That's $50 you owe me.
My mom.
Yeah.
It's just-
And I'm sorry I couldn't perform with you at halftime. You asked me to sing with you, and I'm busy doing the pregame show. I'd
Oh.
much rather be with you. Okay?
I'm disappointed.
And so am I, extremely. And also, I know that your mother was a Pittsburgh gal. And
Yes, she is.
And I actually would like to give, her name is Cynthia.
Yes, that's Ronnie's
And I
daughter.
autographed this
She's
little
right
cheap
there.
football for her.
Oh.
And it just says on that, thanks so much for being a fan. Love you, Terry Bradshaw.
Thank you
And
so
where's
much.
where's your mom?
She's right
Where? Oh, there's Mom. I'm not going to throw it. I've been sued once before for throwing them and breaking a lady's nose, and that wasn't funny. I thought it was funny.
You know, my mom was head cheerleader at her college, and she is trying really hard not to squeal right now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
You're
you.
so sweet. Thank you.
Okay, our next question will come from the left, from Nickelodeon. Is that Kel Mitchell? It is Kel.
Hi, Lady Gaga.
Hi, Kel. How are you?
This is from the kids. Do you have any memories as a kid watching the Super Bowl halftime shows?
Absolutely. I mean, I was talking to somebody the other day that as much as I've always wanted to be an artist, I didn't really decide I wanted to be a musician until a little bit later in my life. And I think I saw the halftime show before I even made the decision that I wanted to try to be a songwriter. Watching Michael Jackson do the halftime show is one of the fondest memories that I have. He encapsulates everything that you love about a great performer. You watch him go on stage and you can see that he's getting his head into the zone and he's having a true defining moment of what it must feel like to be a champion. So I would have to say yes. Many inspiring moments.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Next question from AJ Calloway of Extra, right in the middle.
Hey Gaga, how you doing?
Hi, how's it going?
I'm hanging in there. So first I got to say I interviewed Mr. Tony Bennett and he said that you were the best performance at his birthday celebration. He was hands down. There's a chemistry between the two of you all. Did you talk to him at all about your halftime performance? Because I know he's done it before. Any advice from him?
You know, I did talk to Tony, and Tony always encourages me to just tell the story of the songs and to stay grounded in, you know, my craft and who I am as an artist. And he's just wonderful. You know, I'm friends with a lot of people, but I think that my friendship with Tony Bennett is one of the most valuable things to me. He's a tremendously wise man.
And also just wanted to ask you, I know you spoke about kind of taking this moment to unify America a little bit. Are you going to do that at all? Are you going to make any kind of statements during the performance?
Well, I don't know if I will succeed in unifying America. You'll have to ask America when it's over. But the only statements that I'll be making during the halftime show are the ones that I have been consistently making throughout my career. I believe in a passion for inclusion. I believe in the spirit of equality and the spirit of this country as one of love and compassion and kindness. So my performance will uphold those philosophies.
Now, we're very happy to be able to have someone who we watched this summer. We gathered around. We had some hot buttered corn. We have from Inside Edition, gold medalist Simone Biles has a question.
Hi, Simone.
Hi, how are you?
How are you?
Okay,
I'm well, thank you.
Thank you. So in gymnastics, we're used to high-flying acts. Can you give us an insight of what you're going to be doing if you're going to be hanging from the ceiling?
You know, I don't want to give that away. I want to keep as much of the show to surprise as possible, but I will say that it is a tremendously athletic show, and it's something that we really talked about when we were creating the halftime experience. I mentioned that I thought it was important for us to consider, you know, high adrenaline. When you're watching football, you're watching guys crash into each other, you're watching some real strategizing happening. It's a pretty intense situation, and I didn't want the halftime show to take a dip. So it's going to be a good time.
So from an Olympic gymnast, do you need any pointers?
Yes.
Just to make sure you have fun and squeeze your body once you're flying in the air, and just to remember all your memories.
Thank you. I need to have you there on the side of the field before we start.
Thank you.
And also, I just wanted to say I love all of the work that you do with foster children. It's really amazing. You're an inspiration.
Thank you.
Thank you, Simone. Our next question, Scott Evans from Access Hollywood.
How are you, Gaga?
Hi.
Scott Evans from Access Hollywood.
Oh, I can barely see you.
I know, right? That's the light. That's the light. Oh, my bad. So now you told us that not to read into the B too much. We're in Houston. I wonder, have you talked to Beyonce about the halftime performance? She's done it a couple times. Has she given you any advice, any things to look out for?
You know, Beyonce, I was actually with her the last halftime show that she did. And she always is very inspiring and gives great advice. You know, she's a very focused and genuine performer. I have sent her flowers since I've heard of her amazing new news on the way. So I'm excited about her new child. And I'm going to be taking the spirit of many performers with me on that stage when I go up there. I'm grateful to have wonderful women in this business that are supportive of me.
Also mentioned your mother being a cheerleader. I wonder if you guys will be doing any more cartwheels. We loved seeing those on your Instagram earlier this week.
Oh, we have some things planned for this weekend. I feel like we need to really up the ante on the Instagram videos. Me and Mom do good ones together. That was such a fun moment, you know. We went onto the field for the first time. I've been doing the halftime show many times over on a replica stage, but to walk into the stage that was on the field was really spectacular, and my mom and I met in the end zone and had a really special mother-daughter moment.
Okay, our next question is going to come from a Super Bowl champion representing NFL UK, Osa Umanara.
Yes, absolutely.
Listen, Miss Gaga, I'm your biggest fan, and I mean that literally because, you know, I'm quite a large guy. And as you can see, I have this excellent t-shirt right here. But
That's
listen,
great.
I tried to sing one of your songs on our shows, the paparazzi song, and I failed miserably, like the little chorus. Could you please go over those words for me so next time I do it, I can be okay? The little, na 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 na.
I'm your biggest fan.
Okay.
I'll follow you until you love me.
Okay.
Papa, paparazzi.
There it is. That's it. Thank you so much.
Not bad, Jose. As we were talking before, we do know that James Corden really wanted to try to get down here, but he wasn't able to do it.
I
He was
know.
going to drive all the way down and maybe sing some karaoke, but we got the next best thing. We have his two sisters. We have a
Where
question
are,
from one-
hi, girls.
Gaga!
How's it going?
It's going good. How's it going with you?
I'm,
Are you
well,
well?
tell your brother he needs to get it together
I
next
know.
time.
You should be here, right?
That's
It's
right.
not on. It's not. We're better than him, though. You'll find that out. You will find that out. So we are the Corden sisters from the Late Late Show with James Corden.
And we've been set a little mission by the big dog that we had to try and make you laugh. So, here's the first one. Here's the first one. Here's the first one. Not that great. Not that great. Okay. So we've come with a couple of jokes. So, first one for you, Lady Gaga, is how does Lady Gaga like her steak? Rah, 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 rah. Yeah? A good one? Yeah? Okay.
One more for the road before
Really
we go.
good.
Okay. How do you make Lady Gaga laugh? Just dance, it'll be okay. Yeah, it worked.
It did.
It worked. We
It
made you
did.
laugh.
Well
We
done,
got a laugh.
ladies. It was
Thank
good.
you so much. Good luck for the show. It'll be great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That was great. Let's go over to our far left with an N says.
Hi, hello, Lady Gaga. Ines Sainz from Mexico. You have been saying that it was a dream for you to be in the Super Bowl Showtime. But can we say that you are going to dedicate your show to all of those who dream bigger in this country and who build bridges, sustainable walls?
You know, I think that music is one of the most powerful things the world has to offer. No matter what race or religion or nationality, sexual orientation, gender that you are, it has the power to unite us. So this performance is for everyone. I want to, more than anything, create a moment that everybody that's watching will never forget, not for me, but for themselves. That's what I remember about great Super Bowl performances in the past, when you really get lost in the moment with your family.
Thank you so much.
Our next question will come from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, the Orlando Ledbetter.
Yes, Miss Gaga, who are you picking in the game, the Falcons or the Patriots?
Oh. You know, I actually am going to keep that one to myself for a variety of reasons, not just you guys, but I have a big family and they're all coming and it's going to be an argument, I think, if I give that away too soon. But I'm gonna write it down and put it in my shoe. I'll let you know. After the halftime show, I'll reveal my pick. How about that?
Okay, up next will be Miriam from E! News.
Hi, Gaga. My
Hi.
name is Miriam with E!
How are
News.
you?
I'm such a huge fan, so pause up. Congratulations on everything. I have a two-part question. Number one, this industry comes with many benefits and many costs. Who makes it worth it for you? Who is your rock at the end of the day that makes your harder days lighter? And also, your little monsters are more than just an army of fans. Your monsters are a movement. Can you describe that movement?
Well, you know, the truth is that I have an amazing family and incredible friends, and they are there for me every day. But additionally to them, when I am working on different projects, and I have my up and my down days, as everybody does in their lives, it is really my fans that are the reason that I do all of this. They have a tremendous spirit and an outlook on the world, on its ability to change, on its power. And I'd say one of the things I'm most excited about for this halftime show, as much as it is a great moment for me in my life, I really feel like it wasn't given to me. It was given to them. So essentially, that kid that couldn't get a seat at the cool kids table, and that kid that was kicked out of the house because his mom and dad didn't accept him for who he was, that kid's going to have the stage for 13 minutes. And I'm excited to give it to them.
We have time for 2 more questions. We'll go to NBC Boston.
Hi, Lady Gaga. Susan Tran from NBC Boston. How are you?
Hello, Susan.
Hello. So we have so many fans here in Boston, and they...
All right, you guys. We're going to pop out of that. Thanks for your patience here. We have a live event that I want to take you to. I'll take you back to the Gaga thing a little bit later. But we have a live event. This is a Walk for Peace. Anti-Trump members are there. People that are against President Trump and his new executive orders are doing a Walk for Peace right now in Washington, D.C. It looks like this could be outside of his Trump hotel. So let's pull this up and let me get some more information on this for you guys.
I think you just like. The organizer is the guy the reporter's talking to.
If you don't know it. I just see like my name and my Instagram.
We all know.
All right, you guys, appreciate you watching with me live here on the Fox News Now stream. Looks like this event happening in Washington, D.C. right now, it's a Walk for Peace. These people that are against President Trump and his new executive orders, so sort of anti-Trump people walking for peace, asking for peace in this sort of divided situation that we see ourselves in every day. Let's see what they have to say. I'm not sure if the event, it looks like the event is just about to begin. Again, this is in Washington, D.C., a walk for peace. People that are against President Trump are just now asking for peace. So let's turn the sound up and see if we can hear what they're saying.
Out in front of this fucking hotel. Did you not see the memo? This is the greatest place to do this. I forgot my
Hey, sorry, Mr.
that one down there. Davey.
Well, it's maybe a little bit. Maybe it's 40. What do you think? 40, 50?
If that.
40. Okay. I don't know what, like, you just guys got to let me know if you're actually going to take me live. Do you really want me feeding live a live picture? Well, wait, they're two separate questions. You got me with this silly old... What are you doing? Are you here for a while?
Huh?
Are you here for a while?
They told me it's supposed to start at 6 o'clock. It's... What are they saying?
Okay. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Will do. Thanks, Nancy.
Yeah, they said
No.
Now there's a name for you.
Shellback.
That's a name for you. Are you any good at that? Let me see how good you are at that.
Come on, just trying.
Thank you.
Where's the music? There you go. Thank you. Oh, it actually looks good. From what I saw, I don't know. So I just saw a lot of rainbow. Yeah, that looks nice. That could be a short day.
Give me a start. Every kid in high school is doing it.
So it's supposed to start at 6:20. Dancing. So I guess we stand down for a minute, right?
Yeah. Look at me, man. Look what I'm doing. Because I got this thing. Let me turn this off. Turn it on from there. Oh, safe.
Yeah, you don't need to be off like this.
Not the off, but the upper left.
Turning off, yeah, that upper left. All right. Turning off in 5 seconds.
Oh, that one. Okay, yeah, right. Okay.
Here, let me sit up here. Here, you leave me here for 1 second.
Yeah, I'll sit right here, buddy.
I'm going to go get my wide angle.
Okay, good idea.
I need to get all the dance party stuff.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, they told me.
All right, you guys. So it looks like it's a little frozen. Doesn't look like a whole lot's going on there right now. Again, that's a walk for peace. You could see that's right outside Trump Hotel. So we'll take you back to that. It looks like the shot's a little frozen right now, but I kind of want to take you guys to this other live event that's happening, this one here locally. Let me pull up just really quickly here. Just a little bit of information to give you guys some background on this. But let me take you to the live shot first. So you guys can see it here. This is streaming live here locally. So this was a pursuit that just ended at about 2:10 p.m. A state trooper attempted to stop a car for aggressive driving. Now see that truck there, the red truck? That's the one that they were pursuing. And in an attempt to get away from the police officer, or the trooper I should say, the car failed to yield and sped away on southbound on Loop 101. And then the car went onto the Red Mountain Freeway where the suspect attempted to strike the trooper's vehicle. And then exited onto city streets where the pursuit was terminated. Then shortly after, the abandoned vehicle was discovered in the river bottom area near the Red Mountain Freeway. A perimeter was set up and a search began. The suspect was later taken into custody without any struggle or incident. That's good to know, and you can see they did find that vehicle there. Obviously, that truck was the one being pursued, and you can see police officers there sort of probably discussing their investigation, discussing the situation that just happened, you guys. Again, this happened around 2 o'clock here in Arizona. A lot happening today. Also, we're going to take you to a press conference here in just a little bit, so we have a lot of live events happening for you guys here. Stick with us on the Fox News Now stream. Again, you guys are watching live just the end of a pursuit that happened here in Arizona around 2 o'clock. A state trooper attempted to stop a car for aggressive driving, and then an attempt to get away from the police officer. The driver did not yield and sped away on southbound Loop 101, and then the car went onto the Red Mountain Freeway where the driver attempted to strike the trooper's vehicle and then exited onto city streets trying to get away from them, and this is when the pursuit finally ended. And then shortly after, the abandoned vehicle was discovered in the river bottom area near the Red Mountain Freeway. So therefore, a perimeter was set up and a search began. Then later, the suspect was taken into custody without struggle or incident. You guys are seeing the aftermath of that right now. You can see officers standing around probably discussing what a crazy situation this was today in Arizona. Again, that happened around 2 o'clock. It's about 4:13 here now in Phoenix. You guys are watching this live here on the Fox News Now stream. Coming up shortly in just a few moments, we're going to have a live press conference on the arrest made in the missing man's disappearance, Cody Virgin. A lot of you guys have heard about this story. So we'll be hearing an update from Pinal County officers. They've made an arrest in connection with the death of a man reported missing this week, Cody Robert Virgin. He's 25 years old, and he was reported missing from his Arizona home, and he was last heard from around 9:30 on Monday, January 30th. And his car was actually found abandoned south of Silver Bell Estates, and he hadn't contacted or shown up to work. Now, the sheriff's office says that the 26-year-old William Randolph was arrested in connection with his disappearance and death. So they're now reporting that he sadly has died. Again, first he was just missing, but now we can tell you that he has died. We're going to hear more information, though, about how this all happened, what exactly are the details, coming up in a live press conference in just a few moments here on the stream. And again, that suspect was reportedly arrested in Casa Grande on Wednesday, and he has been booked into jail on charges of first-degree murder, concealment of a human body, and hindering an investigation. It was also said on Thursday that a black Dodge pickup truck used during the commission of a homicide in the Arizona City area was found at a Casa Grande body shop. They're still asking people with any information to contact police officers. So they're still looking for more information on this, but we're going to get the latest details on this story just a few moments here coming up on a news conference. Stick with us here on the Fox News Now stream. All right, you guys, well, that news conference is about to start pretty soon, so I want to give you, again, some more background on this story. Even if you're not here in Arizona, this is a pretty crazy story. And again, Michael J. saying, Mary Kate, do you read our chat comments? Michael, of course I always do. We always talk about stories here where I want you guys to share your opinions. So, Michael, thank you for asking. Yes, I read your comments. Always reading what you guys have to say. Can't read all the comments on the air, but I do love to share your opinions here, and feel free to always tweet me as well at Mary Kate Fox 10. That way I can actually pull your tweets up here on the air. But back to this story, you guys, even if you don't live here in Arizona, this is a really shocking story that's come out, and we're about to hear more information on this in just a few moments at a news conference here. This is in Casa Grande, Arizona, in Pinal County, and the officers there have made an arrest. We do know that in connection with the death of a man reported missing this week. So he was reported missing. No one really knew what was going on, why he was missing, and now we know that sadly he has died. And we're going to hear some more information about that in just a few moments on what exactly happened, why this happened. His name is Cody Robert Virgin. He was 25 years old. And he was reported missing from the Arizona City area, and he was last heard from around 9:30 on Monday, January 30th. And his vehicle was actually found abandoned south of Silver Bell Estates, and he hadn't contacted or shown up to work. And you know, when you're not showing up to work, that can be a little fishy. People start to wonder, okay, what's going on? And then the sheriff's office said the 26-year-old William Daniel Randolph was arrested. again, let me say that, William Daniel Randolph. He was arrested in connection with Cody Virgin's disappearance and death. So it looks like they did arrest someone in that situation. I want to pull up some other information that I have here. So we have a photo of William Randolph. Let me just pull this up, show you guys. Actually, let me pull it up like this. And again, even if you're not here from Arizona, this story is so shocking. You know, someone doesn't answer their phone for a day. You think, okay, you know, maybe they're busy, maybe they're mad at me, who knows? Then they're missing for an entire week. They're not showing up to work. It can be pretty worrisome. And now we know, sadly, that he has died. But why did this happen? That's what police officers are going to tell us coming up in this news presser. Why would this man kill Cody Virgin? Let me pull up the picture here. So this is the suspect that they just arrested. Here is his photo. Let's pull this up. So, 26 years old, now arrested for the disappearance and death of Cody Robert Virgin, 25 years old. Again, Cody was reported missing from the Arizona City area around around 9:30 is when he was last heard from, I should say. And that was on Monday, January 30th. Now, his car was found abandoned south of Silver Bell Estates, and he hadn't contacted or shown up to work. Again, the picture we're showing you is of that suspect that's now been arrested. He's been booked into jail on charges of first-degree murder, concealment of a human body, and hindering an investigation. So that's quite a lot of charges. But I do want to show you a picture now of Cody. Let me pull this up. And a lot of you that aren't even from, you know, the Arizona area have already heard about this story because this has made national news. Let's pull up the picture of Cody now. This is Cody Virgin. Let me actually get this to be the right size here so you guys can see him. There he is. Again, we're about to get a news conference on this in just a few moments so we can actually hear exactly why this happened. Why would he be murdered and missing for over a week, and what was going on for that whole week that he was missing. So we're going to hear all the latest information on that news presser in just a few moments. Sad. That's the picture of Cody there that we were showing you, just 25 years old. Now, the suspect was arrested on Wednesday. And again, he was booked into jail on charges of first-degree murder, concealment of a human body, and hindering an investigation. Now, they did say yesterday that a black Dodge pickup truck that was used during the commission of a homicide in the Arizona City area was found at a Casa Grande body shop. That's what they said on Thursday, and they're still asking for anyone with information to call police officers and let them know if they know anything new. We're going to hear, though, the latest information coming from that news conference here in just a few moments. Let me pull up for you guys one more time as well. Just a picture of the suspect there. Again, arrested on so many different charges. Here he is, William Randolph. Let me pull his picture up so you guys can take a look of him here. 26 years old. Now, he has been arrested for the missing, arrested on charges of the man that was missing and now reported dead. Booked into jail on charges of first-degree murder, concealment of a human body, and hindering an investigation. So why did this happen? Well, we're going to hear more coming up shortly here on the Fox News Now stream, a live news presser. We don't even have this information yet, so we're all going to be learning about this together here as soon as we get that news presser up. In the meantime, I want to take you to another event here that's happening. Let me pull this up really quickly here. Local faith leaders and community activists. Let me get this up for you guys. Let's see what's happening here. So many live events, you guys, today. This is live from the News Chopper. This is the We Are All America Silent March for Peace. They're asking people to use the hashtag We Are All America. This is happening right now, and this is coming live from the News Chopper, you guys, and this is at the Islamic Community Center. Looks like we're going to be hearing pretty soon from that officer, though, in that Cody Virgin situation. Let's take it now and see what he's saying.
Just to give a little bit of background, on Tuesday morning at approximately January 31st, approximately 0830 hours, Border Patrol agents found what appeared to be an abandoned vehicle in the area of south of Silverbell Estates, known as Tater Hills. Near the vehicle were some rake and shovel marks where it appeared somebody may have been attempting to hide shoe impressions and other physical evidence. At approximately 1000 hours, we sent the Casa Grande Police Department to make contact with the registered owner, family members of a Cody Virgin. Attempts were made by the family to locate Mr. Cody Virgin. Those attempts were met with negative results. At approximately 1050 hours, based on some of the things seen at the scene, homicide and missing persons detectives were called out based on those observations. A family member, when speaking to family members, a family member had said they had last seen Cody at approximately 9:30 on Monday night. She advised that Cody had mentioned he had met a girl on Facebook and was going to go meet up with that girl on Facebook from Facebook in Arizona City. And possibly even go to a bonfire later that night. I do want to mention, and my heart goes out to the family as we talk about this. It's a difficult time for the family. I've tried to reach out to the family a couple times today and haven't been able to. I know they're probably really busy, but my heart does go out to the family, and I know they're going through a difficult time. I want everybody to know that PCSO and the detectives, the good people here, are working hard to find answers and results on this case. So, based on some of the information we received, we began looking into Cody's Facebook. We did receive information that led us to a subject by the name of William Randolph. On January 31st, Tuesday evening at approximately 5 o'clock, 1700 hours, we did make contact with Mr. Randolph, and he agreed to come down to the station in Arizona City where we made contact with him and had a brief interview with him. During that time, detectives found several inconsistencies with William's statements, and William gave actually several different accounts of his whereabouts during the night of January 30th, 2017. We were unable to locate William Randolph's truck. However, he had said that his truck had broken down and was unable to tell the detectives where the location of his truck was. We did locate a handgun and several clothing items that were recovered at his workplace. William was at that point arrested and booked on for further information. Our search and rescue teams and tracking dogs have been searching for Cody. At this time, we are treating this as a homicide, and we are continuing to look for Mr. Cody Virgin. Yes, at approximately 10:30 last night, detectives did recover the truck belonging to William Randolph, and that truck has been taken as evidence by PCSO, and we are continuing the investigation. At this point, that's what we have. I don't know if we have any questions.
The suspect, has he confessed at all, or what is his story?
There has been no confession. That part is still an ongoing investigation.
Did he have a relationship with Cody beforehand, to your knowledge?
We're still working on determining what the relationship is. That is still part of the ongoing investigation as to what that relationship was.
And what's the search parameter right now?
Right now, we're down. We're searching near the where the vehicle was initially located by Border Patrol. We are also expanding that search in the area of where the truck belonging to William Randolph was located.
So exactly what evidence is there to suggest that Cody has been murdered?
There was blood located on the initial scene.
And I'm sorry, his relationship with Mr. Randolph, do you know at this time? Or?
No, we're still trying to determine what that relationship was. That's part of the ongoing investigation.
If people have tips, leads, who do they need to contact?
Please contact us. You can contact us on our Facebook page at PCSO. You can also call into our office. We have a non-emergency line that is 520-866-5111. Please reach out to us if you do have any tips. We are definitely looking for, we want to be able to close this case for the family, so anything that you have that can help us, please let us know.
Do you anticipate locating Cody at any point?
We hope to locate Cody as soon as possible.
So there is the possibility that he's alive, Cody?
We're still investigating that.
You mentioned that the investigators were led through something on Facebook on Mr. Randolph's page. Would you be able to elaborate more on what exactly was a red flag to investigators?
I cannot elaborate on that at this point.
What are the charges right now at this time?
He was originally booked on hindering an investigation.
Are there any other persons of interest or suspects PCSO is looking at?
I'm not able to say that at this time. We're still investigating that.
Just for those who may be watching or for later, a description of what Cody might have been wearing at the time, something that they could look for, do you know?
I haven't received that information. That's a good question. I'll try to get that information and get that out.
And is there a picture of him like on their Facebook page or on the sheriff's webpage or anything like that?
Yes, there is.
Any statements from his family at all?
Like I said, I've been unable to contact the family. I know that detectives and other folks from PCSO have been in contact with the family. I'm not aware of what those statements are. Like I said, look, this is a tough time for their family. We would love any help we can get to bring some closure to this incident with his family. But it definitely is a tough time, and we hope that we can respect and keep them in our prayers. So.
One of the charges was for concealing a human body. What evidence was there to suggest that he has actually concealed Cody's body or a body?
I'm not able to get into that evidence at this time, but there is evidence to support those charges.
The vehicle, the black truck, would you be able to say at all how the investigators think that vehicle was used in all this?
I believe, I don't know, I'm not sure at this point how it was used in it. I just know that they've located it and they're processing the vehicle at this time.
Sheriff, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is the plan that the search will continue through the weekend?
Yes, we're using the helicopters, tracking dogs, bodies. We're doing everything we can to locate this subject.
And how exactly are investigators choosing where to look? Because it is a very broad area.
There has been different things I'm seeing, especially where the vehicles were located. We're focusing the search in those areas, and that's primarily where that search has been focused. We're expanding it out as we move along. We're working tips as well, so that's why we keep encouraging people to please give us any information they may have.
Does Pinal County have a helicopter for search and rescue?
Yes, we do. Our search and rescue has been using that helicopter on grids and working that area, looking for Cody.
Does it have a thermal camera at all?
I believe our helicopter does have a thermal camera, yes.
And that kind of has a search and rescue team also.
Yes, yes, yeah.
I'm good. I'm done on this end. Alrighty. Yeah, you get the mics. Actually, okay, I don't think I'll walk under yours.
All right, you guys. Well, he was just getting ready to take his mic off there. That is the end of that news presser. We got a little bit of an update there. Again, they did arrest. Now, I'm showing you right now a picture of Cody, that man that was reported missing earlier this week. But they did give us that update that they're still looking into it. They did arrest William Randolph, but they're still looking into the situation. They found William's car, but they're still asking people if anyone has any information to please report it to them. Let me pull up for you guys really quickly here. This is where they're asking anybody with any information to contact PCSO Facebook page here. Let's show you. So that's, they want you guys to contact them if anyone has any information. Again, that's the Pinal County Sheriff's Office. Still under investigation. Again, Cody was reported missing earlier this week, and William Randolph, 26 years old, has been arrested on hindering of hiding a body and his murder. Still looking for the latest information on that, though, and they ask anybody with any details to please contact this Facebook page here, Pinal County Sheriff's Law Enforcement. Appreciate you guys watching with us on that live press conference. Do want to correct myself. It's Pinal County. I think I was saying Pinal County. Sorry about that, you guys. It's Pinal County. Do appreciate you guys, though, watching with me during that presser. And again, anyone that has information, head to the PCSO, Pinal County, Facebook page there. All right, you guys. Well, let's move on to some other top stories here. Appreciate you watching with me on the Fox News Now stream. I'm going to pull this up for you guys here. Super Bowl happening this weekend. Who are you rooting for? Let me know in the chat or tweet at me, Mary Kate Fox 10. Let me pull this up here. All right, you guys. Well, my favorite part of the Super Bowl is always the food, okay? Now, I know a lot of you say, oh, come on, it's the football. Well, for some of us that don't understand football, it's the food, okay? That's the fun part. You know, when everyone else is staring at the screen and cheering on, sometimes it can be fun to just hang out by the food table and see what they have available. And while no one's paying attention, you get to eat all the food, right? So let me know, what's your favorite Super Bowl food? Is it the wings? I do want to pull up actually this tweet before I take you to this segment. I want to pull up, I love sharing your tweets here. Let me pull this up. Here we go. This coming from Style and Spice chef Larry Edward. He tweeted this a little bit earlier. Want to show you guys this. And you probably already know this, but this is just a fun fact. 100 million pounds of chicken wings will be eaten during this weekend, which equates to 1.25 billion wings. Hashtag food. Love the hashtag there. But again, that's a lot of chicken wings, you guys. Again, 100 million pounds of chicken wings will be eaten during the Super Bowl this weekend. Doesn't that just make your head spin? You gotta love chicken wings, though. And I eat them all year round, not just during the Super Bowl. Not really healthy, but hey, It's the Super Bowl. Supposed to have a good time. So we did have a chef in the studio with us this morning that gave us a lowdown on what's the best thing to make, what are the best foods to serve if you're having a Super Bowl party. So let's take you here and let me know what you think in the chat.
Here you are.
Here. Amy Vasquez from Some Burros is here to show us how to make an around-the-world nacho bar for Super Bowl Sunday. A little something for everyone, really.
Absolutely. I know. We're trying to think up good ideas for Super Bowl Sunday. We kind of took inspiration from what we do best at Some Burros, and that's making made-from-scratch recipes each day. And so we've got a few different kind of nachos. We have a Baja style, the Sonoran style, and then our signature Some Burros nachos.
Okay, so what's the difference? Show us what they are.
All right, so why don't we start with our signature Some Burros nachos here? Do you guys want to go ahead? All right, so we're going to spread some of our famous refried beans here on the nachos.
You want me to just kind of...
Yeah, if we just kind of like plop it here and then...
A little bit on each?
A little bit on each. You don't want to get too much of the beans because then they can get a little bit
Those are almost like little mini tostada
Exactly,
things.
they are.
But if we were doing it at home, we could just do chips, right?
Yep, you could just do chips. That's the great thing about nachos. You can kind of just throw on all the things that you like the best. And so just on a pile of chips. So it makes it really, really easy.
It's all good.
So we kind of got that
your beans,
going there.
all right.
Beans,
and then you're going to sprinkle some of that cheddar cheese there.
Cheese.
The Monterey cheddar mix there.
Do you go big with the cheese?
I go big with the cheese.
Right. I'm sorry,
I mean, it's Super Bowl Sunday.
Exactly.
Yeah, right. If not, then when?
That's right.
Jalapenos?
Jalapenos.
Oh, you got to be careful with those, though, right?
You don't want too many?
I'm kind of a gringo.
Well, we don't want to burn your mouth.
Yeah, I know.
Okay,
Is that enough? Is that good?
That's perfect.
Tomatoes?
And some tomatoes.
Oh, look at that.
Awesome.
And this is the traditional one, you said?
That's the traditional one. That's the one that if you go to any Some Burros location, you can order those. There you go.
So you could, though, have all these various toppings out and then let people decide what they want to do.
Yeah, like for your Super Bowl, if you just did like a nacho bar, that's always super fun. Just have a bunch of toppings. So that's good.
Let's do this one.
Let's do the Baja one. So then we'll top that with
Look how good that guac looks.
I know. Yes.
So you start with the guac on this.
Start with that. So that's our pico de avocado.
Oh, he does not mess around.
That's right. Like, go big or go home.
Let's put 14 avocados on one chip.
That's awesome.
Yeah, my kids make fun of me too because I do a lot of stuff.
In there right now.
I love it.
Okay.
That's great.
I love it. That looks good though.
Right.
Okay, now
shrimp on top. Oh, I am stealing these.
Shrimp on top of these guys.
And you just kind of sauteed some shrimp with herbs and stuff?
Exactly.
Okay.
Little butter and then whoopsie daisy.
It's okay.
And then and then we're gonna add some of that cotija cheese, which is right there.
This is cotija right here?
There you go. So
what is cotija cheese?
It's just a cheese. It's just kind of a it's almost like a feta, but it's like a Mexican feta cheese.
Yeah.
So it's delicious.
And you can buy it now in the grocery store.
Yes, you
like
can.
Regular grocery store.
It's so good. Tap it on your enchiladas. So then, we end with some cilantro there.
Okay, let's do the last one.
Last one here. This is the Sonoran style. Our Mexican food comes from Sonora in Mexico, and
look at
so
that
this
meat.
is the red chili beef right here.
Oh my! Does that look amazing? And this is obviously yours.
So is that, what's that gravy?
Yes,
What is that?
it is.
It's a red chili.
Slow cooked. My nana's recipes, exactly. And then we're gonna sprinkle some more cheddar there.
Okay.
There you go. Or just pile it on.
I'm sorry. I'm not very delicate.
And then add a little bit of that sour cream, and then with some of those green onions.
So let me ask you while he finishes that.
Sure.
Because this is easy to do, but if we want to add something to it, you have a taco platter down here. Is it too late, though, to come in and order?
It's not too late. So as long as you get the order in by Saturday, our taco platters are on special for Super Bowl Sunday. They're $5 off right now.
Wonderful.
So you get 15 tacos, shredded beef, shredded chicken. It comes with hot sauce. So that's a great deal. We also have our Fiesta platter that's always a huge hit for Super Bowl
And
Sunday.
how many locations do you guys have now?
We actually have 6 locations right now. We're about to open our 7th later on this year.
I love it.
Thank you
Local,
so much.
family owned. The food is always top notch. Amy, thank you.
Thank you. Good to see you guys.
Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Delish.
All
I'm
right,
gonna grab a bunch of these.
you will.
Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, good.
Well, didn't that look delicious? I mean, seriously, have you ever seen nachos that decadent? That looked amazing to me. Again, we're talking about Super Bowl food here. What's your favorite? You gotta love the wings. All right, you guys, we're taking you to another live event this back to the Walk for Peace. I guess I should say Dance for Peace now, because it looks like they're sort of dancing out there. Let me show you guys. This is outside of Trump Hotel in Washington, D.C. All right, you guys, we are streaming live here on the Fox News Now stream. Again, this is being called a Walk for Peace, but really, I guess I should call it a Dance for Peace. They're really getting the groove on out there outside the Trump International Hotel in Washington, D.C. It looks actually really cold there tonight. A lot of people wearing hats and warm clothes, but it looks like they're actually having a fun time. Have you ever seen a protest as fun and peaceful as this? So, hey, that's one way to get your message across, right? They're out there just dancing. But I do believe these are anti-Trump people. Let's take a look at some of the signs if we get a chance. But again, just a little Friday dance outside Trump Hotel there. Some people wearing butterfly wings, others just dancing. And we are watching this live, so anything could happen, and that's the beauty of internet streaming. We don't know what's going to happen, you guys. Maybe someone will do a cartwheel. You never know, but we're streaming this live. Again, outside the Trump International Hotel there. We do know President Trump's actually not there right now, though. We showed you a little bit earlier. He was just landing in Florida with his wife, Melania, spending the weekend at Mar-a-Lago. But maybe he's watching our stream right now and he can see all the people out there dancing. What do you guys think about this? Tweet me at MaryKateFox10 or just let me know in the chat. I'd love to read your comments here. Shinobi in the chat saying, come on now, take it to the club, LOL. Hey, but at least there's no cover here. It's free. Let's see what they have over there. What was that? Looked like maybe some, was that fireworks? I couldn't tell. Looks like people are having a great time though. I'm going to update the lower third because let's not call it a walk for peace, even though that's what they want us to call it. It's a dance for peace. We'll say dance for peace. And this is the LGBT community, so I'm going to update that as well. Peaceful LGBT protests. Outside Trump Hotel, updating this lower third. Get to do everything live on the air for you guys. You get to get a little behind the scenes look of what we get to do here on the show. See, look, lower third has changed. Now we're calling it a dance for peace. Doesn't that make more sense? They're waving their flags, dancing around. Hopefully we'll see a reporter out there dancing too. But again, this is certainly a different way to protest. And we get to see it all live here on the Fox News Now stream. That's the beauty of internet streaming, you guys, is that this isn't like broadcast TV. We don't edit anything. We don't cut anything out. This is all live. We never know what's going to happen. Dance for peace. I want to see what you guys are saying in the chat, or feel free to tweet me at MaryKateFox10. I would love to show your tweets here on the air. I was just reading at the same time as I was talking here. Jessica tweeting me, yeah, a bucket of chicken wings with hot sauce. Earlier we were talking about Super Bowl food. Jessica, you are so right. That's the way to celebrate the Super Bowl. Chicken wings all the way. Outside Trump International Hotel right now. And again, President Trump is not there right now. We actually just streamed for you a little bit earlier. He and his wife, Melania, are going to be spending the weekend in Mar-a-Lago. Looking at the screen over here, watching with you guys live right now on the air. J-Dog saying, hi, Mary Kate. Hey, J-Dog. Thanks for watching. I want to get a look at some of the signs, though, to see what they say. Noise in the chat saying, this is nice. Yeah, it's actually a protest that's, you know, seems peaceful, right? Appreciate you guys watching. Canadian Giant in the chat saying this is too peaceful. Well, what's too peaceful? They're just dancing though, right? Again, when we were first told about this event, it was being called a walk for peace, but now we can definitely tell you this is a dance for peace. Oh, what does their back say? It says no, let me take myself off the screen. What does that say? No racism, no hate. Code pink? Is that what that says? No racism, no hate. That's what the sign on her back says. Again, this is a dance for peace outside Trump International Hotel in Washington, D.C. Looks pretty cold there, doesn't it, you guys? Everyone's got their winter coats on, their winter hats on. But you know what? Dancing keeps you warm. Let's turn up the sound, see if we can hear anything. Even if you voted for Trump or you're against Trump or whatever your feelings are, it's always kind of fun to watch people dance, right? Again, this is a peaceful LGBT protest outside Trump Hotel in Washington, D.C., happening live right now. Trying to get a look at some of the signs here. One we saw said no racism, no hate. Let's see if we can get a look at what other signs there say. And again, I'm asking you guys, share your opinion with me. Tweet at me, MaryKateFox10, or share your opinion here in the chat. Love to read what you guys have to say. Some in the chat saying, look at this dude, LOL. Hey, you know, some some crazy dance moves. But you know what? You got to give it up to them. It can be hard to dance in public, especially when you know you're being filmed. Says on his shirt there, immigration welcome, or immigrants welcome, sorry. Immigrants welcome, that's what it says on his shirt, and he is doing a special kind of dance here. Hey, got to give it up to him for creativity, right, guys? We are streaming live here on Fox News Now. LGBT peaceful protest outside the Trump Hotel in Washington, D.C. It's Friday, everybody, and they are dancing it up. Now, what do you guys think about this kind of protest compared to the other kind of protests we've seen? Is this what you'd prefer to see, or do you feel, I mean, which way do you think best sends the message? Send me a tweet at MaryKateFox10, or let me know in the chat. Love to read your opinions here on the air. Shinobi in the chat saying, this dude has got some moves. Just typing there. Appreciate you guys joining me on the Fox News Now stream. That sign says, Trump's, how's your head?
All right, folks, we are going to leave this Dance for Peace event for the moment and go to Seattle now, where there is a press conference over President Trump's immigration policies. Let's take a look.
On religion in terms of losing their right overnight to travel. It was only an oral ruling, so it's not enormously, it doesn't go through every single detail, but he said he would issue a written ruling soon, and that may add more detail. But the bottom line is he found that we were likely to succeed on the merits and that we had shown those kinds of harms.
Are you concerned that...
Go ahead.
Are you concerned that home security personnel are not going to follow the ruling? Or is there confusion in customs?
Did you mind repeating that one more time so we'll make sure I heard it correctly? Oh, the question is, I'll repeat it for everybody. The question is, am I concerned that Homeland Security will not follow the judge's ruling? No. We're a nation of laws. It is absolutely my expectation that the federal government will honor this ruling by this judge today.
Are there limitations to this ruling?
The question is, are there limitations to this ruling? Noah, do you want to, I mean, it's pretty broad, but I just want to make sure you get it.
Well, it is, I mean, to be clear, it's a temporary relief, so there still needs to be further hearings before it's permanently struck down, but today is a very big step along the way to that result.
And one thing I would add to that, which is no mention, it's temporary until the judge addresses it on a permanent basis. But again, as I mentioned earlier, in order to reach the decision he did today, one of the factors he had to rule on or to keep in mind was the likelihood of success on the merits for the state. And obviously felt that was in our favor, which is obviously a good indication of what might come next.
Some legal experts told us today that this was expected, that the bar is not that high when it comes to temporary restraining orders. Maybe you can talk about
they're
that.
not legal experts. Those aren't legal experts. The bar is, and you heard it in the courtroom. I mean, the judge made that clear. We accept that. We knew going in. We talked amongst ourselves about the challenge, frankly, of asking for a TRO. Any TRO is difficult. Any temporary restraining order is difficult on any issue, especially so on an issue of this magnitude, to put it mildly. I think Judge Robart made that very clear in the courtroom. So no, there is not a legal expert in this country who would somehow suggest that the burden is easy. It's exactly the opposite. And then that's by design, right? The burden should be difficult to say to the president, no, what you just did cannot go forward, right? That's significant relief.
Are you surprised, given some of the lines of questioning by Judge Robart, for example, saying that you couldn't necessarily prove that it was discriminatory to Muslims based on campaign statements in June, that he nevertheless went your way entirely? And what do you think? Was there a certain part of your case that you think put that over the top?
I'll have Noah maybe take part of that, but I'll repeat it. So the question went to, were we surprised based on some of the challenging questions that Judge Robart asked of Noah, of the state? Was I surprised by his ruling? No. I mean, it's anytime you're in a courtroom, a good, thoughtful judge, his or her job is to ask the most difficult, challenging questions. That's their job, right? And so you go in expecting that. And frankly, even before he announced his decision, my thought to myself was, hey, we got a fair hearing here, right? He was tough on us. He was tough on the federal government. He asked, I thought, the difficult, challenging questions. That's his job to do that. Noah, maybe you can address on the other part of it.
I'd just say it was very clear that he had thought very hard about the hardest issues in the case. This was not a rash decision. It was very clearly thought through, and his questions reflected that he was asking the hardest questions of both sides.
I just want to be just clear that the specific elements you were arguing in this case, that the TRO, I should say the executive order in its entirety is not kosher, right? Is that what you're saying?
Do you want to repeat the question for everybody?
Yeah, so the question was, is the executive order in its entirety blocked? And the technical answer to that is no. We only challenged the parts that are actually sort of affecting people immediately, which are the parts about refugees and the parts about targeting these 7 countries for not being allowed to enter the country. So technically we were challenging parts 3 and part 5 of the order. A lot of the other parts are things like a policy statement, long-term directives to the Department of Homeland Security that do not have any immediate impact and that sort of thing. So we were not challenging those right away. But the parts that have been getting so much attention and have been causing such immediate harm to people, stranding them overseas and such, are enjoined right away.
In the courtroom you said that one of the DOJ's arguments about judicial review was scary or frightening. Can you expand on what you meant by that?
Read the question for everybody.
Sure. So I did say at one point that the Department of Justice's argument was frightening. And the argument was essentially that if the president says, I'm doing this in the national security interest, then a court cannot review whether that's the real reason or whether there's even any rational reason for the president's action. And our view is that's not the law. That's a scary view of the law. And luckily, the judge rejected that idea.
Could you repeat that one more time? I think she's. Go ahead.
So the question was, what recourse do we have? Does the state have if the border agents do not follow the rule? The normal things that you could seek in federal court, such as contempt. We're not there yet, so hopefully that won't be necessary. But that would be the sort of thing that we could seek. We could come back to Judge Robart and say that they're not following it. Again, we trust and expect that won't happen, but we could do that if we had to. As best we can.
The question is, will the state monitor that? You can be sure we are deeply invested in this matter, and we'll be closely monitoring what's going on across the country. I will be in touch immediately with my colleagues around the country, attorneys general around the country. So I'm sure if we see any evidence that'll get to us, and we would take any appropriate action. But to be candid, I do not expect that to happen. Again, we're a nation of laws. Folks may not everybody may like this decision. I'm certain the president will not like this decision, but it is his job, it is his responsibility, it is his obligation as our president to honor it, and I'll make sure he does. No, I'll repeat the question in case you didn't hear it. So the question was, I may take the first crack at it. It's I'll paraphrase. The question went to the president often does have broad authority in issues like this. What do we think made the difference in overcoming that hurdle? Do you want to maybe take the first crack, and I may follow up?
So I think a couple things that we talked about in the courtroom. Number one, this order was so clearly poorly thought through and crafted that the idea that it's really directed at national security as opposed to targeting people based on their religion just doesn't. It's not plausible. The most obvious example that we talked about in the courtroom was that the president apparently hadn't made up his mind before issuing the order whether it applied to lawful permanent residents or not. So those are people here with green cards. There's roughly 500,000 of those people from these 7 countries who live in this country, and in many cases have lived here for a long time, work at our businesses, have families here and all that. And Friday they said it did apply to them. Saturday, Department of Homeland Security said again that it applied to them, and they blocked people on that basis. And then Sunday they started to change their mind, and then by Monday they had completely changed their mind, but in different contradictory statements from different people. And then finally on Wednesday, the White House counsel put out something called authoritative guidance, saying that it didn't apply to them. But I mean, you couldn't imagine a more basic issue that should have been addressed before issuing that order, whether it applied to 500,000 people who had been living here for a long time with long-standing ties to the country, and they hadn't thought that through. So I think those are the sorts of things that just suggested to the judge that the stated purpose of protecting national security was not really what was motivating this order. That, along with all the president's many statements targeting Islam and Muslims and those of his advisors. So. Of course, I don't know exactly what the judge was focused on, but I think those are the sorts of things that made this a different case than a lot of the other executive actions that have been taken over the years to protect the country. And this is just fundamentally different from those in how haphazardly it's been carried out and how poorly thought through it was.
The question is, what's the effect of this decision on pending litigation in other states? Feel free to jump in if you want to add anything. So it's not necessarily, doesn't bind another court in another part of the country, right, if there's future decisions. But obviously judges look at decisions made by judges around the country. But even before those judges get to it, the action today, of course, takes action immediately nationwide, putting a stop to it, right? And I think the judge obviously got it right, and there may be those other cases will move forward, but undoubtedly what the Judge Robart did today will be cited in other courtrooms around the country as well.
There are at least 2 cases just in this court, and one in his courtroom that name individuals, and so it impacts those cases as well.
This decision shuts down the executive order immediately, shuts it down. So for all those individuals, right, that relief is there. Folks can travel to this country as they could before the executive order, right? That relief is immediate. It has happened right now. That is, yeah, that's the bottom line.
Do you worry that because this is happening at 4 p.m. Pacific time, it's going to cause a lot of confusion again on a Friday going into the weekend? Or this may not be considered?
The question went to, hey, because this happened at 4 o'clock, would there be some confusion? I'll tell you where there's been confusion. The president's executive order. That's what caused confusion. I'm sorry, there's no other way to put it. It's Keystone Cops. It really is. That's not just me speaking, that's Republican members of Congress, right? That's what's caused the confusion. And so no, I don't worry about the confusion. There's nothing confusing about the judge order. And the federal government will be expected to abide by it, and they will.
Given the appeals process, how long are we expecting the appeals process to take, and what goes on during the appeals process as far as immigration?
So the question goes to the appeals process. And Noah, anything you want to add on? I mean, it's a little difficult to answer, but as best you can, maybe you can elaborate.
Honestly, I think you'd have to direct that question at first to the federal government. Hopefully they will recognize that now, in our case, obviously this nationwide injunction, but in a number of other cases around the country brought by individuals, there have been rulings in their favor, and hopefully the federal government, the president, will realize that this order is patently unconstitutional and will abandon it. But if they don't, it'll be up to them what the appeal process looks like in the timeline.
That's hard to predict, right? But I think Noah's point is well taken, which is the federal government has a choice. They can appeal or choose not to appeal, right? So to Noah's point, it's my hope that they will understand that what was done was unconstitutional and unlawful. And just again, to be clear, as Noah emphasized, there have been other cases, to your question as well, on behalf of individuals, right, or a smaller group of individuals. Those have been very important cases. We referenced some of them today, but those did not go to the constitutionality of the key provisions of the executive order. So that is one important difference in this case, which shuts it down nationwide as opposed to providing relief for a handful of individuals. Those are important cases, want to be clear about that, for those individuals. This case is the first of its kind that addresses the very constitutionality of the key provisions of the executive order, and has now shut it down.
Any idea how it could affect the visas that were revoked today?
The question goes to any idea how this could affect the visas that were revoked today. Do you guys want to?
Sure. I mean, the visas weren't just revoked today. There was an order issued by an official from the Department of State on January 27th purporting to revoke visas. So for any visa that was revoked pursuant to the executive order, we would expect that those visas would still be available then, absent some reason why the Department of State, other than the executive order, why they wouldn't have issued.
And Colleen is head of the Wing Luke Civil Rights Unit in our office. Her last name's Melody, M-E-L-O-D-Y. If there's no other questions, we'll be available afterwards. And I want to say thanks again to the legal team. What they did was truly extraordinary under difficult circumstances to put together complex pleadings, support from many aspects of our state, to do something at the most fundamental level in the law, which is hold our president to the rule of law. And when one goes to law school, one reads about big cases, significant cases that do exactly that. And this is a case in that spirit, right? We are a nation of laws. Not even the president can violate our Constitution. And Judge Robart made the right decision declaring this unconstitutional, and we look forward to further proceedings. Thank you all very much. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, folks. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, where just moments ago, a federal judge in Seattle temporarily blocked President Donald Trump's ban on people from 7 predominantly Muslim countries. U.S. District Judge James Robart granted a temporary restraining order Friday at the request of Washington State and Minnesota that's effective nationwide. Trump signed an executive order last week that sparked protesters across the country and confusion at airports as some travelers were detained. Lawyers for the U.S. government argued that the states don't have standing to challenge the order and said Congress gave the president authority to make decisions on national security and admitting immigrants. All right, folks, we're going to take you back out to Washington, where that Dance for Peace rally is still going on, and they are still dancing. All right, folks, you're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Going to be here with you for the next 90 minutes. We were on the Dance for Peace rally that was happening in D.C., but we were getting that shoe cam effect as the photojournalist was moving to a different location. We'll see if there is going to be another shot available for us for that rally happening in Washington. Now, earlier today on the Fox 10 News Now stream, we were able to show you President Trump leaving Washington and going to Florida. Right now, he is at Mar-a-Lago. He's going to be there for the weekend, and he will be attending a gala there, a fundraiser happening tomorrow. But also this weekend is another big event. I think you know about it. It's Sunday, and we all know it as Super Bowl. Yep, the Patriots taking on the Falcons, and you can only see it on Fox. So it is going to be really a showdown where I think, it could be really a high scoring game. Two amazing quarterbacks going at it. We'll see how it's all going to take place. You can see some people wanting to take pictures right there at Super Bowl Central in Houston. Looks like we got our shot back up available as the dance party continues on in Washington. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com.
made it to the White House. You made it to the White House. What are you going to do?
We're going to dance in celebration of love, intersectionality, and resistance.
Can I? I don't have to. Even the cameraman dances. Broadcast, you know what I mean? I'll go back to them, man.
Which media guys are you guys with?
Don't tell everybody one time. Yeah.
Interesting, man.
I mean, they're here, you know what I mean?
Successful president of the United States.
It's a good thing. I got you. Now you have the White House behind me. So I got to do it again. I need that.
It's like Christmas morning when we were kids.
Let's see.
I know we need some of those. That's the big crazy light.
It's better
when you're trying to wake it up. At least that's what
Why are you here? Why are you here?
Why are we here? Oh, we're here because...
How do we count the reasons why we are
honestly, do you
here?
want alphabetical reasons or chronological reasons?
More than that, you just like to dance. The dance is
Are
awesome.
opposed to everything else that construction is about.
It's by the hour.
Yeah, cool.
This is like one of the funnest things I've done. I love the
Part of the technology.
Just find out they were part of like launching the moon mission.
Okay. See what kind of light? I'd love to, yeah, sure. I'm trying to get that White House in the background. You want to go up to the fence? There we go. See if I get this young lady to move. Excuse me 1 second. I want to back up in your direction. Okay? Thank you. Okay, ready? Here we go. You guys like to dance?
All right, folks, you are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are in a breaking news alert here as we are hearing reports of shots fired at the South Shore Plaza in Braintree, that is near Boston in Massachusetts. Via the Boston Globe, they are reporting that shots were fired at South Shore Plaza in Braintree early this evening. Braintree Police Lieutenant Jeffrey Smith said there is an active investigation underway. Right now, this is a developing situation, obviously a very fluid situation. Stay right with us, folks. You're watching the Fox 10 and News Now stream in a news alert. All right, folks, so what you are looking at right now is a very active investigation at this moment here with shots fired inside the mall here. So we are still waiting on more details at this moment, but you are watching live Fox 10 News Now. We'll try to get the very latest information here for you. And we do appreciate everybody watching live with us right now on Facebook Live as well. We are in a breaking news situation of shots fired at the inside the South Shore Plaza Mall in Braintree, Massachusetts, just outside of Boston. We do want to show you some video that is on Twitter right now from people that were inside the mall at the time. This is from a Twitter user who put it on Snapchat and then uploaded it to Twitter. Let's show that to you 1 second here. Let me get it set up here.
Oh!
right, so that was video of people looking like they were running for their lives. And right now you are looking at a very active investigation. We appreciate everybody watching live with us, not only on fox10phoenix.com, but Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. When breaking news does occur, we do have you covered here. We're looking to get the very latest information here. Right now we are hearing from local media reports there in Boston that initial reports, no injuries at this time, but as you know, sometimes this is such a very fluid situation that, you know, at any moment things can change. So that's some good news that at least at this point, doesn't appear like there are injuries here. You could see the major response there from first responders there. Braintree Police put out a warning on Twitter saying that there is police activity at the mall near the Macy's. You can see the Macy's there in the shot. It's a developing situation. Please stay out of the plaza area at this time. Initial reports indicate that there are no injuries. An employee of Macy's tells Fox 25 in Boston her manager told her to leave because there was a shooter in the mall. So you could see a very large response from first responders. Still working to get you guys the very latest details. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream for everybody watching live right now on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live and fox10phoenix.com. This just goes to show you, once again, at any moment and at any time, stuff can happen where you always have to be ready for the unthinkable to happen at any time. Right now, this mall is obviously on a lockdown. We're hoping that we'll be getting a press conference momentarily, but as you can see here from the first responders, they need to do a full investigation to try to get a sense of, okay, what is happening? Are there any injuries? You know, you have to go. This is a huge mall, so you really have to, you know, just because we've heard the shots fired and that we've heard of reports that there's no injuries at this time, you know, you don't know if there's a victim somewhere in the mall or in a store that they haven't encountered yet. That's why it's such a fluid situation, and we ask that you stay right here with us. You know, so many times with these breaking news alerts, we get information that is coming in so fast that it is it's hard to put together sometimes at the moment. So it's always great to take it as best as you can. You are taking a look at a big response there from police, from first responders, and I think this is just another great opportunity to really just always be thankful for our first responders. They go into situations that they don't know what is going to be like when they open that door or go through that door. You know, when you hear the call of shots fired inside a major mall, it is a very scary situation, and these first responders do it time in and time out again, and it's just an amazing sense of their bravery and their commitment to the communities that they serve. So we should always be thanking our first responders for they do an incredible job, and they do not get the credit that they deserve on a daily basis. You know, so many times we think of our first responders when tragedy happens and we unfortunately lose one of them, but we should always be thankful for them every day because they are heroes in every community every day of the year. And it's a shame that we don't get to share those amazing stories of bravery and courage that they do on a daily basis. So it's always a great time during these hard times that we see these aerials, just a reminder of the sacrifice and the amazing heroics that these first responders do. So let's thank them, and let's thank their families for their amazing commitment to their communities. All right, folks, we are also getting some more media reports there in Massachusetts. Let me read it to you. Multiple law enforcement agencies have responded to a report of shots fired at the South Shore Plaza in Braintree. State police say 2 individuals were involved in some type of altercation and shots were fired by one or both of them. Police said at least one of them appears to have been injured. Both individuals right now are at large. Numerous Braintree and state police cruisers are in front of the Macy's at the plaza. Police said the mall is currently under a lockdown. So that is just another news alert that we have for you. And there are also SWAT team members on the scene here at the South Shore Plaza in Braintree. Okay, the latest news is after the shots were fired, both people ran out of the mall. State police said at least one was injured. All right, so that's the very latest, everyone. Continue to stay with us. It appears that at this moment those individuals are at large. It seems like it was some sort of domestic situation. An altercation started. One or both of them pulled guns on each other and started to shoot. One was injured but was able to get away. And right now police are they have a manhunt underway for those individuals that shot inside the mall, right near that Macy's there. So you are continuing to watch live coverage right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. For those of you watching on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live, hit that share button to alert your family and friends of this breaking news alert, especially if they live in the greater Boston area, so you can let them know of that situation that is happening in their own backyard. We are Fox 10 News Now. covering all breaking news across the country when it happens. If you haven't already done so, now would be that perfect time to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. That way you'll always be in the know when we are covering breaking news from anywhere across the country. And folks, we are going to be continuing to update you on this news alert story coming out just outside of Boston at the South Shore Plaza. You could see the big response from police here. We are continuing to provide you with the very latest details. I keep looking for local media reports there in Boston. Fox 25 News Boston is just doing an absolutely great job on Twitter, updating the stories and updating the events that are unfolding at this mall. But can you imagine being inside the mall during this situation? You're just shopping, going about your business, and then all of a sudden you might have seen the altercation, or maybe you just heard the shots being fired. And you know, in the world that we live in right now, to hear that would put the absolute panic in anyone, and you would have to think right off the bat, oh no, what is happening now? How is this happening at the mall I always go to? But this is just another reminder that really anything can happen at any time, and you always have to be ready for really the most tragic things to happen. So this is another good reminder of always be vigilant, always be ready for something terribly bad to happen. That way you could be ready to run and get yourself and your family to safety. So what you're looking at is local and state officials on the scene trying their very best to start up this investigation. Because we are hearing that the two individuals that are associated with this shooting ran out of the mall. And we don't know where they are or where they went. But we are continuing to watch live for you and bring you the latest events and updates as they happen. And folks, let us know where you are watching from. We always have a worldwide audience, especially during breaking news. So let us know in the chat where you are watching from. We always like to know where our fans are getting their updates from. And like I was just telling you, everybody, it is a very fluid situation. Things change like on a dime. And right now, the Braintree Police Department says that no one was shot, just that shots were fired inside the mall. They said, Braintree Police Chief says they believe there is currently no active shooter inside the South Shore Plaza. So that is the latest breaking news that is happening right now. They are saying Braintree Police reporting that no one was hit during the shooting, just that shots were fired inside the mall. So we did have some reports coming out earlier saying that maybe someone was injured during this. And I was just telling you folks, this is how these fluid things happen during breaking news. That's why you always got to stay around and see what happens exactly, because there are so many things just coming and going, and facts can get a little turned around there. But initial reports of no injuries at the South Shore Plaza. So we do have 2 shooters, though, outstanding at this moment, though, still. Still, there was an issue at the mall. Fortunately, no one was hit, but those shooters then ran out of the mall here. So we have a shooting that happened. Luckily, no one was hurt. No innocent people were hurt. We're going to continue to break down this news here for you. We have every active computer monitor focus right now on the News Now set, dedicated to Massachusetts right now. We are here for you. So once again, folks, if you're just joining us here, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. The district attorney says 2 individuals were involved in some type of altercation. Shots were fired inside the mall. Still a very fluid situation at this moment here. Latest report is that the chief now says no one was hit after the shooting inside the mall, but we could have those 2 people still outstanding at this moment. Right there, folks, you can see SWAT team members as well at the mall. So we have state officials as well as local officials, they're really trying to figure out, okay, what happened? Where did these suspects go? And and you still have to search the entire store, because you know how big a store like Macy's is. There could be a victim down and they don't even know about it yet. So that's why they're going to go in and say, okay, maybe we think the suspects could still be inside. That's what it looks like at this moment here. I mean, why would SWAT team members be now making their way inside the mall here? So that would lead you to believe that, maybe they didn't leave the mall. Maybe they're, in a corner somewhere in Macy's. So that's another terrifying thought, because you got to figure, okay, these people already started to shoot at each other. They'll probably want to shoot again. So that's why you always got to thank your first responders as much as you can, probably every day, because we have so many stories like this across the country. And, we never follow up to tell you the amazing heroics that these people do. So day in and day out, do it on a daily basis. Wake up and just thank them. Just thank them when you wake up. So there are the SWAT team members going around the perimeter here of the South Shore Plaza, right outside the Macy's. Continuing to follow live here for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream. You can see they are making their way now inside the mall here. So we are awaiting additional details. Stay right here. This is a very fluid situation and a very tense situation as well. Continue to follow along with us. Folks, we are continuing to follow live for you right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We just saw moments ago SWAT team members enter the mall, where, it would lead you to believe at this moment maybe they still think that the suspects are inside the mall somewhere. The latest report from local media reports there, Fox 25 in Boston, saying at this time, no injuries. At this time, no injuries, but we are going to continue to monitor local reports there for you and provide you with the very latest details here. We appreciate you guys all watching live from all over the world. This is a worldwide stream. We couldn't do it without you guys, so We appreciate it when you guys see that breaking news alert, that you always do watch the videos. You guys are such great fans of the Fox 10 News Now stream and Facebook Live alerts. So we appreciate that. Let's continue to watch as the Sky Fox there in Boston taking a look in the town of Braintree at the South Shore Plaza, where shots were fired earlier this evening inside that mall. And if you're just joining us here, we do appreciate you all watching live with us here. Shots fired inside the mall, South Shore Plaza in Braintree, Massachusetts, just outside of Boston. And you could see the large police activity. We do know that SWAT team members are now inside the mall. It could be at this moment that maybe one or both of the shooters are still inside the mall. This happened where witnesses are telling the media out there in Boston that there was an altercation inside the Macy's and that one or both of them started to shoot at each other. No one was hit, but now they are looking for those shooters. And, you know, who knows what they're going to do now. They've already shot at each other. Will they shoot now, unfortunately, at the police? That is something we hope doesn't happen, but you never know in this day and age. We're also being told that people inside the mall are still sheltering in place. They are hiding. And think about a mall and a store like Macy's. You would be hiding, under the cashier area. Maybe inside a dressing room you would hide at. Anywhere that you would feel the most protection. And once again, just another reminder for everyone watching on Fox 10 Facebook Live to hit that share button. That way, you're going to let your friends and family members know exactly the situation that is going on right there outside of Boston, especially if you have friends or family in Boston. Be sure to tag them in this video so they'll know what is going on too. It's almost 8:15 there in the Boston area, and people could be coming out of dinner now or going to another event, or maybe they want to go for some late night shopping. They won't be able to go here, so let them know of this situation so they could be aware of, unfortunately, what's going on there right outside of Boston. All right, everybody, that was just our live video right there. Sky Fox there in right outside of Boston. We're hoping that we'll be able to get that shot back up for you, but it looked like Sky Fox was leaving the scene there. So what we'll do right now is just show you Fox 25's Boston Twitter accounts, and that way
we're hoping that we'll
be able to get doing just an absolute great job for you. But it looked like Sky Fox was leaving the scene there. So what we'll do right now is just show you Fox 25's Boston
what's going
Twitter
on
accounts,
as well as,
and that
so
way
we're hoping that we'll
be able to
they're
get
doing just an
that
absolute
shot
great
back
job
up for you. But it
advise
looked
you to
like
head on
Sky
to
Fox
25
was
News
leaving
Boston and
the
check them
scene
out
there.
and,
So what we'll
either
do
get
right
the
now
very
is just
latest
show you
updates here
Fox
and
25's
pictures of
Boston
what's going
Twitter
on as
accounts,
well as,
and that
so
way
we're hoping that we'll
be able to
they're
get
doing just
that
an absolute
shot
great
back
job
up for you. But it
advise
looked
you to
like
head on
Sky
to
Fox
25
was
News
leaving
Boston and
the
check them
scene
out
there.
and,
So what we'll
either
do
get
right
the
now
very
is just
latest
show you
updates here
Fox
and
25's
pictures of
Boston
what's going
Twitter
on as
accounts,
well as,
and that
so
way
we're hoping that we'll
be able to
they're
get
doing just an
that
absolute
shot
great
back
job
up for you. But it
advise
looked
you to
like
head on
Sky
to
Fox
25
was
News
leaving
Boston and
the
check them
scene
out
there.
and,
So what we'll
either
do
get
right
the
now
very
is just
latest
show you
updates here
Fox
and
25's
pictures of
Boston
what's going
Twitter
on as
accounts,
well as,
and that
so
way
we're hoping that we'll
be able to
they're
get
doing just an
that
absolute
shot
great
back
job
up for you. But it
advise
looked
you to
like
head on
Sky
to
Fox
25
was
News
leaving
Boston and
the
check them
scene
out
there.
and,
So what we'll
either
do
get
right
the
now
very
is just show
latest
you
updates here
Fox
and
25's
pictures of
Boston
what's going
Twitter
on as
accounts,
well as,
and that
so
way
we're hoping that we'll
be able to
they're
get
doing just an
that
absolute
shot
great
back
job
up for you. But it
advise
looked
you to
like
head on
Sky
to
Fox
25
was
News
leaving
Boston and
the
check them
scene
out
there.
and,
So what we'll
either
do
get
right
the
now
very
is just show
latest
you
updates here
Fox
and
25's
pictures of
Boston
what's going
Twitter
on as
accounts,
well as,
and that
so
way
we're hoping that we'll
be able to
they're
get
doing just an
that
absolute
shot
great
back
job
up for you. But it
advise
looked
you to
like
head on
Sky
to
Fox
25
was
News
leaving
Boston and
the
check them
scene
out
there.
and,
So what we'll
either
do
get
right
the
now
very
is just
latest
show you
updates here
Fox
and
25's
pictures of
Boston
what's going
Twitter
on as
accounts,
well as,
and that
so
way
we're hoping that we'll
be able to
they're
get
doing just an
that
absolute
shot
great
back
job
up for you. But it
advise
looked
you to
like
head on
Sky
to
Fox
25
was
News
leaving
Boston and
the
check them
scene
out
there.
and,
So what we'll
either
do
get
right
the
now
very
is just
latest
show you
updates here
Fox
and
25's
pictures of
Boston
what's going
Twitter
on as
accounts,
well as,
and that
so
way
we're hoping that
be
we'll
able to
they're
get
doing just an
that
absolute
shot
great
back
job
up for you. But it
advise
looked
you to
like
head on
Sky
to
Fox
25
was
News
leaving
Boston and
the
check them
scene
out
there.
and,
So what we'll
either
do
get
right
the
now
very
is just
latest
show you
updates here
Fox
and
25's
pictures
Boston
of what's going
Twitter
on as
accounts,
well
and
as,
that
so
way
we're hoping that we'll
be able to
they're
get
doing just an
that
absolute
shot
great
back
job
up for you. But it
advise
looked
you to
like
head on
Sky
to
Fox
25
was
News
leaving
Boston and
the
check them
scene
out
there.
and,
So what we'll do
either
right
get the
now
very
is just
latest
show you
updates here
Fox
and
25's
pictures of
Boston
what's going
Twitter
on as
accounts,
well as,
and that
so
way
we're hoping that
be
we'll
able to
they're
get
doing just an
that
absolute
shot
great
back
job
up for you. But it
advise
looked
you
like
to head on
Sky
to
Fox
25
was
News
leaving
Boston and
the
check them
scene
out
there.
and,
So what we'll do
either
right
get the
now
very
is just
latest
show you
updates here
Fox
and
25's
pictures
Boston
of what's going
Twitter
on as
accounts,
well as,
and that
so
way
we're hoping that
be
we'll
able to
they're
get
doing just an
that
absolute
shot
great
back
job
up for you. But it
advise
looked
you to
like
head on
Sky
to
Fox
25
was
News
leaving
Boston and
the
check them
scene
out
there.
and,
So what we'll do
either
right
get the
now
very
is just
latest
show you
updates here
Fox
and
25's
pictures of
Boston
what's going
Twitter
on as
accounts,
well
and
as,
that
so
way
we're hoping that we'll
be able to
they're
get
doing just an
that shot
absolute great
back
job
up for you. But it
advise
looked
you to
like
head on
Sky
to
Fox
25
was
News
leaving
Boston
the
and check
scene
them out
there.
and,
So what we'll do right
get the
now
very
is just
latest
show you
updates here
Fox
and
25's
pictures
Boston
of what's going
Twitter
on as
accounts,
well
and
as,
that
so
way
we're hoping that we'll
be able to
they're
get
doing just an
that shot
absolute great
back
job
up for you. But it
advise
looked
you to
like
head on
Sky
to
Fox
25
was
News
leaving
Boston and
the
check
scene
them out
there. So
and,
what we'll do right
get the
now
very
is just show
latest
you
updates here
Fox
and
25's
pictures
Boston
of what's going
Twitter
on as
accounts,
well
and
as,
that
so
way
we're hoping that
be
we'll
able to
they're
get
doing just an
that
absolute
shot
great
back
job
up for you. But it
advise
looked
you
like
to head on
Sky
to
Fox
25
was
News
leaving
easy and just zoom out there. So what we'll do right now is show you these top 25 Boston Let's Go Anywhere accounts, and that way you'll be able to go through and get an snapshot.
All right, for those of you continuing to watch here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, we appreciate you watching this breaking news alert coming out of Boston, right outside of Boston in Braintree, of the shots fired inside the South Shore Plaza Mall. And right now, you know, we did lose our aerial coverage there. They had to go and refuel. So we are showing you the Fox 25 News Boston Twitter account, where they are continuing to give us updates, and you know, we're seeing even videos that they are posting. They're doing a great job on social media to provide you the very latest details here, and they're they're doing an outstanding job. Look at, I mean, we have about 25 updates here coming out from this shooting that took place in the mall here. Police said an altercation between two people inside the mall ended with shots fired there. So we're going to keep our eyes right here for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream. When breaking news does occur, we've got you covered. Now stream, when breaking news does occur, we've got you covered. Now stream, when breaking news does occur, we've got you covered. Now stream, when breaking news All right, everybody, for the latest updates, please continue to follow Fox 25 News Boston and stay right here with us on Fox 10 News Now. Going to be providing you with some Super Bowl tips and facts coming out of Super Bowl 51.
Just like this ship, CVN 80 will hold a special place in the hearts of her shipbuilders. She will also be a first for us. She will be our first aircraft carrier built with digital work packages rather than traditional paper drawings. She will revolutionize carrier construction for us, just like CVN 65 did. And like CVN 65, our shipbuilders will pour their hearts and souls into every stage of her construction. With each piece of steel, with every pipe, with every weld, and with every cable. Because we know we aren't just building a ship, we are continuing the magic, the majesty, and the legend that is and always will be Enterprise. Thank you. And now I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Rear Admiral Brian Antonio, who serves as the Program Executive Officer for Aircraft Carriers. He's responsible for the design, construction, delivery, and life cycle support of all United States Navy aircraft carriers. That's a pretty big job. Before he speaks, I'd like to ask him to join me along with Captain Belts for a special presentation. Admiral, we have a special plaque for you to keep safe until it can be displayed on CVN 80. On it is a piece of steel from CVN 65 that has been forged into a big E. There is an inscription that reads, "This steel from USS Enterprise, CVN 65, symbolizes 55 years of distinguished service to the United States of America. It also represents the next chapter in the life of Big E, as her steel will be used to build our nation's next USS Enterprise, CVN 80. May her legend always prevail in the pursuit of American liberty, justice, and freedom."
Thank you, Mr. Mulhern. I gratefully accept this plaque on behalf of the United States Navy and of all the men and women who have designed, built, and served on one of the 8 Navy ships named Enterprise throughout our nation's history. This plaque will serve as a tribute to those ships and will be included in the ship's museum on the Navy's 9th Enterprise, CVN 80. Admiral Caldwell, fellow flag officers, Captain Belts, officers and crew of Enterprise, distinguished. As you know, Enterprise is a legacy. From the first schooners named Enterprise in the 1800s to 1934, when Newport News first laid the keel for the aircraft carrier CV-6, which would become the 7th U.S. Navy vessel to bear the name Enterprise. But the first to earn the nickname the Big E with 20 battle stars during World War II. To the Cold War age, where CVN 65 became the world's first nuclear-powered aircraft carrier and the first to serve 51 consecutive years. This plaque symbolizes the passing of a torch to CVN 80 and her future crews. Some of those who will serve on the future Enterprise haven't even been born yet, but upon reporting to duty, they will look at this very plaque and know that it represents all those that have come before them, and the legacy will live on. Just like I'm sure many of you who are here today feeling, I'm honored and humbled to be a part of history and this chapter as we turn the page. Thank you to everybody for helping me be a part of this next chapter. Now I have the honor of introducing our next speaker, Admiral James Caldwell. Admiral Caldwell is a submariner of the highest caliber. He served in both the Atlantic and Pacific fleets on both fast attack and ballistic missile submarines. He commanded USS Jacksonville, SSN 699, home ported in Norfolk, Virginia, and also led Submarine Development Squadron 12 in New London and Submarine Group 9 in Bangor, Washington. He has been assigned to numerous other Navy and Joint Commands and was commander of the U.S. Pacific Fleet Submarine Force in Hawaii, where I first met him. He became the Navy's 7th Director of Naval Nuclear Propulsion Program in August of 2015. Please welcome Admiral Caldwell.
Good morning, everybody. Fellow flag officers, honored guests, captain, crew of the Enterprise. I am absolutely honored to be here today, especially for a submariner. I never thought I would be standing here on the hangar deck talking at the decommissioning ceremony for Enterprise. When I learned of this ceremony, I said, wow, that sounds like a great idea. So I turned to Captain Belts and said, Captain, can I be included in that? And the captain, without hesitating, said, why, sure, Admiral, that's a great idea. So, Captain, thanks so much. I wanted to be here, folks, for the simple reason to say thank you to the fantastic team of sailors, Newport News shipbuilding personnel, who did this tremendous work of defueling Enterprise. This was a long, arduous, very demanding task, and for that, you have my thanks. I'm going to talk about that in a few minutes, but I would like to reflect on the history of Enterprise. It's been said before that this is a bittersweet day, and I agree. It's sad to see the last day of a ship that was really unmatched in her lifetime. So today is a good time to reflect on what Enterprise accomplished and what she meant to the United States. If you have any doubts as to what I think about Enterprise, all you would need do is visit my office, where behind my desk, and the first thing anyone sees when they walk into my office is that iconic photo of Nuclear Task Force 1. Many of you have seen it. The Bainbridge, the Long Beach, the Enterprise, with sailors in formation famously spelling out E equals MC squared. And then in the corner, I have a smaller version of that picture with E equals MC squared 50 for 50 years. When you think about it, it is really phenomenal. When Enterprise was launched, she was the biggest ship in the world. Her 8 reactors, which still inspire awe, and for a submariner thinking of 8 reactors, I have a hard time wrapping my head around that. That comprised the most powerful nuclear power plant on the face of the Earth. On initial sea trials, her escort, USS Laffey, DD 724, tried to keep up, but it was to no avail. After a full-speed run, Laffey messaged the Enterprise and said, you win the race, fuel gone, topside salted, crew wet, and engines tired. Enterprise pulled back into port here in Newport News with flying a broom from her island to signify a clean sweep on her sea trials. That was the first of many times that Enterprise proved her worth. During the Cuban Missile Crisis, she operated with USS Independence, another carrier. During the 40 days of operations, I'm told that Independence burned 5.5 million gallons of oil. Enterprise had gone further, faster, and burned none. Because Enterprise didn't need to refuel, she could carry 2 times more aviation fuel and ordnance than any other carrier. The lack of corrosive exhaust gases associated with a conventional plant simplified the maintenance and the aircraft operations on this ship. Her power plant allowed for increased shipboard electrical power, and over the life of the ship allowed us to install and modernize new radars, sonars, and missile systems. In short, nuclear power was a game changer. It allowed virtually unlimited endurance, at high sustained speed and with that tactical flexibility and freedom of action that the Navy demanded. And our nation certainly put Enterprise to use. These capabilities were put to use in the Cuban Missile Crisis, in Vietnam, and in Afghanistan. Enterprise was part of and helped make and shape our nation's history for over 50 years. And this isn't my quote, but when it comes right down to it, this is true. I believe it was the Secretary of the Navy who said this. Enterprise was as relevant on her last deployment at 51 years old as she was on her first. And that, my friends, is very impressive. Now, none of this would have been possible without the true force of gravity and center of gravity behind it, and that's the naval nuclear enterprise. And that's one thing I want to talk about today because it is really remarkable. This incredibly powerful combination of shipyard, Department of Energy labs, the Naval Reactors team, and very importantly, the sailors, the men and women who operated Enterprise. Together, this team envisioned Enterprise and brought her to life. The design work at the Bettis Lab and Naval Reactors started many years before the ship was built. And then the shipyard built and delivered her to tough standards, ahead of schedule. This team that I talked about kept Enterprise running as a central piece of our nation's Navy for 50 years. While the ship itself was the envy of the world and the hardware was the envy of other navies around the planet, the actual power behind it, the competitive advantage that consistently outpaces our competitors, was and is this core of engineers, builders, maintainers, designers, skilled laborers, and sailors that took Enterprise to every imaginable place around the world, that refueled her and maintained her and eventually defueled her. This team is what makes America's nuclear navy unmatched in the world. Now, since inactivation, this team has been working to defuel the 8 reactors. This was far from business as usual. We took the most complicated reactors in the fleet. We used our legacy reactor servicing equipment combined with first-time use handling equipment, and we christened a new facility here in the yard to complete this job. To give you a sense of the complexity, there has been more than a decade of planning for the work of defueling Enterprise. That included writing procedures, preparing and testing the operating equipment, and it came down to really a daily grind that got us here today. So to all of you that labored and eventually finished this job, I say thank you. You have my deep personal admiration and thanks for doing the job professionally, safely, and to the exacting standards that the Naval Nuclear Propulsion Program demands and that our nation demands. And I think it's really remarkable, folks. If you haven't been involved in it, it may be hard to understand, but I'm here to tell you it's been quite a remarkable undertaking. As I close, I'd like to look forward. Admiral Anderson, who was the CNO during the Cuban Missile Crisis, famously said that the Navy has both a tradition and a future, and we look to both with pride and confidence in both directions. The same is true of Enterprise. We look back with pride, but we don't have to look very far to be confident in the future. The legacy of Big E will live on as we bring CVN-80 to life in this very yard. Compared to the Nimitz class, the new Enterprise will have 25% more reactor energy, nearly 3 times the electrical generation capacity, and the reactor department will be 50% of the size of the current Enterprise. And following CVN-65's example, the new Enterprise will run for 50 years. As with any other warship, no matter how great the design, no matter how revolutionary the concept, or how good the hardware, what will make Enterprise a great warship are the thousands who will sail in her and the team that will maintain her for sea. These are the people that are standing to my right and the people that are standing in the back, And for that, folks, I think they deserve a great round of applause. So think about the missions the new Enterprise might be called to perform. While it's impossible to predict, I can say these things with certainty. CVN 80 will carry the name Enterprise proudly because of what this team has accomplished in this shipyard. And future generations, just like those of us here today, whether builders, operators, or maintainers, will proudly boast that they are part of the legend and part of Enterprise. Thank you, and God bless all of those who made Enterprise the great ship that she was.
Thank you, Admiral Caldwell, for those remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my pleasure to introduce our presiding officer, Commander Naval Air Force Atlantic, Rear Admiral Bruce Lindsay. Admiral Bruce Lindsay is a 1982 graduate of the Naval Academy and was designated a Naval Flight Officer in 1983. At sea and shore, Admiral Lindsay served at several commands, most notably as commanding officer of VS-29, embarked aboard USS Carl Vinson, CVN-70, USS Dubuque, LPD-8, and USS Carl Vinson, CVN-70. He served as Commander Carrier Strike Group 10 and most recently as Commander Carrier Strike Group 4. Admiral Lindsay assumed command of Naval Air Force Atlantic in July 2016. Ladies and gentlemen, Rear Admiral Bruce Lindsay.
Good morning, USS Enterprise and Norfolk Naval, not Norfolk, Newport News Shipyard. You know, you put two N's and an S together and that's what you get. But you all are the distinguished guest today, okay? And I want to make sure that is clear. And I met a couple of outstanding folks here from the ship Enterprise. They're going to go to Bush and everything. We're going to try to arrange them first-class tickets on a NALO flight, all right, get them over there. And for the shipyard workers, I met some great shipyard workers right down here. Shirley, I think she said she started this project, and by golly, she's going to finish this project and everything. She's flanked with some other shipyard workers who have worked for over 60 years, and then we have a nuclear machinist mate from the original time of Enterprise. You all are the distinguished guest here today, and it's an honor to be here. So forget all those admirals up there. So again, Captain Belts, it is indeed an honor and a privilege to be here today to say goodbye to such a great warship, and a great warship she has been for 55 years, as you all know. Now, I thought rather than give a speech about USS Enterprise herself, I want to explain why we have nuclear carriers, why we have carriers that are needed today and well into the future, and hence why the name Enterprise will be on the third Ford class carrier here soon. And to answer those three whys, I wanted to tell you some personal sea stories. I'm a sailor just like the rest of you. I've got sea stories, and I want to tell you some sea stories about USS Enterprise from a young naval aviator's standpoint or viewpoint. Yes, that's correct. USS Enterprise was my first aircraft carrier. And you all know that a ship is just a hunk of steel, magnificently put together by the shipyard, okay? But it is when those sailors, okay, come aboard this ship for the first time and she comes alive, when she is manned by her first plank owner sailors, her sea stories become our sea stories, and her history is our history. And on a day like today, when USS Enterprise will take her last accolades, it is fitting that we share our sea stories such that the memories of this great warship and the lessons of why we built her and continue to build great warships such as Enterprise are never forgotten. So, let me take you back. Some of you weren't born, I know, but it was in October of 1984. When Enterprise was about a little over 20 years, I think, old, and I flew from San Diego, California, via Clark Air Base in the Philippines to Diego Garcia to Masira to catch the cod out to VS-21 embarked in USS Enterprise CVN-65 as she patrolled what we called Gonzo Station up there in the North Arabian Sea. Because you see, in those days, we did not steam aircraft carriers into the Arabian Gulf. For the rest of our time on Gonzo Station, which included 3 beer days, I only got 1, but there were 3, I am told, I flew one of the 10 S-3s embarked on USS Enterprise's massive flight deck. So the first reason we built and continue to build nuclear carriers is time. Not only do they last a long time, as you see here today, 55 years, they can also stay on station for a very long time. And please understand, one cannot influence world events if you are not on station and stay on station. In other words, to be where it matters, when it matters. Now, Enterprise is a tough ship. And when I mean tough, I mean she could take damage and keep on going. And although no enemy ever put a weapon on her, we did inflict self-damage similar to taking a torpedo hit in combat. It was during workups off of San Diego there in, I think it was 1985, in the vicinity of Bishop's Rock. I was flying on board the final battle problem to get on board the ship, and I noticed through my forward-looking infrared there that the Big E was listing to port. And pretty significantly, I said, wow, this is going to be a good landing. Come to find out, after that landing, she had already run over Bishop's Rock and just kept on going. All right? And after the crew had gone to GQ, like a good crew would do, and battled the incoming water, we just kept on flying. I am told that the engineering solution was a concrete blister, sort of like throwing sackcrete down there, and it just filled up, and then you kept on going. All right, we deployed on time in January 1986. And of course, Big E did vibrate at higher speeds for the rest of her life. Just a little shudder there, okay? But she still is the fastest carrier in the fleet. She could take a hit and stay in the fight. So the second reason we built and continue to build nuclear aircraft carriers is that they can take battle damage and continue to take the fight to the enemy. Nuclear carriers are tough, and no other country can match us in this respect. So then I was on my second deployment there. Enterprise took me to the South China Sea, the Indian Ocean, and into the Mediterranean Sea. And in all 3 seas, we dominated the surface, the air, and the undersurface domains. As we approached the South China Sea from the Eastern Pacific Ocean, we were able to project sustained combat air power up to 1,000 nautical miles from the carrier, because Enterprise was a nuclear carrier and carried a lot of jet fuel. All right? Roll with me, people. This is supposed to be a happy day here, okay? You don't have to laugh at me, but, you know, come on. This is going to be good. I'm telling you sea stories. All right. Okay. So when we entered the Indian Ocean there, the 10 S-3 aircraft hammered a Soviet Union submarine. I can't tell you which one, okay? But we hammered that Soviet submarine with active sonar buoys so much, I am sure that those Soviet sailors have a loss of hearing to this day. We also ensured that Iranian ships, interesting, Iranian ships did not menace local shipping between Pakistan in the east and Oman in the west of the North Arabian Sea. All right, so then Muammar Gaddafi, if you remember him, he had some threats. And so we were ordered to enter the Mediterranean Sea via the Suez Canal. And there we debunked his line of death rhetoric by tracking his Foxtrot submarines and forcing them back into port and conducting mirror image strikes in the ocean to demonstrate our capability to render Libya's airfields inoperative. So the third reason that we built and we continue to build nuclear carriers is that they can carry lots of airplanes, lots of bombs, and because I like hunting submarines, lots of sonobuoys. All right, so that we can dominate the air, the surface, and the subsurface domains out to 1,000 nautical miles. Nuclear carriers bring capacity and capability. So after being so successful there with Muammar and Libya, we anchored in Toulon, France, and the French hospitality was great. The sailors were awesome, and it was the French Open. So what more could you wish for? It was awesome. But then somebody higher up decided that it's time to set sail, and not going through the Suez to go home, they sent us to the Straits of Gibraltar. And that's where I learned that Africa is a very, very big continent. So we went through the Straits of Gibraltar. It was Enterprise, Truxton, and Arkansas, all nuclear capable. All 3 nuclear ships sped at high speed around Africa without any resupply ship, for food or fuel until we passed Diego Garcia, and then we headed to Perth, Australia, and anchored there. So the fourth reason we built and continue to build nuclear aircraft carriers is that they have sustained speed and maneuverability that no other ship in the Navy or in the world has today. And as Maverick said in the movie Top Gun, which was playing in Perth that year, had just come out, I feel the need for speed, and you can only get that in a nuclear aircraft carrier. Well, after 8.5 months on deployment, we returned to Alameda to our families, and that highlights the fifth and final reason we built and continue to build nuclear aircraft carriers, is that they are big, and they strike fear in our enemies. But at the same time, they reassure our allies, our friends, and most of all, our families. So as I close today, I have been thinking about what I should say on such a momentous occasion. It hit me that I do not know what to collectively call the 346 sailors of USS Enterprise today, the crew of a warship on its last day in commission. We've all heard about the Navy term plank owner, and we have a plank owner over here with a hat that says so, okay? And an individual who was a member of the crew when that crew was first commissioned, placed in commission. But we've never had a Navy term that I'm aware of that talks about the crew when the ship is placed out of commission. So you all should take great pride today in knowing that you are the last plank owners of USS Enterprise CVN 65. Now, first plank owners usually get a certificate, right? You got that nice certificate, procured, issued to the crew members by the ship being commissioned. And they are not official Navy documents, but they're very colorful, very nice. Some ships' crews go ahead and make their own, and others purchase them from a commercial source. All good, but what do we give the last plank owners of USS Enterprise CVN 65? Well, thankfully, Captain Belts solved that dilemma and that problem. He has given his crew, the last plank owners of USS Enterprise CVN 65, a piece of the ship. And I think that is fitting and right. And I am humbled that Captain Belts honored me and gave me a piece of the ship today. This is what I think all the crew members are getting. And I am very honored to be an honorary last plank owner of USS Enterprise CVN 65. So, as an honorary plank owner of USS Enterprise CVN 65, I charge you all with a solemn duty to never forget. Never forget this great warship, her great history, and the great Americans who sailed in her and built her and maintained her. And please, retell her sea stories in such a way that the new plank owners in CVN 80 will carry on the proud legacy and the warfighting spirit forged by all the previous warships and sailors who sailed in Enterprise. God bless you. God bless all that have sailed in USS Enterprise, maintained her, and built her. And God bless this great nation of ours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Admiral Lindsay. Admiral Lindsay, Captain Belts, would you please join the Admiral at the podium for your award, please, sir? Enterprise. Attention. Military personnel, attention to award. The President of the United States takes pleasure in presenting the Legion of Merit to Captain Todd A. Belts, United States Navy, for services set forth in the following citation. For exceptionally meritorious conduct in the performance of outstanding service as Executive and Commanding Officer in USS Enterprise from March 2013 to March 2017. A visionary and inspirational leader, Captain Belts planned and executed the first ever inactivation and decommissioning of the oldest and most complex nuclear-powered aircraft carrier in the fleet. His innovative spirit and focused determination led to the completion of 40% of the defueling process in less than 9 months' time, while maintaining zero safety mishaps, setting the bar high for future sea.
All right, folks, we are going to take you now live right now to the other side of the world in Tokyo, where in just a little bit we will be hearing from Defense Secretary James Mad Dog Mattis and the Japanese Prime Minister in Tokyo. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. Mary Kate is coming up next. Have a safe weekend, everybody. She'll be with you here for the next 2 hours. Have a great night.
皆様にお知らせいたします。共同記者会見の開始は、11時10分をめどに行う予定です。もう少々お待ちください。
The press conference will start around 11:10, so please wait for another 10 minutes.
All right, everybody. Well, hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kay Gaffney, and tonight we've got quite a show for you guys. James Mad Dog Mattis about to be speaking live in Japan. We'll see soon how this conversation is going to go. He'll be speaking with the Japanese Prime Minister any moment now. Appreciate you guys watching with me live here on the Fox News Now stream. Feel free to let me know your comments, your opinions in the live chat, or tweet me at MaryKateFox10. I'd love to pull up your tweets here on the air, kind of create a discussion here around the show. Again, we're going to have that happening pretty soon, and we still have a live look, you guys, of the Super Bowl. Let me pull this up just for a second so you can see how fun it looks there right now. Look at that. I know, we're not there, but you know what? Sometimes it's just easier to hang out on your couch and watch from home, right? All right, you guys, let's take you back to that live event, though. In any moment now, we're going to have Defense Secretary James Mattis. President Trump likes to call him Mad Dog Mattis. He'll be speaking soon with the Japanese Prime Minister. So, pretty exciting stuff. Stick with us here on the Fox News Now stream.
から共同記者会見を始めさせていただきます。稲田防衛大臣、マティス国防長官からそれぞれ冒頭発言がございます。はじめに稲田大臣からお願いいたします。
皆さんおはようございます。本日はマティス米国防長官を防衛省でお迎えできたことを大変喜ばしく思います。マティス長官との初めての防衛大臣会合でしたが、大変有意義な意見交換をすることができました。本日の会談では、日米同盟が我が国とアジア太平洋地域の平和と安定の確保のために重要であること、同盟の抑止力、対処力を一層強化すべく日米が連携していくことを確認いたしました。地域情勢についても意見交換いたしました。北朝鮮による核・ミサイル開発の進展は日米両国や地域の安全保障上の重大な脅威であるとの認識で一致をいたしました。また、東シナ海、南シナ海における中国の活動は、アジア太平洋地域の安全保障上の懸念であるとの認識を共有をいたしました。マティス長官から、尖閣諸島は日本の施政下にある領域であり、日米安全保障条約5条の適用範囲である。米国は尖閣諸島に対する日本の姿勢を損なおうとするいかなる一方的な行動にも反対する旨が表明されました。また、私から航行の自由作戦を含む南シナ海における米軍による行動は法に基づく海洋秩序の維持に資するものであり、こうした取り組みを支持している旨をお伝えし、能力構築支援など南シナ海への関与を強化していくことで一致をいたしました。私から地域の平和と安定のため、我が国が積極的に役割を果たしていく考えをお伝えをいたしました。マティス長官からは、米国による日本の防衛義務や拡大抑止への揺るぎないコミットメントが伝えられ、日米ガイドラインを踏まえつつ、日米同盟の抑止力、対処力を一層強化する必要があるとの認識で一致をいたしました。
在日米軍再編は沖縄をはじめとする地元の基地負担を軽減する重要な事業です。私からマティス長官に在日米軍再編の着実な進展に向けた協力を要請し、マティス長官からは日米で連携して進めていきたい旨の発言がありました。また、私から普天間飛行場の一日も早い移設と返還を実現する必要がある旨をお伝えし、マティス長官とは辺野古への移設が唯一の解決策であり、引き続き協力することで一致をいたしました。さらに私から沖縄の負担軽減について協力を要請し、在日米軍の安定的な駐留を確保するため協力することで一致をいたしました。最後になりますが、本日マティス長官と大変有意義な、そして率直な意見交換ができたことを大変嬉しく思いますし、また引き続き長官との間で日米同盟の強化進化のために協力をしていく所存でございます。私からは以上です。ありがとうございます。
続きましてマティス国防長官お願いいたします。
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here, and thank you, Minister Inada, for hosting me. I'm very pleased to be visiting Japan on my first trip overseas as Secretary of Defense. It's been many years since I first served in Japan as a young lieutenant in the Marines, but I have fond memories and good friends from that time. It's clear that much has changed since those years, but one thing is certain. The alliance between the United States and Japan is enduring and will remain as the cornerstone of peace and security in the Asia-Pacific region. Let me assure you that President Trump's administration places a high priority on this region and specifically on long-term allies like Japan. As I told Minister Inada, the United States remains committed to the defense of Japan under the Treaty of Mutual Security, and we stand ready to enhance our alliance to the benefit of regional peace, prosperity, and freedom. Today, the Minister and I discussed the security situation, and I made clear that our long-standing policy on the Senkaku Islands stands. The United States will continue to recognize Japanese administration of the islands, and as such, Article 5 of the U.S.-Japan Security Treaty applies. As the Japanese people know so well, jointly we face many security challenges in this region. From the threat of nuclear and missile provocations by North Korea to increasingly confrontational behavior by China in the East and South China Seas, we recognize the changing security situation. In our meeting together, Minister Inada and I confirmed our intention to continue close coordination on these and other security issues. I also expressed the United States' appreciation for Japan's stabilizing and strengthening efforts with Southeast Asian partners, which contribute to regional peace, prosperity, and freedom. The U.S.-Japan alliance is critical to ensuring that this region remains safe and secure, not just now, but for years to come. The 2015 defense guidelines and Japan's peace and security legislation lay the foundation for us to do much more together, to increase interoperability between our forces, and to bolster Japan's capabilities from peacetime to contingency if needed. I am certain that the coming years will see important strides on both sides to realize our mutual goal of a strong defense of Japan and a stable regional environment in which all nations play by the broadly accepted international rules and can prosper free from fear. The United States has invested in the alliance by deploying our most advanced capabilities to Japan and by maintaining a robust force structure. I also mentioned to Minister Inada that the United States remains committed to mutually agreed upon realignment plans. These include relocating Marines to Guam and reducing our footprint on Okinawa while maintaining the capabilities needed to keep Japan and the region secure. During my discussions here, we agreed that our mutual efforts to build the Fatima replacement facility will continue as it is the only solution that will enable the United States to return the current Marine Corps Air Station at Fatima to Japan. Japan has made noteworthy contributions to regional security and to the alliance, and the United States deeply appreciates these contributions. But make no mistake, in my meeting with Japanese leaders, both our nations recognize that we must not be found complacent in the face of the emerging challenges. As our alliance grows, it will be important for both our nations to continue investing in our defense personnel and capabilities. In this manner, we will ensure that we are true partners together today and in the years to come. The United States stands with our friends and allies. Thank you again, Minister Inada, for hosting me. It is a pleasure to be back in Japan, and I look forward to hosting you in Washington. Thank you.
続きまして代表質問に移らせていただきます。時間の都合上、質問は日米それぞれ2問ずつとさせていただきます。質問者は挙手をいただき、指名されましたら前方のスタンドマイクまでお進みいただき、所属氏名を述べた後、稲田大臣、マッティス長官、どちらに対するご質問なのか述べた上でご質問をお願いいたします。また、質問が終わりましたら、席に戻っていただくようお願いいたします。はじめに日本側から1問ご質問をお願いいたします。中村記者。
中村さん。
NHK の記者の中村と申します。よろしくお願いします。マティス長官とですね、稲田大臣、双方に伺います。日米同盟の重要性、日米双方の役割をどのように考え、沖縄県の尖閣諸島に日米安全保障条約が適用されるという認識に今後も変わりないでしょうか。また、南シナ海、東シナ海で海洋進出を強めている中国。核・ミサイル開発を進めている北朝鮮にどのように対応していくか、またアメリカ軍普天間基地の移設にどのように取り組んでいくかを聞かせてください。
まず稲田大臣からお願いします。
まず日米同盟の重要性、これは揺るぎのないものであって、我が国の平和と安定、そしてこの地域全体の平和と安定、そして繁栄、そしてこの地域の将来にとって非常に重要なものであるということを改めて本日の会談の中で確認をしたところであります。また米国からは累次にわたって尖閣諸島が日本の施政下にあって日米安保条約5条の適用の範囲であるということが表明されてきたわけですけれども、これが新政権においてもマティス長官から明確に適用の範囲であるということが表明をされ、また米国の継続したプレゼンスを通じてアジア太平洋地域への米国のコミットメントを強化していく旨の表明があったことは、我が国を取り巻く安全保障環境が一層厳しさを増す中において、こうした米国のコミットメントは大変に意義のあることだというふうに思っております。また北朝鮮、中国についてのご質問がございましたけれども、やはり日米同盟の抑止力、対処力を一層強化する必要があるということで一致をいたしました。またその上で地域の平和と安定のために我が国としても積極的に役割を果たしていくこと、また同盟における我が国の役割を強化していくことをマティス長官にお伝えをしたところであります。中国は我が国にとって重要な隣国でもありますので、中国との建設的な対話のためのドアは常に開けているということなどもお話をしたところでございます。また普天間飛行場については辺野古 こへの移設が唯一の解決策であるという立場を今回改めてマティス長官との間でも確認をし、政府として移設に向けた工事を着実に進めていく考えであります。本日の会談も踏まえ、そして信頼関係の上に揺るぎない日米の同盟の絆をさらに確固たるものとしたいというふうに思っております。南シナ海、東シナ海、さまざまな力による現状変更ございますが、しっかりと価値観を共有する国々と平和と安定を築くために、自由と民主主義と法の支配、貫徹するためにしっかりと連携をしていきたいと考えております。
As Minister Inada has stated, the alliance is unshakable. And between the two of us standing together, we're stronger together. We're stronger with South Korea. And yet there is no complacency in terms of the alliance. We know we have got to adjust to the changing security situation. We will do so in measured steps, working together. And I don't see any reason right now to think we cannot maintain stability in the Asia-Pacific region, especially with China. But at the same time, we have to recognize that the rules-based international order must be maintained. And so our focus, immediate focus, is perhaps principally on the North Korea nuclear and ballistic missile threat, but we also must stand together in support of the international order that is rules-based, and no one nation shoulders another aside or shreds the trust in terms of conviction over maintaining a rules-based approach to solving any sorts of disputes. Thank you.
次に米国側から1問ご質問をお願いいたします。
Next, we would like to have a question from the U.S. side, please.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. It's Robert Burns of Associated Press. The White House a few days ago said that it was putting Iran on notice. The question is, on notice for what? And as Defense Secretary, are you going to put more military muscle behind those words, for example, by deploying a second aircraft carrier to the Gulf or making other military contingency moves? Otherwise, aren't those just empty words to put them on notice? And if I may ask you in a related question, you've said earlier, including at your confirmation hearing, that you felt that the counter-ISIL campaign should be accelerated. I'm wondering, as it pertains to recapturing Raqqa, will this possibly involve sending more U.S. troops to Syria? And if I may ask a question of Minister Inada, you mentioned in your opening statement that Japan intends to increase and strengthen its role in the alliance. Is Japan prepared to address U.S. concerns about contributing more financially to hosting U.S. forces in Japan? Thank you.
As far as Iran goes, this is the single biggest state sponsor of terrorism in the world. And I think it is wise to make certain that Iran recognizes that what it is doing is getting the attention of a lot of people. And we have a responsibility, along with the rest of the nations that want to maintain stability, to be absolutely clear with Iran in this regard. It does no good to ignore it. It does no good to dismiss it. And at the same time, I don't see any need to increase the number of forces we have in the Middle East at this time. That's not in the cards right now. We always have the capability to do so, but right now I don't think it's necessary. But I would also just say that we do not have a situation vis-a-vis Iran that shows respect, again, for the rules-based international order. We have seen their misconduct, their misbehavior, from Lebanon and Syria to Bahrain and to Yemen, and it's got to be addressed at some point. Minister.
次に稲田大臣お願いいたします。
Next, Minister Inada, please.
日米同盟、これが大変我が国にとっても、この地域の将来にとっても重要な同盟であるということは、ますますその重要性を増しているというふうに思います。その中で、我が国がこの同盟の中でどのような役割を果たしていくか、そして積極的に役割を果たしていくということをお話をしたわけでありますが、安倍政権になってから平和安全法制、そして日米ガイドラインなどを通じて、平素から例えば米軍のアセット防護を可能にしたり、集団的自衛権の限定的な部分の行使を認める等々ですね、憲法の許す範囲内で、日本の憲法が許す範囲内でしっかりと世界の平和にも貢献をしておりますし、また日米同盟の強化ということに資することも行ってきているわけであります。またさらに安倍政権になってから防衛大綱を改定をし、そして中期防衛整備計画に基づいて、安倍政権になるまでは10年間ずっと防衛費はマイナスだったわけですけれども、安倍政権になってからは連続で毎年伸ばしているわけであります。しっかりと我が国の防衛力を強化をしているということを申し上げたいというふうに思います。我が国の防衛力の強化、そして価値観を共有する国々への能力構築支援など、この地域の平和と安定のために、また日米同盟における積極的な役割を果たしているというふうに思っております。その上で、長官との間で在日米軍駐留経費負担については全く議論はなかったわけであります。現在、双方の合意に基づいて適切に負担をしていると考えております。
それでは日本側から2問目のご質問をお願いいたします。
大沼さん、please.
時事通信の大沼と申します。稲田大臣とマティス長官双方にお伺いいたします。今、稲田大臣の回答でもありましたけれども、トランプ大統領がですね、選挙期間中に言及をしていた米軍、在日アメリカ軍の駐留経費の日本側負担増に関してですね、マティス長官はですね、これまで同盟国に応分の負担を求める考えを示してきました。駐留経費についてですね、今後どのように対応していくような考えがありますでしょうか。またですね、防衛費に関して日本の防衛費は GDP のおよそ 1% となっております。このことに関してはどのようにお考えでしょうか。双方にお願いいたします。
まず稲田大臣からお願いいたし
ます。在日米軍駐留経費負担に関しては先ほどお答えした通りで、今回の会談では議論がなかったわけであります。そして、同盟におけるその分担というのは何も金銭的なものに限るわけではないというふうに思っております。また防衛関係費、先ほども申しましたが、中規模平成26年から平成30年の中期防衛整備計画に基づいて5年間実質平均 0.8% 伸ばす計画になっていて、引き続き着実な防衛力整備に努めていきたいというふうに思っております。長官との会談においては、厳しさを増す安全保障環境を踏まえ、日本は防衛力質も量もですけれども、しっかりと強化をし、自らが果たしうる役割の拡大を図っていく方針である旨お伝えをしたところです。
Yeah, I believe that Japan has been a model of cost sharing, of burden sharing. We have constant dialogue about this. We work through the details, but we can point to our Japanese-American cost-sharing approach as an example for other nations to follow. And we have watched as the security situation worsened and watched the budget grow under Prime Minister Abe and the Minister of Defense guidance, and I think it's prudent that we take those steps and we adapt the militaries, both our military positions, to the security situation we face today and anticipate tomorrow, and I think Japan is on the right track.
最後に米国側から2問目のご質問をお願いいたします。
Dmitry Sevastopoulos from Financial Times. Secretary Mattis, the U.S. has made little progress in recent years urging China to slow down or to stop its activity, particularly its construction activity in the South China Sea. Do you think the U.S. needs to adopt a more assertive policy in the South China Sea? And if so, what kind of military measures do you think should be tried? And for Inada Daijin, 北朝鮮の脅威が一段と厳しくなる中で、もしアメリカ側が、先制打撃をやると日本側に伝えた場合、安倍政権はどう反応するか、ちょっとお願いします。まず先生ちょっと前半質問の前提がちょっと分かる。もしアメリカ側が日本にその北朝鮮に先制打撃をやると日本側に伝えた場合は、安倍政権はどう反応するということです。
Dmitry, we have watched in the South China Sea as China has shredded the trust of nations in the region. Apparently trying to have a veto authority over the diplomatic and security and economic conditions of the neighboring states. And the point behind a rules-based international order, what those words mean is that we all play by the rules, and if we have disputes, we take them to arbitration. We don't settle them by taking military means and occupying land that is subject to question, to say the least, about who actually owns it, or is it international waters. So what we have to do is exhaust all efforts, diplomatic efforts, to try and resolve this properly, maintaining open lines of communication. And certainly our military stance should be one that reinforces our diplomats in this regard. But there is no need right now at this time for military maneuvers or something like that that would solve something that's best solved by the diplomats. At the same time, freedom of navigation is absolute, and whether it be commercial shipping or our U.S. Navy, we will practice in international waters and transit international waters as appropriate. So at this time, we do not see any need for dramatic military moves at all.
はい、北朝鮮に関しては、昨年、核実験を2回、そして、ミサイルは、20発以上、潜水艦からの発射や、また無数弾、そして、同じところから3発同時に着水させるなど、私たちは北朝鮮のミサイルの脅威というのは新たな段階に入っているというふうに思います。そして、それにどのように対処していくかということも長官との間で、お話をしました。しっかりとそのミサイル防衛力をつけていく、さらには、重要な隣国である韓国との間で、ようやく長年の懸案であったGSOMIAも発行したわけであります。日米同盟、さらには日本と米国と韓国、この3カ国がしっかりと協力をしていくということが、まずは重要なことだろうと思っております。その上で、やはり日本は憲法9条の下で、専守防衛でありますし、打撃力は持っていないわけであります。その点は日米同盟の間で、役割分担ができているわけでありますけれども、まずはしっかりとそういう状況にならないようにですね、協力をしていく、さらにはこの地域における日本と米国とのその同盟の強化、何かあれば米国の打撃力というものもあるという抑止力ですね、そういったことも含めた形で、 北朝鮮に対しては、対峙をしていくということが重要だと思っています。
それでは時間になりましたので、これで共同記者会見を終了させていただきます。両大臣が退場されるまで、記者の方々はそのままでお待ちください。
All right, everybody. Well, you just saw James Mattis, Mad Dog Mattis, Defense Secretary, speaking with the Japanese Prime Minister. What do you guys think? You just watched that live here on the Fox News Now stream. Let me update the lower third here so that you know, in fact, we are live, everybody. Let's take you back to that bump shot of the Super Bowl for just a few seconds here. Let me make sure the sound is all right. You guys, even though we're not there, doesn't that look fun? Now, last I'm told, I don't think the players are supposed to be wearing suits, but I don't know, maybe they updated the rules. No helmets either. So let's see how this goes. Just kidding, haha, but we are watching live here all the events happening at the Super Bowl. Again, it's happening this Sunday. Pretty exciting stuff. For me, I love the food. Streaming live here on the Fox News Now show. I want to pull up actually some, I'm going to get all seated here, some facts for you that I wanted to share with you guys. Are you a true Super Bowl football fan? Well, I'm going to tell you some fun facts that maybe you didn't know, and we all know certainly. I probably didn't know all of these. Let me scroll down here. Just pull up just a few here. Super Bowl, by the numbers. Okay, it's the third time Houston is hosting the Super Bowl. Okay, Houston, this is the third time, and it looks like you're really figuring it out. Don't you think? Looks like fun. Let's see what the weather is like there right now. Houston, Texas. 55 degrees. 8 o'clock there. 55 degrees. That's not too bad, right? Those guys look comfortable just wearing their suits. Thanks for watching with me here on the Fox News Now stream. Giving you guys some random facts about the Super Bowl, just in case you're wondering. Out-of-town visitors, 140,000 from Houston, but 300,000 San Francisco, 122,000 Glendale, but that's out-of-town visitors that went in for those Super Bowl events. This one, though, specifically, 140,000 out-of-town visitors. The one that was in San Francisco was 300,000. You guys, Super Bowl by the numbers, are you wrapping your head around this? People that are expected to attend a Super Bowl event in Houston, 1 million. 1 million people are expected to attend a Super Bowl event in Houston. 1,000 people. That's the number of rooms, I should say. 1,000 number of rooms in the brand new hotel that will serve as NFL's Super Bowl headquarters. That's 1,000 rooms. This is a cool shot too. Let me pull this one up. What in the world is happening here, people? They're playing football in suits. Is this okay? Where's their headgear, everybody? This is one of those events to get people excited. Let's take the lower third off, see if we can see what's going on here. Would you play football in a suit? Actually, it looks pretty good, don't you think? Lucky number 7 in the chat saying, are you a dog person or a cat person? Thanks for asking. I'm a dog person. I love golden retrievers. Cattle in the chat saying Mary Kate probably ignores the chat. Nope. I read the chat, and I always appreciate you guys sharing your comments in the chat. And if you don't want to write anything in the chat, feel free to tweet me at Mary Kate Fox 10. Love to read your tweets on the air as well and pull them up here on the screen. Again, we're watching these players have a good time here in Houston. It's about 55 degrees there, and we're giving you some facts, Super Bowl by the numbers. I'm going to look up the most interesting ones, though. The Patriots and the Falcons have met 13 previous times. Ooh. Guess how many journalists are expected to cover the Super Bowl? 5,000. That actually seems kind of low, right? That's still a lot, though, 5,000. Now, what do you think the average cost of a ticket to the Super Bowl Media Day held at Minute Maid Park is? It's only $25. This event right now looking pretty fun. Guess how many cameras are used by Fox Sports during the Super Bowl? Can anyone guess? In the chat, how many cameras are used by Fox Sports during the Super Bowl? Let me know what you think. All right, I'll tell you. 70. That's 70 cameras used during the Super Bowl. Oh, let's turn this up, see if we can hear anything. Well, you guys know how that is. We can't have all that music playing because always copyright issues. But we can't show you what's going on there. You can't really hear what that reporter's asking, but you know they're doing a good job. Those are Fox News reporters and anchors out there, the best in the business, you guys, and they're out there reporting on the Super Bowl. And again, we did just tell you that there are 70 cameras just used by Fox Sports there. 70 total. That's pretty cool. And guess how many Twitter followers amongst all of these Super Bowl players have? That's 1.97 million. Looking up Super Bowl by the numbers here. Okay, let's get to the best part, which is the food. 17 people attend the average Super Bowl party. 14,500 tons of chips will be eaten. 8 million pounds of guacamole will be eaten. And 1.23 billion chicken wings will be eaten, people. And let's not forget, 51.7 million cases of beer are sold on Super Bowl Sunday. Wow. Are you guys more surprised about the amount of beer or how much guacamole is eaten on Super Bowl Sunday? 8 million pounds of guacamole? Wow. We sure like our guacamole here, don't we? And 1.23 billion chicken wings will be eaten on Super Bowl Sunday, and 51.7 million cases of beer sold on Super Bowl Sunday. I can't believe it. 9% of people planning to buy a TV this year just to watch the Super Bowl, and 1.5 million people will call in sick to work that Monday after the Super Bowl. Oh my gosh, 1.5 million people are going to call in sick on Monday. Don't do it, guys. Your bosses will know why. 31% are expected to bet on the Super Bowl. Pretty good stuff. What do you guys think? Are you watching the Super Bowl? What are your plans? What are you doing this weekend for the Super Bowl? Tweet at me, Mary Kate Fox 10. Let me know your plans. Checking all the feeds here, making sure that we aren't missing any breaking news. Pretty cool stuff, though. You know, my favorite part of the Super Bowl is always the food, though, and I do like, I like the commercials too. The Budweiser Clydesdale commercials. This is live right now out of Houston, Texas. It's about 55 degrees there. It looks fun. Okay, so we don't get to be there, but that's okay. Because we get to watch from the comfort of our couch or our kitchen or wherever you guys are watching right now. I know a lot of you that are watching aren't in Phoenix. You watch from all over the U.S., which is pretty cool. So thanks for joining me here. We are streaming live out of Phoenix, but we don't just cover local news here. We really cover national news. News from all over the U.S., this being in Houston, Texas right now. Again, love to see that they're playing around in their suits, but they are Fox News anchors and reporters. You guys, they gotta dress up. They gotta look nice at all times. It's pretty awesome. Let me show you this shot from the ground as well. Pull down the sound here, make sure it's all good to go. Take a look at this shot. Isn't that amazing, though, that there's just so many people on the sidelines watching them play around with the football? Wouldn't you feel cool in there, you know, wearing a suit? And let me turn up the sound one more time just to see what we can hear. Just more music. Can't play the music, but we can see what's going on here. So let's take you to some other top stories, though, in case some of you are like, ugh, I'm so not interested in the Super Bowl. Let's take you to some other top stories. So let me pull up here. Let's see. Appreciate you joining me here live on the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kay Gaffney. It's Friday, people. A lot going on. Phoenix Open is this weekend. It's a big golf tournament here. We've got the Super Bowl on Sunday, which we've been talking about. What are you guys doing this weekend? Don't forget, next week is also Valentine's Day, you guys. Are you doing anything for it? Well, if you're not doing the Phoenix Open and you're not doing the Super Bowl, maybe you're going to see a movie this weekend. And maybe you want to know, hey, what's the best movie to go out and see? Because, you know, it's never fun when you go to a movie and you didn't read the reviews before. Personally, I always like to read Rotten Tomatoes before I go see a movie. It's a really good movie review website, or IMDb. And just sort of read into how it was filmed, read about the directors, read about what people are saying. I mean, it's not always a good idea, because if you're really excited to see a movie and then you see the reviews are bad before you go in, you kind of have low expectations. But it's good to just know, I guess, going in if it's going to be a good movie or not, right? So let's take you to this segment here. We had a movie critic in the studio talking about what are the best flicks to see this weekend. So let me take you to this segment. Make sure the volume's all ready to go. All right, movies this weekend. Let's see what's happening.
She's got one less problem without you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your group.
Don't you love this song?
I like all of her
music. It makes me feel like I'm like young again. Okay, anyway. Yeah. I wish I was going to her show.
Yeah, I think she's going to be. Is that tonight? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I went right
tonight. Little Mix
is it really?
Opening up. Mm-hmm. Talking Stick Resort Arena, right
Dang.
downtown here.
Yeah, Little Mix opens a show. And like I was saying, she looks like she's like 4'2".
She does look
like
teen.
60 pounds.
Yeah.
She's got pipes.
She can belt it out.
Dang. So does Michael Dixon.
Yes.
Got some pipes on it.
Yeah.
Nice thing to say.
Here's
That's right.
Michael,
Special
Friday
places.
movie review.
Thank you. Yeah, listen, this is really kind of interesting. So I've got to wait for the thing to burn up. There we go. All right. I'm going to tell you, the best film of the week is one that you're not hearing anything about.
Okay.
It's called The Red Turtle.
Oh.
All right?
All right.
It's an animated feature by a Dutch filmmaker, Michael de de Wit. And you say, wow, I've never heard of him. Well, he did a thing called Father and Daughter that won the Best Oscar for Animated Short in 2001. But this is an extraordinary animated feature. It doesn't have any songs. It has no dialogue. You just sit there and let this happen to you. The turtle is done through CGI. The characters are all hand-drawn with a digital pen. The backdrops are based on charcoal drawings. I mean, the whole thing is amazing. Well, here now you're getting a sense. This guy is shipwrecked.
The turtle looks mean.
Oh, listen, he's shipwrecked. The turtle builds a raft, goes out, tries to leave again, and the turtle somehow destroys the raft. He's thrown back in, and then a girl makes it to the beach. All right, they get married. Say how about this, and she says okay. So then they have a child. But you just have to go and watch this because you can't believe something as simple as this could be so enchanting, so real, so capturing of your imagination. Absolutely the best film of the week.
Wow.
Really? Yeah. Yes. Everything that you're looking for in storytelling. I mean, what did Shakespeare say? All you need are two boards and passion, right? All you need is a good story and presented well, and this is. So it's #1 on my list for the week, The Red Turtle. All right, let's go to The Space Between Us. The Space Between Us is a story, and you say, well, what's that about? And it's about going to Mars. And there's the crew of astronauts, and they go to Mars. There is a woman among them. Finds out, she gets morning sickness on the flight, finds out she's pregnant. Oh. She's on the flight. They are there to colonize Mars. So she gives birth to the child. The child, she dies in childbirth. The child is raised there. Oh, this is okay. Now you jump 16 years. Now he's 16 years old, and somehow, defying all laws of physics, he can sit there with his computer and Skype a girl he's found back on Earth.
I can't.
It's just an extraordinarily silly premise. But anyway, so they're in love, and he wants to go back and see her. But, and here's the problem, when you're on Mars, your bone density isn't what it is on Earth, and they are afraid that he is going to fall apart, break his brittle bones, and all of that because of the gravity on Earth. Well, you've got so many different subplots in this thing.
Oh, so he makes it back. There he is.
So he goes back and encounters the girl. I won't tell you any more than that, because all of the first part is done in about 20 minutes. They jump cut all of these years and all of these things. You don't know. It's not a space exploration story. It's really a teen romance eventually. I mean, talk about ignoring the laws of physics.
Physics. Well, that's a tough one for you to do.
Aristotle's unities of time and action go out the window. That's a discussion we can have another time. But anyway, it just doesn't work simply because it jumps all the way around, doesn't know it wants to be. However, Gary Oldman's performance is wonderful as the scientists have put this all together, and the two kids are terrific.
Okay.
Yeah, so there you are.
I think my kids would like that.
All right, the next one is Rings. We'll do this very quickly. This is the third one of Rings. It's the second sequel. The background, there's a scary, jumpy video. Watch it, and immediately you get a phone call, say, 7 days, and then you die, all right?
Oh.
Okay, I love the original in 2002. Everything since then has not worked, and this one people were walking out of. They walked out of it, and it gets 0 from critics.
Oh.
So don't bother. If you're a fan of the original, rent the original, see it again, all right?
Okay.
The last one, and I hate to tell you this, is the comedian. Listen to this cast. Robert De Niro, Leslie Mann, Danny DeVito, Patti LuPone, Eddie Falco, Charles Grodin, Harvey Keitel. And it's terrible.
I had a feeling you were just going to say that.
It just doesn't work. The story is flimsy. The script is bad. Wait till it comes out. It's about a comedian who wants to make a comeback. The audiences only want him to do a character he did on television, and DeVito is his younger brother, and it just doesn't work, and it breaks my heart to tell you that, because I love these people. See it in a matinee, save some money if you really have to see it, but there are so many other movies out there like Hidden Figures, La La Land, The Founder, Fences, Silence. Pick one of those.
Okay.
Wait, don't you think it's weird that all those actors who've had so much success, you think they'd know how to read a script and say, oh, this is going to be good or it's not?
They look at the script and they think to themselves, okay, all right, this might work. Then they look at the rest of the cast who signed on, like De Niro and Keitel, and they say, okay, if they're doing it, I'm going to do it. But ultimately, it has to do with the director
and the editing,
and ultimately, it has to do with the paycheck. They are there to be actors and to earn a living, so they do this stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Michael.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
You bet.
Have a great
Well, you guys, lots of choices. I still haven't seen La La Land. That looks amazing. But, you know, you really have to set aside some time for it. I think it's about 2 hours. It's a musical. But it still looks really good. Emma Stone always does a great job. She's actually from here in the Valley, so that's pretty cool. I just saw last weekend, what is it? A Girl on a Train. It was with Emily Blunt. Pretty good. I hadn't read the book, but I went in with, you know, medium expectations. I wasn't sure what it was going to be like. And it was a good thriller, I thought. And it had some twists and a lot of great actors in it that they didn't really show in the preview. So if you're looking for sort of a scary movie with a lot of twists, that's a great one to see. And La La Land, of course, is always fun. It's a musical, it's a romance, and you can never go wrong with Ryan Gosling, and Emma Stone's always funny. She's an amazing actress, so those are two good choices. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I've been wanting to see lately. Well, you know what? Summer movies, you can't beat those. Can't wait till the summer movies come out. That's always when they release the superhero movies or the comic book movies. Love those. Girl on the Train. Is that what I said? Temporary Channel? Yeah. It was pretty good. I know I'm pretty late in the game on this. That came out a long time ago, but I decided to watch it and I thought it was good. I mean, I wasn't sure what to expect. I didn't read the book, but I heard it was supposed to be even better than Gone Girl, which Gone Girl is one of my favorites. I loved that movie. Did you guys ever see it with Ben Affleck, where he's married to this woman, and this is based off a book too. He's married to this woman, and she resents him for cheating on her and for making her move to the suburbs. So she fakes her own death and makes it look like he did it, so he gets in trouble with police. Meanwhile, she's just hanging out in a hotel like an hour away. The whole thing is super crazy. It was such an eerie, dark movie. I mean, if you're looking for something that's going to make you say, what? That's a crazy movie. Was Girl on a Train better than Gone Girl? I don't know. It really depends on your opinion. But yeah, I love movies, so that's one of my favorite segments, and I really wanted to show you that to you guys. But let's take you to some other top stories here. Oh, it looks like they have someone on the field there. We'll check back in here periodically as I see anything big happening here. Again, we're live out at the Super Bowl all weekend. And don't forget, you can tune in to Fox 10 Phoenix. They'll be covering it all day Sunday. I was trying to see who that was in the middle there. Well, they don't look too cold, you guys. I mean, she looks a little cold in the middle with her hands in her jacket like that, but not so cold that she, you know, she can wear a skirt, so that's good. It's only, it's 55 degrees there right now, you guys, so it's not too bad. Yeah, Temporary Channel, you're right. It was a crazy movie. Yeah. Well, we were talking movies because we just showed you that segment. We had that movie critic in the studio, so I just wanted to show you guys, if you're thinking about seeing a movie this weekend, that's something that, some good suggestions, right? Let me pull up for you guys. I want to take you to this story here. So a teacher gave all of his students a very unique handshake. And you know, handshake, the first handshake that you have with someone is a really telling, you can really tell what someone's personality is like by their handshake. Is it firm? Is it loose? Are they even, are they hesitant to even shake your hand? You can tell a lot by someone with their handshake. So I want to take you to this segment. It's kind of a cute segment here, a teacher giving his students a unique handshake. So let's watch this and let me know what you guys think.
Awesome.
Wake up on a Sunday morning. Good morning, everyone. So we want to get right to this. It's a commercial with Kia that just was released by the company with Melissa McCarthy. Take a look at this.
Hey, Melissa, the whales need your help.
I love whales! Go, Melissa! Let's get those whales!
So this commercial is hilarious. It's for the new Kia Niro crossover vehicle. So here, this is one of the funniest parts too. She's hugging a tree trying to save the forest, and they cut it down and then she falls. It's kind of this, you know, parade of escapades that she goes on. Saving the ice caps, here she is.
Oh.
And then she falls to the crack.
Ouch.
So it's their 60-second spot. It's hilarious. It's so funny. If you'd like to see the whole thing, I have it on my Facebook page. It's really funny. So it's a new 2017 crossover. It's one of the Super Bowl ads that you'll see on Sunday, and 100 million people.
And then a whale hits her.
Right?
That's classic.
And that's the first part of it. It really is funny. So that's one of the Super Bowl ads. We're going to stick with the Super Bowl theme this morning. When to use the restroom, right? When you're watching the big game on Sunday.
You've got to really plan that one out. You don't want to miss anything.
Bladder control. Come on, people.
Easier said than done.
Yeah, I'm trying to be funny.
I know. So Wall Street Journal did this big study on this. When's the appropriate time to use the restroom on Super Bowl Sunday during the big game? They realized, of course, you don't want to miss the commercials.
Nope.
Right?
You don't want to miss like
So the Wall Street Journal literally put resources and a reporter
on this story. Absolutely.
Okay.
That tells you that this is an important topic.
It's a big deal.
Okay.
And what they found was the 14 minutes before the half are when most of the points are made and when you would not want to leave your seats.
Okay.
So it recommends using the restroom in the first quarter.
I love how it gives recommendations.
Or possibly the third. The reason for the 14 minutes before was because players are still, ready to rumble. Right, they have a lot of energy, and so 14
and then
minutes.
You don't want to miss the
So they're
halftime
saying most points are scored in the last 14 minutes
before
of the half. Now, are you saying 14 minutes game time, or are you saying 14 minutes just like regular clock time?
It did not give a specification.
Well,
but
I need some clarification.
I'm guessing it was okay, Mr. Serious. I need some clarification. I believe it was the 14 minutes of game time before the half.
Okay, so basically the whole second quarter.
Right.
Okay.
Don't go anywhere.
I can't believe we are spending this much time figuring out when we're going to go to the bathroom on Sunday.
It matters to a lot of
weird?
people.
I know, you're right. But isn't it weird that we're like thinking about this?
It could
be.
A little bit.
But I mean, it's good because now we're not going to miss it because you told us when to go.
Unless you don't care about the commercials, then you're going during those breaks.
Yeah, but the commercials are
That's
good.
They're the best part about.
Yeah.
That and the food.
Unless Tom Brady's really getting like a real beatdown, then I'm interested in the whole thing.
Then you'll hold it for the whole game.
Then I'm like, oh, did you just get sacked again? That's awful. Last you're going to be here, it's going to be.
So I realized that was not the handshake segment that I wanted to take you to. That's about bathroom breaks at the Super Bowl. I will take you to the handshake segment in just a little bit, but that was about bathroom breaks at the Super Bowl, which, you guys, going to an event where you have to go to the bathroom, but there's such long lines can be a very difficult situation when you just don't want to hold it and you have to keep waiting in line. That's never fun, right? It's like those commercials you see where, you see the person just like, oh no, you don't want to wait for the bathroom, and I forget what the commercials are. Anyway, I'm rambling. You know what I mean. It's never fun to have to, go to events like that, but Celeste was giving us that update on what it's like and the best times, everything like that. But I want to take you guys again, let's see what's going on here at the Super Bowl. Let me turn it up, see if we can hear anything. Well, we are unable to hear right now, but you can see. They're live there all weekend, you guys. Fox News anchors having a blast. Looks like fun, right? All right, you guys, so I want to pull up for you. And coming up in just a little bit, I'm going to have Fox 10 weatherman Dave Muncy up here with me to talk weather and all sorts of things. Last night we had him up here with me, and I think a lot of you enjoyed it. So I'm happy to have him come up here with me again, and we'll discuss the latest top stories. I do want to take you guys, though, if you guys missed it from earlier today, Melania and President Trump landing in Florida. They're going to be spending the weekend at Mar-a-Lago. And in case you don't know, in case you're sitting there thinking, what's Mar-a-Lago? I'm sure a lot of you already know. But have you seen the outside? And if you're ever interested, you should really look up. There's an old documentary on YouTube about Mar-a-Lago and how President Trump ended up going about purchasing it. It's so crazy. I mean, this estate is massive. I mean, just let me make sure the volume's down. Just look at this. I mean, take a look at this. That's Mar-a-Lago. Okay? It's huge. And that's in Palm Beach, Florida. Beautiful part of Florida. But it's seriously so, I mean, that's one of the original photos. That's him and his first wife and their staff inside Mar-a-Lago. So crazy just to see what it looks like there. This massive estate. So they're going to be spending the weekend there, which is pretty cool. What do you guys think about that? I mean, to me, that's just crazy how big that house is. I mean, it's not even a house. You don't call it a house. You call it an estate. So, pretty cool that they're going to be spending the weekend there, you guys. So I want to take you to this video. Earlier this morning, we streamed live for you Melania and President Trump. I should call her First Lady Melania and President Trump arriving. They're getting off Air Force One. So let's take you there. Well, there you have it, you guys. That was President Trump and First Lady Melania headed to Mar-a-Lago. They just landed in Florida, Palm Beach, and they'll be staying at the Mar-a-Lago estate this weekend. So that's something we streamed a little bit earlier for you this morning. Appreciate you guys joining me here on the Fox News Now stream. We've got a live look of New York City right now, as always. And don't forget, we are streaming live as well. We've got a live look inside the Super Bowl event right now. Earlier we were showing you all those Fox News anchors playing around with the football out there. So we've got a lot of live events happening for you this evening, and coming up in just a little bit, I'm going to have Fox 10 weatherman Dave Muncy up here with me to talk about the weather this weekend, not just here in Phoenix, but from all over, and anything else that we feel like chatting about. So that's going to happen a little bit soon, but let me take you to a few other top stories here in my folder here. I want to pull up a few more. I want to pull this one up. Oh. All right, you guys, I want to take you to this next segment. I heard something coming in. I thought it was some breaking news, but I want to take you to this, though. We're still kind of discussing Super Bowl here, so I want to take you to this interesting suite that they have to offer at the Super Bowl. I don't know if you guys have ever been to a Super Bowl. Where do you stay? What do you do? Well, there's this really interesting suite that they have available. I want to take you to this this segment. Let me know what you think.
Yeah.
Well, most
Poker
of us.
Face.
Yeah, there you go.
Another one's good. Alejandro.
Wow.
Yeah, he's good.
Well, aren't you quite the Gaga groupie? I love it. All right, we're all going to be watching the Super Bowl. And guess what? It's easy because you only have to remember one channel.
Right. Fox
Channel 10.
And since you're watching us, you know, you probably like Fox 10.
Yeah.
One lucky football fan is getting the All-Star treatment this weekend in Houston. Check this out. Connecticut man won a contest to stay in the sleepover suite.
Wow, look at that.
That's
pretty cool.
nice. Yeah, it's the view that really makes it worthwhile, right?
Yes. So he gets to sleep in the room and then wake up Super Bowl morning as the only person inside the stadium. But what we didn't really get answered is how long he gets to stay, if he gets to watch the game from that suite as well.
I bet you a quarter they boot him right out of there.
Now what would really be cool is if you checked in Super Bowl day, okay, you checked into the room,
yes.
and then you spent Super Bowl Sunday all day there eating, drinking, being merry, watching the game, and then you don't have to get in the car, drive, nothing. You just stay there and sleep and wake up Monday morning.
You know, you make a great point. It would be Sunday night would be the better night than Saturday night.
That would be the prime night to stay,
right?
In my eyes.
Because, you know, checkout time's what, 10:30, 11?
Yeah.
They're going to come knocking.
I know.
You know, and you say, I'm coming out.
Yeah.
I'm all packed. I know. I'll be out in 5 minutes. Housekeeping?
Yeah.
It's like that.
Wonder if you could put a do not disturb sign on the door.
I like this kind of old school Gaga.
Yeah, me too.
Good stuff.
Well, most of us.
An elementary school teacher is trending this morning with the way he greets all of his students.
He creates a unique handshake for each kid. Barry White Jr. is joining us on the phone this morning. Good morning.
Good morning. How y'all doing?
We're fantastic.
You hear that? He's all upbeat. Yeah.
Where were you when I was in school? You sound like the best teacher ever.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, how'd you come up with this? And I got to say, I'm very impressed. Each kid's got his own, or his or her own shake, it looks like.
Oh, yeah, definitely. So I started last year with one student who was a 4th grader, and I'm teaching 5th grade, and she would wait outside my door every morning for me just to do a simple handshake. And, you know, it wasn't a big name then, but I saw how much it meant to her. Sometimes she'd get in trouble if the bell rang. Teacher was like, come on, come to class. Well, I got to do my handshake with Mr. White. So, you know, that happened. I really saw the power that had on her and how that got her day going. So I really wanted to take that concept and apply it to my entire 5th grade cluster this year. And I started the beginning of the year at a recess just saying, hey, you want to do a handshake with me? And because, I'm looked at as the cool teacher, everybody jumped on it. Oh, Mr. White, I need one now. Oh, I'm next. So then it became something really cool, and it's got them pumped up. And I just seen how much, it's been to them, it's meant to them as far as coming to class excited, ready to start the day or maybe turning their day around if they're feeling a little down. It's just been amazing, man, the joy that's brought them.
It's giving me chills watching this because I think it's just so cool.
I think that's half the battle these days with school. I know that the curriculum is tough and they pile a lot on you teachers and especially the students, but just to keep the excitement of going to school up there, that is half the battle, and I think you've completely conquered it with this.
Thank you, because I've been telling my other colleagues to really one of the most important things, critical components of teaching is the relationship. Before I ask my students to invest in my content, in my curriculum that I'm teaching, they have to invest in me, or else they won't care about what I'm telling them to do, because they feel like I'm not relevant to them. So before my content is relevant, the teacher themselves have to be relevant. That's one thing that at Ashley Park Pre-K to 8 that we push, that meaningful relationship to get them to invest into you, naturally, and then from there, the academic learning can begin.
And that's not just teaching there, Mr. White. I mean, I think you can apply that to life, to management.
Oh, definitely.
I mean, if managers feel like you're invested in them, think about what your workers would do for you, and that you're into them, excited. So, hey, boy, you know what? I'm so happy that we have some teachers out there like you, and you can be an example to everybody. I love the positivity.
Oh, it's been amazing, man, especially from other educators telling me how I inspired them, how they want to try it. They're trying it in their classroom now. I see some videos. That's really been amazing. I mean, it's an overwhelming feeling that knowing that I'm inspiring others just because I wake up, I go to work and love to do what I do, on a daily basis.
You rock. I can't tell you enough. You're amazing. Your students are going to talk about you when they're grown, and they'll always remember their 5th grade class and teacher.
The cool Mr. White. Hey, thanks for talking to us this morning. Keep it up, man.
Thank you for having me.
All right.
Thank you.
I think I have a favorite segment for the week.
I know.
I think right there.
All right, you guys. Well, I've got Fox 10 weatherman Dave Muncie up here with me right now. We are live, and we are chatting about weekend weather.
Weekend weather that includes the Phoenix Open and includes the Super Bowl. A lot of people are going to have outdoor parties for the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And so they'll probably be in the backyard, and then the party after the Super Bowl will continue in the backyard.
Yay!
So
well, let me pull up your weather map.
Let
me get this.
Take a look at that. It's pretty short. We just have a couple of things on it as we go into the weekend, but they're very telling. Yes. Okay. Let me see if I can activate that. There we go.
There we go.
And with the Phoenix Open in town, get the Phoenix Open logo in there. 73 on Saturday. Absolutely beautiful. And then a few clouds, very light, maybe a high thin haze, and 75 on Sunday. So nice looking weather there. And then we take an hour by hour look at Sunday, which is, of course, one of the most important days in play. It's the final day. The biggest day will probably be Saturday, though. They'll have probably over 200,000, 220, 225,000. They had 158,000 today. They had 103,000 yesterday. Both of those are records for the day. So it looks like it's on a run here to really, really take off. And look at those beautiful temperatures all through the day, no matter what time you want to get there. Even if you get there at 7 o'clock in the morning, 49 degrees, beautiful temperature for golf. It means that they're not going to have any frost. That's the most important thing about that. And then take a look at the 10-day forecast here. You'll see that there are some beautiful temperatures over the next 10-day period, even a couple of 80s.
Oh my gosh.
Some mid-70s in there, some upper 70s as well. So real nice looking weather.
That looks so amazing. Aren't we blessed and lucky to be living here? I know you guys, a lot of you aren't watching from Phoenix. You're thinking, no, I'm cold right now. I'm sorry, but we're blessed.
Yeah, we do. No, we do enjoy where we live. We enjoy living in Phoenix, but people that live in other places enjoy living there too. Yeah. I remember when I grew up in North Dakota. I mean, I had so much fun in the winter. We did all the winter sports. I was an ice fisherman, and did a lot of that hunting. We did a lot of hunting.
You did ice fishing? Where literally you're like, it's like a hole in the ice.
Dig a hole in the ice, and you have a house. You have an ice fishing house that goes out there, and they're very warm, very comfortable in the ice fishing house. Some ice fishing houses now, not when I was a kid, but some now have televisions and because they can set up all this remote stuff, and they don't really need it. They have their phones that they can watch and stuff like that. But the ice fishing houses. Were a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun to fish like that. We caught a lot of things like northern pike, walleye pike, up at the reservoir that I fished on. There were some catfish in there and things like that. So
don't you get afraid? At least for me, when I'm walking on ice, I get so anxious that I'm going to fall into the ice.
We drove our cars out on it.
Are you kidding me?
Well, you're talking about 30 inches of ice. Yeah, I mean, it really. I mean,
would have a heart attack.
We're not talking about an Arizona freeze. We're talking
like an inch of ice.
We're talking about a North Dakota freeze.
Wow.
I'm not really sure. I think to drive a car on ice, you need about 15 inches.
Oh, please,
like that. So,
be careful. Don't drive your car on ice at home.
Well, in Minnesota, North Dakota, Montana, places like that, there are some rural places that when winter comes, the shortcut is across the lake. You drive across the lake. Yeah, they plow a road across it, and that's not unusual at all. People that are watching that know about this are going, "Oh, she never lived in a cold climate."
It's just I have this fear of like, you step on something that's a little too thin, and then it drags you in really quickly. Because when you fall on the ice, it's not like,
if you fall in
I
the
can
ice,
get back out.
Hypothermia will get you before anything. So
then I'll die peacefully, right?
Yeah, but
well,
they, you know how thick the ice is if you've lived there for a while. You know what the winter's been like. And of course, there are people that will go out and measure it and let you know what it is. But no, I never had any fear of driving on it. A lot of people lose their ice houses though because they don't get them off the lake quick enough.
What do you mean?
Well, they like to fish late into the season, and then the ice melts, and it gets too late to drive out and get it. And they can't walk out and get it. They can't go out and get it because they've waited too long.
Wait, so what is that? Oh, you mean, so what is an ice house like? Obviously, it's like just made out of wood and you put it out there?
Yeah, it's just a little shack.
Okay.
I mean, some of them they build beds into them and things like that. So
people spend the night to go fishing in the morning and stuff?
You have to understand, when you're in a small enclosure like that, and they can insulate them as well, and you put a little pot-bellied stove in there, that's really going to, a little heater in there is going to really heat things up.
I'm going to look it up. So what would I Google? Ice house or
just put ice house down and see what pops up.
Of course, it's all houses made out of
houses made out of ice, right?
Ice fishing house.
Ice fishing house, yeah. Well, see now, look at this. They make them now. They make them out of canvas and everything. But that's a typical run right there.
This one?
That would be very typical right there. Yeah, if you could get that on. On the air, and see, look at, they have the propane tanks on the side, so that's how they're feeding theirs. Not only, and see the little chimney. Look at the inside. See the beds I was talking about.
Yeah, they have a little chimney.
Oh yeah, a little chimney. Get the exhaust out of there because they're burning the propane. Probably have a little stove for cooking in there as well. But look at how comfortable those guys are. They don't have their heavy coats on. Yeah. It's very, very warm in there as well.
They have a hot tub.
Oh yeah,
that's
there
amazing.
You go. I mean, they'll do anything. They'll do anything out there.
And see, look at the hole, you guys. See, if you fell in that, doesn't the current, or like not current, but the water drag you under this ice, like you drown immediately?
Well, if there's if there's a current, then there'll be a current under the ice. If there's a current in the river, there's definitely. But that hole right there probably goes down 25, 30 inches.
Oh my gosh.
That's how thick that ice is going to be. But look at that, those ice houses, aren't they nice? Here's one. That'd be one that I had when I was growing up. That's kind of what the one looked like.
That's so cool.
Yeah,
I didn't even know people had like actual houses to do ice fishing. I mean, why? Is because you're out there for so long.
Well, it's cold out there.
Oh.
You want that.
I guess that's true.
You're bringing some comfort out there. You're bringing warmth.
Right.
And you're able to relax. Look at the stove and all the cabinets and the windows and the bed, and then look at all the little places those are for where they can dig holes and fish out of all those little.
Wait, they can hang out in here and then fish out of this?
Yeah, that's the idea. A lot of you have a hole right in the middle of the house. See?
Okay.
And that's what those are. Those are little, so they'll open that up, that's a hole, and then auger down through the ice right there.
Did you do that?
Those are, well, we only had one hole.
Okay.
We
but
just
you
had
could
one
still do
hole
it from
right in the
inside
middle.
your
Yeah,
house.
we had one hole right in the middle
That's
that we
kind
would
of interesting. I just thought,
dig down
you know, you do it like out on the ice.
Well,
and then
some people dig their hole beside the house, and it depends upon how nice your house is.
Yeah.
The house we had had a great big hole in the bottom of it, so that you could auger through, and then you just stayed in the house and fished right in the house.
I'll
Right.
look up some more
where you
pictures
were.
here. This is kind of
Oh,
cool
yeah.
just to see. I mean, where's the best place to go ice fishing? Would it be where you're from, or?
Well, I think North Dakota, Minnesota, Michigan, anywhere where they have really good cold winters, Montana.
Yeah.
Anywhere, you know, Canada, anywhere in Canada. Look at that. That looks like pulling some walleye pike or some northern pike
Oh, this one?
out of that. That looks more like a northern. I can't be positive. It's been so long since I fished them, but a northern is kind of a long snoot, has a long snoot on it like that. So.
What about this one? This is kind of hard to see. I don't know a lot about fish, so it's hard for me to tell like what kind of fish it is when I
Well,
see them.
I see some rainbow trout in there. There's a few different things. So,
Pretty cool.
Yeah, it is fun. Look at how the kids loves it there, just
Yeah.
having a ball. So yeah, we did a lot of ice fishing when I was a kid, and I didn't really, I wasn't really living there during the snowmobile explosion when they became plentiful and everybody had one. But my relatives had one, my dad had one, and people that live up there had them, and it was a good way to get around in the dead of winter if you had to get somewhere. And it was a lot of fun for recreation. We hunted on them as well. We hunted deer and elk and things like that.
Yeah, my friend's dad
off of
hunts deer, and he cooks the meat. It kind of
Oh,
tastes
yeah.
like
Oh, we did too.
hamburger meat.
Well, venison.
At least that's what he told me. I don't think I tried it.
Yeah, venison is much better than hamburger or steak or something. It's a lot
Really?
of protein.
Yeah.
Very good. Yeah, I love deer meat and antelope and
So we could
things
do
like
that, deer, but I guess you can't really go ice fishing in Ohio, can you? Or
Yeah, I'm sure you could.
probably not on the Ohio River. 'cause it's gross.
Unless it's got to have good fish in it.
Yeah.
You want to have some nice fish, but no, anywhere that it gets cold enough, you can certainly go ice fishing. But
That's
that
cool.
was it was a big part of my life growing up, and a lot of fun.
That's awesome. I'm
to
glad you
do as well.
survived.
And people still do it. Yeah, they lose a couple of people every year.
See, that's what I'm saying. It can
little
be
things
dangerous
happen.
if you don't know what you're doing. I'm sure the people that you're with, your dad, like they knew what they were doing. They
Yes.
knew how thick the ice was and how cold it was. But for people that are untrained,
My dad was a stickler on stuff like every year when we were kids, like we hunted. We were a big hunting family.
yeah.
And my dad had two 20-gauge shotguns, and they were for us, the kids. And we carried them unloaded. We weren't allowed to load the gun for 2 years. Carried an unloaded gun for 2 years to learn the rules of hunting.
Oh, that's smart.
Yeah,
Your
and those
dad-
2 years would usually be 7 and 8 or 8 and 9.
Yeah.
Those were the years you did it. But every child in my family that hunted carried a gun empty for 2 years before they were allowed to.
And he would teach you kind of how to aim it. And
Well,
how
you
to
would touch
handle
all
it.
the rules: how to go over a fence with it, how to walk next to somebody with it, how to care for it. It was all training. And it was the same thing with ice fishing. My dad would have you sit here at my age and talk about it, it's different, but you have to remember I was 9 years old, 8 years
you were
old.
only 9, yeah,
when I was
yeah.
doing this. So, my dad would talk to me about the safety rules and, what you do on the ice and, how you take care of the ice house. And everybody you had to be checked out on everything. Even we had a boat and we'd go water skiing in the summer. And at the beginning of the summer, my dad would have this little thing with the boat where we'd all get checked out on the safety rules of the boat and all these things. Dad was kind of anal on safety and stuff like that.
He had
Yep.
so many kids, and I'm sure he
Yeah.
was like, you guys can't be,
Right.
messing around here. But that's good though with the gun thing. Just like he kind of
Mm-hmm.
gave you the safety rules, so that when you finally got to load it, what was that like?
Oh, it was real special, and the year that you loaded the gun was also a training year. I mean, it was always training, but the year you loaded the gun, my dad was on you probably more than when it was unloaded.
Oh,
was,
sure,
yeah, really on you about safety and where you pointed it, how you carried it, always watching you on you. So it was, it was good. We learned a lot about.
Were there ever any mishaps or accidents?
Yeah, well, we actually did. My brother was shot.
Oh, no.
My brother was shot with a shotgun in the foot, and it was not a member of our family. It was somebody else.
Oh.
That this happened to. They were walking in a field, and the other person's shotgun had jammed. And instead of stopping to fix it, he just kept trying to unjam it, and he dropped it. And when he dropped it, it went off, and it landed right by my brother's foot.
Did your brother just like in tears?
Well,
had to go to the hospital.
Yeah. Oh no, it was
Obviously.
major. Blew off half of his foot.
Oh my
It was very
gosh.
major. Yeah, it was very major. Several surgeries, a lot of trouble. But once again, this was a person, and my dad didn't like us to hunt with other people. He
was probably like,
wanted us
now
to
you
stay
know
with
why.
family. Yeah, he wanted us to always go with family.
Yeah.
Because he knew that we
They
were all
knew the
trained.
rules
We were
and-
trained, knew the rules, and it just showed my dad was right.
Yeah.
In that instance of carelessness. Yeah, the person carrying the weapon was very careless.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So yeah, these things happen when
Yeah.
you.
I mean, what is he doing? Like messing with the gun and then dropping it, and it just shoots your brother in the foot.
Well,
I mean,
a shell jammed in it. And if you hunt with a shotgun, you realize that shotguns do jam once in a while. But there's a way to unjam
what's the
it.
correct way? Not to drop it and let it go off.
The best way to unjam a shotgun is to stop. Number one. A lot of times it's best to sit down. So you know what you're doing. You're not going to drop it.
And don't get
you
frustrated.
sit cross-legged in the field and point it away from the party that you're with and work on it that way.
Sure.
He was walking, while he was walking, trying to unjam it, pulling at the lever, and he just lost control of it.
Oh, man.
And it fell to the ground. So those things happen. That's what happens with it. That didn't stop. My brother still hunted.
Good for him. I'm
We
glad it
still
didn't stop
hunted.
him.
The family still hunted. But it was just another of those warning signs.
What'd your dad do when that happened?
Well, he was a dad. He.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he took care of him. He it wasn't. Nobody got in any trouble. I would imagine that the other kid got in trouble with his parents.
Sure.
But my dad his concern was with his son and with the rest of us who were there.
But he was probably like, "This is why I teach you guys this."
Well,
This
yeah,
is a
we heard
perfect
that.
example,"
We heard that.
Yeah.
And still, as kids do, continued to hunt with our friends.
Yeah.
As you do.
No, it's
But-
good. It didn't scare you off. I mean.
Yeah. No. It was something at the time that we all took notice of, and it was something we all knew could happen.
Yeah.
And it was once again the result of carelessness. So.
And all the deer probably ran away. All the deer
Oh
you were
yeah,
looking
well I
for.
think that was a duck hunting trip. You wouldn't hunt deer with a shotgun, but that was a duck hunting trip that we were on that particular time. So
Wait, you hunt duck with a shotgun, but what do you hunt deer with then?
you would hunt deer with a rifle.
A rifle.
Yeah.
Okay. See, I don't.
Well,
I don't know
you
these
have to
things.
know. Yeah, my dad, we had a 30-30, or it was a 30-06. I'm not sure, which probably about the same type of weapon. But my dad had the one rifle that we would use. We shared that around.
Why is that? Just because a rifle is probably stronger because of deer's bigger?
Well, you shoot a different bullet. You see, with a shotgun, you're shooting pellets.
Okay.
You're shooting a bunch of pellets that come out in a very small pattern, and then they spread out as they go. So you're catching quite a wide area.
Okay.
With a rifle, you're shooting a bullet. You're shooting a piece of lead.
Okay.
One solid piece of lead at something.
Okay.
And when that piece of lead hits it, it will probably flatten out. It'll go in very small, and then it'll flatten out, get real big as it goes through.
That makes sense,
whatever
then.
you're looking at. Yeah. And so different weapons for different animals.
I'm gonna look it up here. So is this a rifle or a shotgun?
That would be a rifle there.
So let's pull it up here. See how I don't even know.
Wait a minute.
Is this a rifle or a shotgun?
That could be a shotgun. Now that I look at it, that could be.
Oh, it's
it's a rifle shotgun.
Okay.
Now see, it's a rifle on the bottom and a shotgun on top.
Interesting.
Okay.
I guess I did search. I searched rifles, shotgun.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to show us like a side by side of the difference, rifle versus shotgun. Maybe I should look. Okay, so here's a good example of a difference, I guess.
Yeah, this would be
Oh, that looks like a gun you'd see in a video game or something.
Well, that's an assault weapon that you see right there.
What about this?
Well, that's a shotgun on top and an assault weapon on the bottom. I mean, is that the... Oh, yeah, that's different. Now, there's a rifle with a scope on it.
Okay.
And that's a shotgun on the bottom.
Okay, so this one looks a little easier to hold for me.
Yeah, and that's your rifle. You see the little clip right there on the bottom, and then this is where the shotgun shells go in on the side right here. Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I've
There
only
you
gone
go.
shooting once. It was at a shooting range, and I had
Which
never
is the
gone
best
before.
place to go when
yeah,
you go
best place to
shooting,
go.
yes,
You feel
yes.
much more safe.
Yeah.
And then I put the big ear things on, and I thought this is silly that I have to wear these. And then when you go in to shoot, it's so loud that even the earmuffs felt too loud. It scared me. I could feel the sounds in my chest, like when people were shooting. I could feel the shots as they were.
Well, that's why, I mean, that's a lesson right there in itself. That's how powerful that weapon is that you're holding.
Yeah.
That you have to respect the weapon. You really have to respect the weapon.
Yeah, you can't mess
because
around.
it's very, very, very powerful, and it can do a lot of damage in a very short amount of time. So you have to respect it, and that noise and all that stuff that you feel in your body, that's good. You should feel that.
It was exhilarating. Yeah.
It is kind of exhilarating to have a weapon. Once again, the most important thing always with a weapon is safety.
Yeah, absolutely. Always. And I don't know if I knew exactly what I was doing, but since I was in a place with professionals, I felt safe.
You went to the right place.
So
you
that's
went to
good.
the right place.
I'm not probably going to be an expert shooter someday or anything. I could see myself trying to hunt and just always missing and hitting trees, and people are like,
I haven't
no,
hunted
don't do that.
for years. I mean, many, many, many years since I was back in North Dakota. Because, number one, we ate everything that we hunted. And it was much easier to do back there. We had everything was back there. It would just be. I just haven't had the opportunity to go hunting in many, many years. But when I was growing up as a kid, it was almost an everyday event.
Because what would you hunt here? Scorpions? Just shoot all of them?
Well, no.
I mean, those are scary. They shoot
you could hunt deer here. You can hunt duck. There's duck hunting in Arizona.
That's true. We do have other animals besides.
There's lots of things out here.
Scorpions and coyotes and.
Besides, you hunt scorpions with a black light.
Yeah, like you said. Oh my gosh, I still can't even think about that. I'm so afraid of seeing a scorpion or a tarantula.
You know the thing, a tarantula. I mean, they are not. You don't want to look down and find one in your bed. It's always a little scary. I have done that, and I think probably most people living in Arizona, or at least a great deal of them, have found a scorpion in their bed, or at least their bedroom.
I think I'd rather see a scorpion in my bed than a
tarantula.
tarantula.
And just get a black light. Just get a black light. I've got a couple of black lights, and we almost do it for fun. Go looking for scorpions. They just glow bright green. They have an eerie green look to them.
I want to look up.
Yeah,
Scorpion.
Scorpion green. It's just it's amazing.
light.
But yeah, you can see how they shine here under the black light. That's.
Oh, is that real? Is that what they actually look like
under
a black light?
They will shine like that under a black light. Yeah.
That is crazy. Looks like they're at a rave party or something like that. And it's like
that's more like one right there.
Oh my gosh.
That's more like a scorpion.
Wait, why do you need a black light? Is that what scares them?
That's what lights it up. So you can't see them.
Oh.
You can't see it at all. Then you shine the black light on it, and it just illuminates in this color.
Oh my gosh.
And you can find them anywhere. I mean, if there's one in your yard and you turn the black light out there, you'll find it. You will find it.
So is it pretty hard to see then without the black light? Why is that? Let me just look up the way it normally looks.
Well,
because it blends in.
It would blend in. Yeah, I see. Like this guy right here in gravel. Try and find that when you're in the gravel pit.
Jeez, just look at that.
Or on a brown carpeting, because they come into your home and they get on the carpets and things like that. So, I've been bitten a couple of times by scorpions. It kind of numbs the area out where you get bit. I got bit on the finger and I got bit on my chest right here. We were in bed one night, and a scorpion got in the bed. It bit my wife, and then it bit me twice.
Oh my gosh, you guys are probably like freaking out.
Obviously, it was observing and it knew because it bit me twice.
Oh yeah, it's like I know you and I know you with that
right
black light.
Out there trying to find my relatives.
Oh my gosh.
So but I got up that night and I said I'm going to find it. And I got the black light out and I found him and I
killed him.
He paid.
Oh man. No, I mean, that's how I would feel too. I mean, my mom was she was like, Mary Kate, you need to calm down. You worry too much, when I was starting to really freak out about the different types of bugs we have out here. Tarantulas, scorpions. Cattle in the chat saying Dave is hardcore. Hey, if you had a scorpion in your house and it bit you twice and your wife, wouldn't you kill it?
Don't sting me when I'm in bed.
Oh my gosh, no. I usually don't kill bugs. Like if I see a ladybug or something, I will actually pick it up and put it outside. But if I see something that really scares me, I act a little different. House centipedes really scare me.
I can't let you call me hardcore for killing a scorpion. If I killed a bear, maybe.
Yeah. It's just a scorpion.
Scorpion is pretty much just take a shoe and.
Yeah, that's oh my gosh, those scorpions.
I have a little machine though. I have these things. You see these things. I'm sure you folks have seen them. Maybe even have them. They're these vacuums. They have a long tube on them. It's a vacuum. I have one. It has a long tube on it. It has a suction cup over the top of it.
Yeah.
And you put that over the top of the scorpion and you turn it on. And it sucks him
up
into the tube. And at the bottom of the tube, there's an electrical grid.
What? Yeah, that's hardcore. So you suck them up and then you electrocute them.
Then you say a couple of words to them. Okay, you little.
You
and then
ready?
Then you tip it up.
Fight my wife one more time. You talk to them a little bit before you electrocute them. That is amazing. That's a machine I need at my place.
And you find those in magazines that they send to your home around Christmas time. You know that have all these. Yeah, that have all these things you've never seen. I bet you if you wrote.
Yeah, what's it called?
Scorpion vacuum. Try that and just see if you can find one. Because I've bought a couple of different ones and I have one right now. It's not charged up right now, but that doesn't look like.
These are just vacuums that are shaped like scorpions.
This one would be. This one has a long tube on the end of it. That goes down. Well, they have all kinds of things to get them with, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd have to. Maybe I could bring it in and show it to you.
Did you order this illegally from China or something?
No,
that it's like
no, it was
the
just
best scorpion killing machine. No.
It was in a magazine that I saw, and I just said I'm going to get that. My wife loves it because she hates them.
Yeah.
And if she sees one, she can just boom, suck it right into there.
And it's electric shocks.
It has a little electric grid. It's a long tube. Has a handle on it, and at the bottom of the tube. There's a little electrical grid, and that's what it sucks them up into.
I wish I could find that. Is this it? No.
No.
Darn. That's a crazy torture device you got there. Hey, I would do it too.
I'm not seeing it.
Let me show you the bug that scares me to death. And I saw these in my first apartment in Cincinnati, and it is the most disgusting thing ever. That's a house centipede.
A centipede, yeah.
Okay, I know it seems harmful, but look how many legs it has, and it moves so fast, Dave. Like if you see it and you try to, it moves super fast, and they come after you. They're not afraid of you. Like they run towards you. Like how disgusting is that? It's awful. And the very first time I saw one, it crawled. I felt something itchy on my foot, and I looked down, and it was crawling across my foot, and I went back to my parents' house and I slept there for the night. I was literally that upset.
Really?
They live right down the street. So.
I don't really have a problem with bugs. I mean, they can be creepy and whatever, but I don't.
It's not that bad.
They don't bother me.
Well, that's because you have those machines, Dave.
Well, yeah, that's true. Although my wife will call me and she'll say, "See, I don't keep it plugged in all the time, so it's not always charged up." She'll call me, "Oh, scorpion in the bedroom, Well, she won't go near it. Well, by the time I get home, it's gone.
Yeah.
You know, so now I got to go looking for it.
Yeah.
And a lot of times I'll just pick them up with a napkin. Yeah. But you have to get like 2 folds. You know, not just a regular little, not a Kleenex. You don't do a Kleenex. You get a good napkin and you get in there and you give them a little squeeze. And then I
that's
usually,
such a good feeling.
Yeah, I usually flush them or something like that. But I'll tell you, scorpions have 1,000 lives. They're very, very hard to do in.
To kill?
Oh, Lord. I find them in the bottom of the swimming pool. And then I'll go down there and touch them, and they'll start scurrying.
They can swim?
Well, no, they're at the bottom.
Oh, I didn't know.
They just don't die right away. They can
still live underwater for a little bit.
They can hibernate in environments that are.
Why can't we do that, but they can't? It's not fair.
Yeah.
You know, that's scary. I love how your wife, though, calls you
when
she sees one. Even when you're at work and she's like, you've got to get home.
And I said, well, why didn't you like track it? You couldn't just go, well, I didn't want to stay and watch it all night.
So like hiding in the closet.
Like, where was it? It was right there. So now I'm going, okay, it was right there.
Where else could it be now?
Yeah.
Oh gosh! And then is it hard for you guys to fall asleep at night knowing if you haven't found
Not
it?
Not a bit. No.
Oh, that's good.
No, we're used to scorpions. We have a lot of scorpions in our neighborhood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about tarantulas? Is that a problem
I haven't seen
here?
one. I haven't seen one.
Okay.
So that I'm not worried about. I'm probably worried about tonight though, because you put that in my head now.
Oh man, I'm so sorry, everybody. Don't worry about it. You know, when I saw just that house centipede, I got all this bug spray from Home Depot and I sprayed my entire apartment, and then I closed the door and left for an hour because that's what the bottle says, that you're supposed to like leave your place for an hour. It didn't do anything. And when I actually saw one, I sprayed it directly and it didn't die. I'm thinking, you told me to spray my whole apartment with it, but if I spray it directly and it's still alive,
didn't die
how
from
is
it,
that
huh?
even helpful? So I just need to get one of those machines.
Yeah,
probably,
if
right?
you had one of those, you'd be set.
Yeah.
I'll try and find the one that I have. I'm sure it's out in the garage, and maybe I can bring it in. At least I'll get the name of it and we can look it up.
That would be amazing. You should bring
and
it
see
in
what we have
next
there,
week.
yeah.
Well, you
But
gotta go on the
everybody in
show, right?
Arizona deals with scorpions.
Well, I hope I don't have to, or the dust storms.
Oh, you will somewhere, but you'll deal with both of those things. Just be glad the dust storm doesn't blow scorpions in.
Watershed 44 says Dave is one of the most interesting anchors on TV. You guys tweet at Dave Muncy and compliment him. Love having him up here.
What will we talk about next time?
Well, if you bring that
Could
machine
be
up,
anything.
we
We'll
can
bring the
test it
machine.
out, see what we can suck up in here and
We'll bring the
electrocute
machine.
it.
Hey, you guys have a great weekend, okay? It's going to be good. Get outside, get some exercise.
Yeah,
and
man.
we'll see you. Thanks for having me on,
Have a good
okay?
show.
You bet.
All right, you guys. That was Fox 10 weatherman Dave Muncy up here with me. I'm going to pull his Twitter up so you guys can tweet at him. Compliments only, you guys, if you like what he had to say. I want you guys to tweet at him. He really appreciated it last night when you guys sent some tweets in. So let me pull this up. We talked about it this morning, and that was really nice of you guys to send him some nice tweets on the show. So let me pull this up. Here's his Twitter account. It's